Um, I guess the way to begin this, and I'm going to let, as I said, the conversation I had with John Heckscher kind of unwind here as we go. But for the uninitiated, we've got a lot of new radio stations. You are now in Anchorage?
Yes.
Okay, for the uninitiated, what is Haarp?
The Haarp is an acronym for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project, which is a jointly managed project between the Air Force and Navy that's being sort of front-ended a little bit by the Geophysical Institute, the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and it's designed, it's a system of, really it's a proof of concept or a prototypical weapon system that's being operated here in Alaska. It's in its first phase of operation, first power level, which has an effective radiated power of up to 1 billion watts, 1 gigawatt. That's what it's designed to handle. They've been running it at about a third of its potential, and they're getting ready to initiate some additional tests here in March.
Doctor, how long has it been running at a third?
What I understand is it's been running since December 15th, 1994 is when they fired it up the first time, and it's run intermittently with what they call campaigns, which are periods of time where they run specific tests. The first year or so, primarily they were dealing with the whole issue of getting the circuits all to work correctly, getting the system to integrate correctly, and then they began more serious testing going into last fall and going into this year.
All right, Doctor, there are a lot of computer types out there. If you happen to know, there is a web page on the internet, is there not, where there are photographs available of the Haarp antenna arrays?
Yes.
I would like to give that out now, if you have it, just so the computer people, during the course of the show, can go up and download, take a look at the antenna arrays that comprise the Haarp project. I have one of the photographs. It's amazing.
Okay, if they just do a quick web search using one of the basic search, they can use the acronym HAARP, H-A-A-R-P, and there's a number of databases, including the military database, which has the photos, although several of the others now, I think there's about 20 of them that pop up now that actually have photographs, a number of those of the array itself. So just do a quick crawl and that'll get you sorted through that.
All right, good, because there'll be a lot of people that will do that during the course of the program, and they can get a look-see for themselves. It is, for those who don't have computers, sort of like this gigantic field of antennas. How big an array of antennas is it, Doctor?
Okay, right now it's a field that's about 5-6 acres of actual land that's taken up by this array, and it's designed modularly so they can expand it. And in fact, on the books, there's a contract that was let for the second phase of the project, which expands it in power levels 4.7 times more power than the peak power levels the current array is configured for. That particular aspect of the project has not been funded, but the contract was led at the same time.
So, in other words, it's a big physical facility. All right, Doctor, stand by. We'll get much more in this next half hour. Dr. Nick Begitch is here. Angels don't play this harp. We'll be right back. This is the end of side one. The earthquake that we believe has occurred near Indonesia, close to New Guinea. And if the information I have is correct, I'm almost afraid to read it because of now the known location. Good Lord. This would be precisely as predicted by our friend Mr. Scallion. I'm going to read you what I have. If it's inaccurate, somebody will probably hang me. The Alaska Tsunami Warning Center, NOAA, N-O-A-A, has issued the following. This is a tsunami advisory bulletin for Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and California only. At this time, repeat, no watch or warning is in effect for Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, or California. An earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 8.0 occurred at 2100 AST, I don't know if that's Asian Standard Time, on Feb 16th, or 2200 Pacific Standard Time, February 16th. So in other words, at about 10 o'clock this occurred. 0600 UTC on February 17th. The earthquake was located in the general area of West IRIAN. Orion? Could it be? Arian? Irian? I'm not sure. I'm told it's Indonesia, close to New Guinea. The Pacific Tsunami Warning Center at Begitch in Hawaii has issued a tsunami warning and watch for the epicentral area. In other words, and it says, it goes on, evaluation, a damaging Pacific-wide tsunami may have been generated. You'll be kept informed at least hourly by further bulletins from the Alaska Tsunami Warning Center. So we're going to try to get all this confirmed for you. It goes on, a tsunami warning and watch is now in effect for Ayao, Yap, Guam, the Chuk, C-H-U-U-K, and the Philippines. A tsunami watch is in effect for Japan, Taiwan, the Marshall Islands, Marcus Islands, the Wake Islands, and Russia. So that's very, very sobering news, if it's true. And I warn you at this time, though what I have appears official, and we have made one call. I still want more information on it. But an 8-point quake, ladies and gentlemen, falling in the area near Indonesia, close to New Guinea, I'm afraid would fit squarely in with the pattern that we have been hoping not to see, particularly quakes of this magnitude. Dr. Begitch, I would like to apologize to you. I'm getting all this information hitting me all at once here, and I'm trying to get it on the air. An 8-point earthquake, as you're well aware, I'm sure, Doctor, is a serious event.
Yeah, in fact, I went through one of those in the Alaskan earthquake in 1964, so it is a real serious event.
There was another 8-point earthquake, Doctor, north of Japan. It seems like now about a month ago, and we were hoping not to see one of this magnitude in the southern Pacific area, where this appears now to have occurred, if it's correct. At any rate, back to the subject at hand. We discussed what this is. It's acres of antennae, I guess, that is designed to transmit specifically a very narrow beam width, incredibly strong signal to our ionosphere. Doctor, what is our ionosphere?
It can be visualized simply as an energy bubble around the planet that keeps incoming radiations of various kinds that would be damaging to us, like X-rays and cosmic rays, from entering our immediate environment, where they would make life impossible on the planet. So it actually can be visualized as a protective layer. It's approximately 50 to 620 miles above the Earth's surface, and it is in fact, you might consider it a naturally occurring safety shield around the planet. Would probably be the easiest way to describe it.
Did you say 50 to 650 miles?
Yes, above the Earth's surface.
That's remarkable. We have satellites that orbit the Earth at about 250 miles, don't we?
Yes.
Low-orbiting satellites? So,
yes.
So the ionospheric layer extends well into what is space?
More or less. And when you look at it the way it's diagrammed, in fact, we show a diagram that comes right out of the Air Force record that's in the front end of our book. It kind of lays it out in a few different layers, and I'm turning to that as I'm talking to you. And it lays out the ionospheric layering. And what you see, essentially, is the regions are broken into 3 areas. The lower region, actually 37 to 56 miles up, is the area where we see the aurora, or the northern lights as they're called. And then you have the E layer, which is approximately 56 to 93 miles up, and then the F layer, which is the high ionospheric region, which runs all the way up to 620 miles.
All right. I'm making you explain all this. I actually do understand this. I'm doing it for their sake. I've been an amateur radio operator since I've been 12 years old. And I depended on those various layers of the ionosphere for communications. In fact, I almost prayed to them at times. And when the sunspot cycle is in a favorable portion of that cycle, we get F-layer reflection, which being the highest layer, of course, if you go up, you can go down and come in one hop, literally, almost to the other side of the world. And it makes for a very efficient, long-range communication when we have a favorable sunspot cycle. So that's what hams use it for. The military also uses it. I suppose not to the degree they once did. They've got a lot of satellites up there now. But they use it. Shortwave broadcasters use it. That's how we're able to hear these signals that come from the other side of the world reliably on shortwave. So, Doctor, when they turn this on, what are they endeavoring to do? What do they want to do?
Okay, there's a number of differing effects that they can realize with these ionospheric heaters, is what the military calls these large radio frequency transmitters. And one of the effects, in fact, the first effects they identified as a Department of Defense effect, is to modulate or cause the ionosphere to vibrate in a certain way that causes an extremely low frequency signal to come back to the Earth, which they can manipulate for the purpose of communicating with submarines, because that long wave will penetrate the Earth and the ocean to reach submarines. And that was the initial discussion, at least the public discussion, about what this particular device was going to be used for. Later, they revealed an additional use, which was Earth-penetrating tomography. This is the idea, in the vernacular, it would be like X-raying the Earth, or looking into the Earth several kilometers deep. And with instruments on the ground sending this extremely low signal in, they can actually locate underground tunnels, nuclear facilities, shelters, mineral deposits of various kinds. And this is actually the testing mode that they're in for the 1996 year, because what happened when they went to the Congress and they talked about this particular application, the Congress said, hey, wait a minute, this is a major priority of the United States Senate, United States House. We want you to make it a top priority, or at least a higher priority in your program, which they did. They made it the priority for this whole year, and in order to get their additional funding for their second phase, they had to do that. That was actually in the sort of the narrative of the Senate report on this budget item. The additional things that we find that they will be doing is creating ionospheric mirrors, which can be visualized as sort of an energy layer of plasma that can be manipulated like a hand mirror to bounce signals off of for over-the-horizon radar effects. And that particular over-the-horizon radar effect shows up in a couple of patents that are associated with this project. And those radar effects will allow them to look from essentially the ionospheric levels all the way down to the Earth's surface for incoming objects, including cruise missiles. The other thing they can do, by cranking the power up a little bit on this device, they can create an energy field around those incoming objects and distinguish which ones are carrying nuclear payloads and which ones aren't.
That's astounding. How could such detail be forthcoming?
This is, I'm not sure how the mechanism itself works. We cite the patents, and we went through them and had a radio engineer go through those and explain to us exactly what they mean. But it's a remarkable technology. They even invented, for this specific application, the company that originally owned all these patents commissioned a group of Israeli scientists just outside of Tel Aviv to develop a gamma ray detection device that actually is used for distinguishing between those incoming objects, for detecting which ones are carrying a nuclear payload. And why that's important is in a nuclear attack, they always imagined a large number, like maybe 100,000 incoming objects, and we don't have the capacity to take out every object with certainty. But if we could reduce that number to just the targets that are carrying nuclear warheads, our ability to knock those targets out would be significantly enhanced. This technology, in this respect, is certainly a huge advancement over previous over-the-horizon radar technologies. In fact, the site that sits on is the abandoned over-the-horizon radar facility called Backscatter.
Huh. I'm well familiar with Backscatter, as a matter of fact. Doctor, I want to interrupt you for just a moment, if I might. Again, this is very serious information, and I can only depend on these varying people reporting this. Dear Art, I just called the Tsunami Warning Center in Palmer. It is true, 8.0 on the Richter scale near New Guinea. That's from the Tsunami Warning Center in Palmer, Alaska. Or this from Gene at Big Lake, Alaska. Art just verified your quake info. Your information is exactly correct for the Alaska Tsunami Warning Center, Palmer, Alaska. So everybody within the sound of my voice, be warned, this apparently is a real earthquake, and the tsunami alerts and warnings being issued are exactly correct. So there has been a major earthquake near New Guinea. Doctor, again, thank you for your patience, but
not a problem.
Confirming that, and believe it or not, we're heard way out there, so we may do somebody some good.
Great.
I heard you a little earlier. Right before the bottom of the hour, you used the word weapon. Now,
yes.
When I had my conversation with John the other day, John Hatcher, the Haarp program manager, he calls himself, or his title, I guess, is.
Yeah.
He absolutely bristled when I used the same word, weapon. It is not a weapon, he said. This is simple research being done for the Air Force to determine ionospheric characteristics for furthering better satellite communications and ground communications and so forth. But bristled, absolutely bristled, when I used that word weapon. How would you substantiate the use of that word, or how would you justify the use of that word?
Well, I think a careful review of the patent materials themselves leave no other conclusion, quite frankly. And when you look at it from his perspective, okay, and you look at the way he structures his written materials, and we've got a pretty good volume of the written materials on the project, and what they essentially do is they call this a proof of concept project, where they're really just trying to prove certain things are true and work. But that is the precursor.
Isn't that what the atomic bomb was?
Exactly. I mean, you can split some fine hairs here, and he does a really masterful job of it. I grew up in a political family, and I thought politicians had the franchise on wordsmithing, but I really found in researching this project, the military's got one up on political folks. They really want to keep it in that vein, at least perceived by the public, as, oh, don't worry, we're just doing simple research. But the military doesn't do simple research in the sense of not for just pure science purposes. They're researching for the basic application of this technology to very specific weapon systems. When you talk about over-the-horizon radar and distinguishing between objects and communicating, those are all integrated parts of the system. When you look at it in terms of higher power levels, using that same over-the-horizon concept, and you get it up above the power level for just identifying incoming objects in terms of payload, you can actually increase the energy level so you can burn out electronic circuits. And the energy levels necessary to do that are documented in a record that we found, which was an international document by the International Red Cross that was looking at the implications of new weapons technologies in international law. And it was written in June of '94. It's cited in our book. It lays out the frequency ranges for biological effects, for bit errors in computers causing computers to malfunction, and burning electronic circuits. And when we had...
Doctor, that's the same thing as or the same effect as an EMP. Now, an EMP is an electromagnetic pulse.
Right, that is what is described in some of these patents.
Yes, but what I was going to say is previously to achieve that, I believe the theory, or in fact it may have been proven, is that you detonate a nuclear weapon at high altitude, and
right.
the pulse that emanates from it would destroy computers as you have described.
That's right.
Now you're saying Haarp can do that without a nuclear detonation.
That's right, and it's spoken to right in the patents. The beauty of it from a military perspective is you don't have the radioactive fallout. But from a practical standpoint, and people remember these reports, numbers of years ago where they were saying, one thermonuclear blast above the United States just would knock out all our communications and then fly electronic equipment, and making, the nuclear war just sort of end on us. And, you know, this technology advances that whole idea much, much further. Now, granted, this particular Haarp transmitter at its current stage couldn't do it over a very, very large area, like was envisioned in those early reports of thermonuclear detonation. But where they're headed with this technology, what our information shows, and it's not just ours, we just collected it. It's their record. It's their statement. And it shows that the power levels that they desire this system to go up to at some juncture is 100 billion watts of effective radiated power.
100 billion watts.
That's correct. And that shows up in a technical memorandum 195, which John Heckscher denies knowing anything about.
All right, well, I want to stop you again. Back to my conversation with John. We talked about power levels, and John said, why... what we're doing is no more power than the Voice of America. You don't buy that one, huh?
No, I'm afraid not.
I lived on the island of Okinawa, Doctor, and I remember a 1,000,000-watt transmitter, which was one of the biggest I knew about, operating on the island of Okinawa. And that would bother people, and fences, electrified fences, and turn on lights in villages nearby, and so on and so on, aimed toward Korea, propagandizing Korea. And that was 1,000,000 watts. And you did say, I did hear you right, that was 100 billion with a B watts?
Yes, and where we drew this from is from this technical memorandum 195. An interesting part about this particular document is first of all, it's 613 pages, which is, pretty darn long memorandum by anybody's standards, but maybe not for bureaucracy, but it's a long memorandum. But what it actually is it's the overheads, view graphs, and notes that were compiled from a conference that was laying out the specifications for the Haarp program. And invited guests of the military included like 80 different organizations. And what they did in this is they put together the perimeters, and then on the front end of this document, which incidentally was edited by a major in the Air Force.
Doctor, hold that. It's a good hold point anyway. We're at the top of the hour. Relax for a few minutes. We'll be right back to you. Dr. Nick Begitch is my guest. Angels do not play this harp.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Here again I am, with continuing apologies to Dr. Begitch for stealing his time. Fortunately, with radio, we've got a lot of time. There's some things I'm going to have to catch you up on quickly here. Somebody sent me a fax that hits the mark. Art, hang in there, buddy. You're in the right place at the right time for the right reason. It gets scary as hell at times, but I'm also sure you've been through scary times before. I read your book. Talk to you soon. Larry in Medford. Well, Larry's right, and I'm just going to read you sort of a combination of what I've got here, all right? We began the program this morning confirming a volcano hazard for the Mammoth Lake area in California. And I'll read you what I've got as confirmation now. Dear Art, on Fox TV channel, the Fox TV network, 10 o'clock news, transcribed from the tape we recorded, USGS says the recent Earth movement and other signs of unrest around Mammoth Lake prompted them to issue, get this, what they call a low-level volcano hazards alert. Officials emphasize there's no indication of an imminent eruption. We called USGS hotline in Menlo Park in the past 24-hour period, ending at 8 a.m. Friday, 2/16, 75 earthquakes in the northern and central California area, 14 of a magnitude equal or larger than 2 in the Mammoth Lake area, 4 magnitude 3 or larger largest 3.7. So thank you for that. Then comes this, art, information. I guess I better read the official version first. This is very serious stuff. In the area of Indonesia, which is a very, frankly, uncomfortable area to have this happen, there has been, near New Guinea, a magnitude 8 or greater earthquake in the last couple of hours. Magnitude 8 or greater. And the following is a tsunami advisory bulletin for Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and California only. At this time, no, repeat, no watch or warning is in effect for Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, or California. This is only an advisory. An earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 8.0 occurred at, and I'll simplify it by telling you that it was about 10 o'clock Pacific time tonight. It occurred, once again, near New Guinea. And then this bulletin is for all areas of the Pacific Basin, except California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, and Alaska. A tsunami warning and watch are now in effect for the Yap area, Guam, Chuuk, I'm probably slaughtering that, the Philippines. A tsunami watch is in effect for Japan, Taiwan, the Marshall Islands, Marcus Islands, Wake Island, and Russia. And frankly, when I got this, as you might imagine, I was sitting on it, afraid to read it, but now I've got tons of confirming faxes. This one, for example, get this. Art, information received from a UMIB, Urgent Marine Information Bulletin out of Kodiak, Alaska. U.S. Coast Guard is now putting the magnitude at 8.2 and the coordinates at .5, that's 0.5 north, and 137 degrees east. If you get any information on depth, would you please relay it? Could be very useful in figuring if a tsunami watch or warning might be issued for the west coast of the U.S. Thanks for always keeping us up to the second with breaking news. Please don't use my name, as the information I'm giving you was received from official sources, so I will not. From Aaron in Carson City, great show, Art. Off the subject, Mammoth Lakes has had several earthquake swarms of large enough magnitude, they have little ones almost constantly, that USGS today issued a low-level volcano warning for the area. They've always said the next new volcano on this continent will be in the Mammoth area, maybe soon. So that catches you up with what I know to the hour. Obviously, the news services have not caught up with it yet, but I believe, based on the volume of faxes and confirming information, that this gigantic earthquake has occurred, and there are tsunami watches and, depending on where you are, concerns. So we're going to continue monitoring this for reasons that those of you who listen to the show are well aware of, and I'll try to keep you up to date as I get information. Dr. Begitch is my guest. You wouldn't know it by the amount of talking I'm doing. I'm sorry, this is all breaking news, and we're talking about Haarp as well. And there may be, we will ask, with regard to the weather, certainly, and possibly areas like this. We'll ask the doctor in a moment about that. Dr. Begitch, are you still there?
You bet, I'm with you.
I was afraid you might have fallen asleep during all that. Doctor, just let me get your reaction to this, if I might. This breaking news of all these earthquakes, volcanic, possible volcano warnings, of all things in the Mammoth area. There is a great deal of geologic activity going on the Earth right now. Now, I know this is not your field of expertise, but maybe you'd wish to comment on it.
Yeah, I would actually. This has come up periodically as we've spoken about the Haarp project. In fact, this whole issue was coming up earlier today in another program I was on. And, the issue of a destabilized Earth, if you will, that, all of us, anyone who's been following the news for any length of time, recognizes that, in fact, the Earth has demonstrated releases of energy in a number of ways. Most recently, if you look historically in the last decade, the increase in frequency, magnitude and depth of earthquake activity
yes,
is there, well documented. No one can argue with that. if you look at anomalous weather patterns in terms of intensity of weather, and not just in the United States, but globally around the world. And then if you look at one other factor, the heights of the North Sea, which have been measured for over 30 years, each of these things we document actually in our book because it's a demonstration that the Earth is undergoing some major changes, and because this is the way the Earth generates an energy release.
Yes.
And part of our concern with the Haarp project is we're about to dump unprecedented levels of energy into a system that is already demonstrating that it's disturbed, perturbed, however you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And our concern is that maybe this is that last straw on this camel's back that's going to put us into a very, very chaotic situation. In fact, the individual that wrote the foreword to our book, Dr. Patrick Flanagan, that was his strongest statement in terms of this ionospheric research, is that we may in fact generate a chaotic event in the ionosphere that might chain react to this system we call the Earth. So, I think those are all legitimate concerns. The other consideration that I can point to it's actually how the magnetic poles of the planet have shifted in recent times. In fact, in geologic time, they've shifted 80,000 years ago. They moved from a point approximately in the Yukon territories of northwestern Canada to a point on the off the coast of Norway, and then 50,000 years ago they shifted from there to the point in Hudson Bay, which is, when you think about the last ice age, that would have been sort of the center of the ice field. And then 15,000 years ago, which is the beginning of the end of that ice age, it shifted to its current position. That's pretty young. All of those things are young in geologic time, and they indicate that the Earth goes through these sort of destabilizing periods. And I believe that we're in the middle of one of those destabilizing periods now. All evidence points to that. Here we are.
It's a whopper. It's a whopper, Doctor, because my understanding, and it's a very loose understanding, of the number of 8-point or greater events that one can expect in any average year is not more than 1 or 2. It's very, very low number.
Right.
And there has been a series of quakes going on in the Pacific that's unbelievable.
Right.
And isn't that tied, Doctor, possibly to volcanic activity, the predictions of volcanic activity and all this swarming of earthquakes that's going on in the Mammoth area? Couldn't all that be tied geologically in some way together?
Sure, because of the plate tectonics and the whole idea of plate movement, can create, one thing happening on one end of the planet is, sort of triggers a chain of events on the other. In fact, if you look at the way these things happen, you see it happen in one place, releases energy, and then that releases strange and other energies in other parts of the same plate or joining plates, and you see this sort of rim around the Pacific that just sort of goes through these sporadic jolts all the way around. So, it makes perfect sense in terms of plate tectonics. And this is, again, it's energy being released, and here we are in Alaska about to pump in unprecedented amounts of energy into an already perturbed or disturbed system, and that's certainly a concern of ours. Another interesting point that came out in the Haarp research is that during the Great Alaskan Earthquake of 1964, they actually recorded an ionospheric disturbance created by that Earth movement.
Really?
And this is really interesting. This came up in the group that monitors spectrum assignments for the Department of Commerce that was dealing with the Haarp issue specific.
Yes.
Mentions that in one of their letters, and and it's kind of interesting because I raised the question to a scientist and part of our research. I says, wouldn't it make sense that if you so above, so below, and in this case the reverse? And he said no, he didn't think that would be the case. However, the whole idea of pumping in this amount of energy, who knows what's going to happen? We've never done it before. So he didn't say absolutely not. He just said remains to be seen, but we don't know what's going to happen when you start pushing this kind of energy into the system. And we really don't know that much. We think we do, but every few years they discover a little bit more. I mean, more recently in terms of atmospheric research, we have the blue sprites, red sprites that they discover that are sort of at cloud tops during lightning storms.
Oh, yes.
And this is a new phenomenon we didn't even know existed. In fact, it was discovered by the same Geophysical Institute that's dealing with this Haarp project right now. So, you know, we really don't understand the full mechanism of the planet. And to think we do, and to think we can get away with pumping in energy, we might get lucky, but then again, we might not. And our whole position on this project is, this isn't something we can toy with. This is not a good time to be toying with a system that's already demonstrating huge, unprecedented releases of energy.
All right. In addition to the statement that the Haarp program manager made me about why this is nothing more than a certain radio transmitter puts out, I'm pretty well aware of these acres of antennas that will transmit the Haarp energy are designed to produce a very narrow beam width. In other words, instead of energy being spread out over the ionosphere as a ham radio operator might send it, these antennas are designed to make a very narrow beam width and virtually burning a hole through or burning a hole into or heating a very specific part of the ionosphere. You might compare it, for example, to going out in the sun during a warm day and just feeling the warmth of the sun on your skin. But if you take a magnifying glass and you put a little dot on your skin, hold it back from your skin, let the sun put a little dot there, you'll burn a hole right down through your hand if you leave it there long enough, correct?
That is absolutely the analogy. And this is what distinguishes this ionospheric heater from any other operating in the world. And what John Heckscher will tell you is, hey, there's other ionospheric heaters in the world with the same effective radiated power.
He did tell me that.
All right, and let me tell you the difference, okay? The big difference is they're measuring the effective radiated power at the point of transmission.
Right.
It's irrelevant. What's relevant is the amount of energy you deliver at the ionosphere, the point you're trying to affect.
Yes, sir.
And all of these other transmitters around the world are designed where they spread the energy out so that the higher it goes, the less concentrated it is. This one is designed just the opposite. In fact, that's what allowed the original patent to be granted at the U.S. Patent Office. When you pull the original patent file, which is about an inch thick, on the lead patent on this project, that is what allowed Bernard Eastman to gain this patent. Was he designed a way to create a cyclotron resonance and a focusing power unprecedented, unknown before. And that's what makes Haarp so different. So measuring its effective radiated power on the ground is only one of the measures, but it is not the most important measure of power. The important measure is how much do you deliver and in what way do you deliver it. And that's the magnifying glass analogy is a perfect analogy for describing why this is so much different. When you take it a little bit further, when we were talking earlier about the power levels, and this particular memorandum that Heckscher denies knowing anything about, at least he denied it on national television in Canada a few weeks ago. This memorandum, the reason they get away with some of this, they consider this an open project, nothing classified. But this particular document was structured in such a way that when you read the introduction, it says, first of all, that it's not a published document, that it is not available for the public. And it also says that it only represents private communications between the parties, and they call it this Technical Memorandum 195. And it's 613 pages long. It's published. I mean, we've got a copy. We made it available to other media outlets. We made it available to Canadian Broadcasting. John Heckscher is on the attendance roster. He's supposed to be the program manager and supposed to know all this stuff. And on Canadian television, he says flatly, I don't know anything about that memorandum. And that's the memorandum that says the desired level the military wants to go is 100 billion watts of effective radiated power. And in that same broadcast, John Heckscher says that is exactly how much power you would need to have massive impacts on weather patterns on this planet.
Doctor, at what frequency range will Haarp operate?
You're asking me a question I am not going to be able to readily answer. I don't have that in front of me.
They're not telling us, eh?
Well, it's in the documents. There's two ways to look at that question, and this is sort of the step outside of my field, and I relied heavily on people with that expertise. But the way the contract document reads that built the project,
yes, sir.
It has a very wide band of capability. but the actual assigned frequencies, what they're supposedly authorized to work within, are much, much narrower than what the facility is capable of doing. So there's two sets of sort of perimeters, and it's essentially pretty wide. I mean, from radio frequency all the way up into, I believe, up into the microwave range. So we're broad range in terms of...
That's interesting because the ionosphere at levels would react very, very differently to these different frequencies.
Right, and they have a number of, as I said, they have a number of effects that are possible based upon the way they shape it. And that's the other thing, is the shaping capability of the wave is very broad. The perimeters in the contract document in terms of frequency.
I don't want to get too technical. We have a slight delay, so we have to be careful here, Doctor. I don't want to get too technical, but I assume they can configure the antenna array to deliver, depending on how they feed it, these differing patterns. Is that correct?
That's right. And so they have this huge spread of capability. And it's, these are the things that we're concerned with, because when we matched, we had that radio engineer match off that International Red Cross document I referenced earlier, showing biological effects, computer bit error effects, and melting circuitry effects as an example. The Haarp's capability has all of those capabilities. Now, it may not be in a specific authorized range at this particular time, but that's just for this particular set of tests. All of those things are subject to revision. The tool can do it.
All right, Doctor, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. We're going to break here. I'm getting lots of confirmation of the quake, ladies and gentlemen. Probably got 20, 30 faxes in on it so far. It is real. We'll be back.
This is the end of side 1. Please leave the cassette exactly where...
Call Art Bell toll-free. West of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. We're getting all kinds of confirming information regarding a very, very large earthquake near Indonesia, ranging somewhere between 8 and 8.2 on the open-ended Richter scale. That's a very large earthquake, and they're concerned about tsunamis, tidal waves, that sort of thing, occurring in an area that Mr. Scallion, I'm sorry to say, predicted one of this magnitude would occur. We're also getting information this morning, if you want something to be concerned about, as if you need it after that there has been by USGS issued today what's called a low-level volcano warning for the Mammoth Lakes area, because there have been literally, over the last couple of weeks, hundreds of swarming earthquakes. And many of you may recall that there were literally hundreds of swarming earthquakes off the Japanese coast prior to the 8-point earthquake they had, fortunately, in a rather uninhabited area north of Japan in the Kuril Islands. So we're processing this data as fast as we can, everybody. In the meantime, we're talking about Haarp, which in a kind of an interesting way relates. I won't even bother to tell you now. I'm just getting confirmation after confirmation of this from all kinds of people and all kinds of sources. So there is now no question about this large earthquake. And if it sounds a little disconnected, it's because we are processing this morning a very great deal of incoming information. I received the information of the earthquake about 5 minutes prior to airtime. And I see we're going to have to back up a little. Doctor, just because I got a fax that says the following, Art, about angels don't play this harp, so what's the point? I still don't quite know what Haarp is, other than the acronym, or that it is an acronym. Is it bigger than a bread box? So obviously we picked up listeners in the last 20 or 30 minutes, and we're going to have to backtrack just enough to give us a brief sketch of what Haarp actually is.
Okay, in terms of a project, it's a jointly managed project between the Air Force and Navy operating in Alaska. It's a very, very large radio frequency transmitter. The current configuration of antennas has the upward capability of 1 billion watts of effective radiated power at this time, and then it has the next phase, second phase, will take it up to 4.7 billion watts, that's billion with a B, in the next phase, and in the military documents that we have indicates a desired level of 100 billion watts in effective radiated power. And what all that will do is create a multi-faceted, multi-use weapon system that has both the capability of over-the-horizon radar for detecting objects, discriminating between objects. It has a communication capability. On the upper power levels, it has the ability to wipe out communications, land, sea, air-based communications, and yet still carry the communications of the operator or the military in this case. We also explore in our book, Angels Don't Play This Harp, the potential uses in terms of weather modification and in terms of affecting human physiology, including the human mind.
All right, in view of this morning's news, you made a very interesting statement when we were talking about the earthquakes. You said that there has been detected, and I'd like you to go over this again, it's fascinating, in the ionosphere, a reaction to an earthquake. I mean, that is absolutely incredible. I'd never heard that before. And do you know any details about what they detected, how they detected it, what they read? Because it ties in Earth movement, tectonic movement, or disturbance with an obvious reaction or a sympathetic reaction. I don't know what it would be in the ionosphere. It's the first time I've ever heard anybody say what you're saying.
Well, it shows up in a government document, and it was like about 3 lines in the middle of a very lengthy document. And what it essentially said is that during the Great Alaskan Quake of 1964, that the government detected an ionospheric disturbance that corresponded to the quake. In other words, the quake happened, and then this ionospheric disturbance occurred that was related to the earthquake. Now, how that relates, it didn't go into any great explanation, but what it indicates certainly is the connection of this entire system we call Earth. And from our perspective, it was a red flag. In fact, when I first read it, I'd never seen anything like it either, and I went, now wait a minute, so above, so below, as the saying goes. And I inquired about this to some of our fellow researchers and specialists, and what they said is they couldn't discount it entirely. It was, as startling to them as it was to us, but there was just nothing in the literature that would say, hey, this can occur. Now, well, we didn't mention this when we first covered it, but when we go back to a specific document that we uncovered in the course of our research, and it was a book called Unless Peace Comes, and within that book was a chapter written by Gordon J.F. McDonald, who was a geophysicist at UCLA specializing in problems of warfare, and he was also a science advisor to Lyndon Baines Johnson. And the chapter he wrote for that book was called How to Wreck Your Environment. Kind of a catchy name, I guess, but before the environmental movement. It was written in 1969. And he speaks very clearly and concisely about the use of small inputs to create large outputs. And what he describes in that particular chapter is triggering events that might cause earth movement, tidal waves, an Antarctic meltdown in terms of as a weapon system. And he also discusses the ability to electronically stroke the ionosphere in a certain and specific way that would cause behavior modification over a very large geographic area. That's 1969 by a scientist who had world-renowned credibility, and certainly credibility with the President of the United States at the time, Lyndon Johnson.
All right, isn't that the possible equivalent of sneaking up behind a sleeping tiger and poking it with a stick?
Yeah, the same idea. It's a nonlinear event, and let me describe a nonlinear event because it's one of the things that the military is predicting in the course of their writings about Haarp. And a way to visualize it, a scientist named Al Zelinsky sent us this analogy recently, and what he said is, stack or line up dominoes from where you're sitting all the way to Paris, and you hit the first one with a 10-gram weight, and the energy released as it travels along to Paris is much greater than 10 grams. But then he said, Now picture that same set of dominoes with each domino, say, increasing 0.5% in size with each successive domino, so that by the time you hit Paris, you've got one about the size of the Eiffel Tower crushing it. You still hit the first one with the 10-gram weight.
And at the end, you crush the Eiffel.
Right, and so what you're doing is you're utilizing, in this sense, gravitational energy. You're picking it up along the way, so to speak, but it's nonlinear. It doesn't, on the front end, make a lot of sense. I mean, you think, well, 10 grams, how do you get an Eiffel Tower?
No, when you draw it out that way, it makes a lot of sense. I can grasp that middle picture, each domino a little larger, the final domino coming down on top of the Eiffel, and down she goes.
Now picture radio frequency energy being pulsed into the ionosphere, which is already a very highly energized area. Also picture, and in Alaska they've done this, the Geophysical Institute has fired, over the last decade or so, dozens and dozens, and as many as a couple hundred barium-laden rockets to map the magnetic lines of force, the naturally occurring magnetic lines that wrap around the planet. So now picture sending pulsed radio frequency in the energy ranges that we've discussed into those magnetic lines of force. And let's suppose that they resonate with those lines of force to create an increasing energy yield. In fact, one of the scientists associated with the Haarp project, who's out of UCLA, that was identified by John Heckscher in one of his memorandums, actually discovered a nonlinear, sort of inexplicable event that occurs in the ionosphere at the coupling point, at the very edge of the ionosphere where it catches the magnetosphere, which is another highly energized layer or wrapping around the planet. What they found is energy in the VLF range, very low frequency range, when it hits that point, amplifies by as much as 1,000 times and creates a virtual electron particle rain over the area below.
The electronic domino.
Right. And that was discovered using just standard VLF kind of transmitters, nothing on the power levels comparable to Haarp. Now picture Haarp with 1 billion watts at its current levels, beamed up to that coupling point, and then whatever energy finally arrives there being magnified 1,000 times, and if lower levels created electron particle rain, what the heck are we going to create with 1 billion watts of effective radiated power being focused in that way? We really don't know. What Heckscher said in the sighting segment that ran recently is, oh yeah, this thing will make some holes in the ionosphere, but don't worry, they'll sort of refill in a few minutes. Well, that may or may not be the case. The whole nature of experimentation is to find out the answers to questions you're posing, and that is one of those questions they're posing. This is very, very scary science in the sense that, we need the ionosphere. It's not something to toy with. More than that, some of the effects that are capable, that are possible with pulsed radio frequency is pretty profound. As recently as this last Sunday, there was a segment on 60 Minutes that amplified some of the things we said in our text.
I was just about to bring that up. They did a segment on non-lethal weapons research, and apparently it's the hottest, newest thing. They call it non-lethal. And perhaps it's planned that way, but the way you make it sound, it could be lethal for everybody.
That's right. In fact, we talk about this subject at length. Our book came out in September. Our research was done, well into last year. And when we looked at non-lethal technologies, what Haarp represents is probably the biggest delivery system for this kind of non-lethal technology. And if people remember reading press reports on non-lethals, they talk about sticky foam and things that dissolve rubber tires and nets and this kind of thing. And at the very end, they usually mention, oh yeah, send radio frequency, and they kind of mumble microwave weapon system.
Yeah.
And they move on.
They talk about EMP research to stop automobiles. They talk about genetic soldiers and all kinds of things that they're beginning to get their fingers into. And I have serious worries, Doctor. For example, in a lot of medical experiments recently, we've been doing some genetic research. A baboon immune system, they tried to transplant that into a human being. They've got a rabbit virus going down in Australia, modeled after Ebola for rabbits, if you will, that now apparently has jumped species down there. We are, in science right now, whether it's Haarp or genetic research or any other level, it seems to me, of science, out on the very edge of absolutely not knowing what we're doing.
And that is our concern. I mean, the military is not in the business of promoting human health. They're in the business of defending the country. And we believe very strongly that our country needs, and other countries of the world do need, a strong defense system.
Yes.
But we need to be responsible with what we're developing there. And we need to be open about some of that development. We don't have to tell people how to build some of these things, but we certainly have a right to debate the concepts behind these weapon systems in terms of their ethics, their morality, and their risk.
All right, is Haarp, I'll just put it straight to you, is Haarp, in your opinion, an irresponsible project?
At this point, I believe it is. It's irresponsible on a couple of levels. The first level is the fact that they're being deliberately misleading in the explanation of this science. And the second place where I think it's a project that needs to be stopped, or at least a moratorium placed on it, until we can have an open review by independent scientists. And I'm not talking about scientists necessarily in university settings, because many of those universities derive a great deal of their money from the military establishment. I'm talking about truly independent scientists. This needs an international look. The ionosphere belongs to everyone on the planet. If one country, whether it be the United States, the former Soviet Union, or a country in Europe, starts to play with the ionosphere, I think everyone on the planet has a right to be involved in the decision-making process leading up to that, because it is too serious of a matter to just tamper with willy-nilly on the basis of creating new defense systems.
Well, all right, then here I go again. The scientists, with regard to genetic research, or perhaps Haarp, or so many other areas, seem to be telling us about these things after they've done them. And it's sort of like, oh, by the way, we have done the following. Yes, there may be repercussions when they did the baboon transplant. They said that there could be repercussions. We think it very unlikely, or not very likely, but a disease could be passed from animal to human. And I believe that is how they think AIDS got started in the first place.
Right.
So it's sort of an oh, by the way, and it's an attitude of science, it seems to me, that is very dangerous, because they assume, seemingly, they can do what they want and sort of tell the world about it afterwards.
Yeah, and this is wrong-headed in the sense, particularly when we're dealing with a governmental organization like the military. They're not free spirits out there doing whatever they want. They're supposed to be reflecting values and belief systems that are derived from the population that they're here to protect. And to create weapon systems without involvement of taxpayers and citizens of this country in terms of where we're headed is wrong-headed. In fact, in our book, we point out a whole area of revolutions in military affairs, which is what these new technologies represent to the military. And we derived a good deal of information from a document put together by the Strategic Studies Institute of the United States Army. And what they actually say in this document is they talk about the idea that, we have all these new weapons technologies, but a number of these technologies will really kind of run counter, in fact, very counter, to American values. And so what they propose are mechanisms by which those values could be altered and changed by deliberate planning on the part of the military. And where I really have strong disagreement is no branch of government, the Department of Agriculture or the Department of the Army, have a right or an obligation or even should be in the business of trying to shape American values. They're in the business of carrying out policy that American values has already established. And any time they get into that area, you start to question the kinds of things they pointed to in that document, which was called The Revolution of Military Affairs and Conflict Short of War. The things they point to are radio frequency and microwave weapon systems that might be used to disable aircraft, causing them to crash. And the parts of the values that they point to is, well, if you make a plane crash because you suspect something, it's kind of forgetting about the trial, the judges, the juries, and due process, which is fundamental to American justice.
I had heard, Doctor, that there was a project on the books, and in fact they may have experimented with it, I know damn well the Russians did, that was designed to use a certain sort of laser that would render pilots blind. Now, obviously, if a pilot goes blind, the plane eventually is going to crash.
Right.
And that it was decided that somehow it was immoral to do such a thing and suspended. Now, we're talking about things that go far beyond that in terms of morality or lack of it.
Right, and this is, going a little further, that same document talks about something that comes up periodically in a number of conversations when people have trouble pointing to the government document that says, hey, they might do this to human beings, is the idea of microcircuit implants for use in locating individuals anywhere on the planet. And
all right, well, I'll tell you what, we're at a break point, so we'll touch on that. I want to ask you about the effects of Haarp with regard to the weather. And there certainly has been plenty of that lately, and the biological effects that it may have on human beings if it were targeted on human beings. So relax for a few moments and we'll get back to you. 8+ earthquake near Indonesia. Between 8 and 8.2, we're awaiting final word at 33 kilometers depth. We'll be right back.
Haarp Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Haarp Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Haarp Bell.
Once again, here I am. My guest is Dr. Nick Begitch. He's the author of Angels Don't Play This Harp. It refers to the Haarp project in Alaska, a project designed to throw immense amounts of concentrated energy into the ionosphere for various stated reasons, depending on who you listen to. Slightly eclipsing this, or perhaps going along with it, is some of the news, breaking news of the morning, and I am astounded, absolutely astounded, that CNN and other broadcast organizations have not been running this, but there are two interesting things going on this morning. One is that USGS says the recent Earth movement and so many earthquakes around the Mammoth Lake area have actually now prompted USGS to issue what's called a low-level volcano hazard alert. In other words, if I read this correctly, and I'm sure I do, they are saying there is some possibility that there may be a volcano born shortly, they think, in the Mammoth Lakes area. And I've never heard of such thing issued before. Maybe you have. I haven't, in an area where there has not been a volcano previously, for what that's worth. And then more serious, even more serious news, that near Indonesia, there has just been recorded a somewhere between an 8 and an 8.2 magnitude on the open-ended Richter scale earthquake. That's a very, very serious earthquake. It is, for those of you who follow it, in the area that Mr. Scallion said such a quake of that particular magnitude would occur. Worrisome. We're talking with Dr. Begitch also about Haarp and its resonant effect. A remarkable piece of information that he had for us is that during the large Alaskan earthquake, the government noticed an ionospheric disturbance concurrent with the Alaskan earthquake, tying the ionosphere and events on Earth, up above, down below, as he said, together. So all of this does tie together. Now, the tsunami alerts and warnings that were issued for the Pacific, including the Philippines and many other areas, have just been canceled. This quake occurred at a depth of 33 kilometers, if you're tracking that sort of thing. And that's all the news I have. We will continue to keep you updated as the morning goes on. If you're hearing this as a repeat on Monday morning, what you're hearing now occurred on Friday night, Saturday morning, as we interviewed Dr. Begitch. I've got to think ahead because this is going to be rebroadcast. So here we are in the middle of a very great deal of breaking news this morning. And now, as you all know, or maybe you don't if you're just joining us at this hour, some stations do, Dr. Begitch has written a book about this Project Haarp, that is operating presently, has been operating at one of its lower levels for some time. And that brings to mind the first question that I want to ask Dr. Begitch, and by the way, we will get phones, be patient. Doctor, the northeast part of the country, and let us not even confine our comments to that, Alaska, I understand it's had a very strange weather season. Here on the West Coast, we've had flooding that is unparalleled in the Northwest for many, many years. They are setting records for snow in the Northeast that have not been seen for 75 years. The South has frozen, crops have been damaged. The weather, in a nutshell, Doctor, has never been weirder. Now, I'm not saying it's Haarp, but I'm asking, could it be?
You know, the answer to that is to some degree, it could be. Now, here's the problem that we get into whenever this subject is raised, and it is raised quite often, is what we don't know and what is not being monitored independent of the United States military is the actual firing sequence and timing so that it can be closely correlated against anomalous weather patterns, which is extremely important. In fact, it's one of the things that we've been asking, and a number of people that have been supporting our work have been asking our state government to do, is to monitor this project independent of the federal government so that we can really see how those correlations take place. Now, could Haarp influence weather across the country? At this power level, I don't think so. However, as we said earlier, the ability to magnify that power or increase or amplify that power once it reaches these magnetic lines of force, and once it reaches even more specifically the region in the area of the upper ionosphere and lower magnetosphere, it may in fact be able to create weather modification. Now, what John Heckscher said in a recent interview on Canadian Broadcasting System was that to create these kinds of massive weather effects, you would need something on the order of 100 billion watts of effective radiated power. And that's what Eastman, of course, envisioned in the upper end of this type of technology, and that's what the military is taking.
In other words, using exactly that much power, 100 billion watts.
Yes, that's what he said. Now, the question becomes is that effective radiated power on the ground, or is that the power that might be amplified once the signal reaches the ionosphere? And that question wasn't posed to him, so we really don't know the answer. I mean, maybe in fact Haarp can, but again, these are the kinds of questions that we're asking, that other scientists around the world now are asking, and the military is not really coming straight out and answering. And they keep saying a lot of things that just, they don't leave you with a very strong feeling of confidence that they really know all of the implications of this project. And we sit here and we put together very carefully, Gene Manning and I, this book. And the reason we spent the time and effort on this because we really felt it was important enough to do. It took us away from other work we were on, but it has been a labor that just needed to get done. We spent a year putting it together. There's 350 footnoted sources in that book so that anyone that reads it, first of all, it's in plain English so you can understand it, but then anyone that has the inclination to dive into the scientific literature, it's all laid out there. I mean, it's all right there, easy to source out and get deeper into the subject. And our feeling is we would have really liked to have been wrong, but unfortunately, for all of us, I think we are absolutely right in our assertions and probably haven't even covered the half of it because we know a lot of this technology is hidden from you.
All right, let me cover or ask one question about the biological effects. We human beings are electromagnetic creatures. I mean, we have small electrical impulses that literally drive everything that we do.
Yes.
From our brain to the movement of our hands and our feet, and every little twitch and muscle, and everything's connected, and it's all electrical. So an obvious question is, what are the possible biological effects of a directed, high-powered Haarp emission?
Okay, let's talk about a couple of different effects. First, let's talk about the testing that's going on this year, which is this Earth-penetrating tomography experimentation. And what's going to happen there is they're going to create an extremely low frequency that comes down to the Earth. It's a pulsed radio frequency going up and a long way coming back. And it's going to pulse in the range of 1 to 20 hertz, or pulses or cycles per second.
Oh my, that's very low.
Yes, and this happens to correlate to the predominant brain waves of human beings. And what we know from the research and literature is that the ability to entrain or lock onto human brain waves is now fairly well known and understood.
Absolutely.
And what John Heckscher said in an interview with us was that was the frequency range under which this particular test would be done.
Doctor, let me stop you for just a second. Going back to the 60 minutes piece,
right?
I believe that it was suggested either there or in something else I read, I've done so much on this now I forget, that emissions of those sorts of low frequencies could disorient or even make physically ill a human being.
That is absolutely correct. In fact, we have an Air Force document cited in our book. It's called Low Intensity Conflict in Modern Technology, that has two chapters of importance. One on EMP, which we already covered, electromagnetic pulses, and the other is on biological effects of pulsed radio frequency, which is what we're talking about here today.
Great.
And what it says in that document is it can not only make people ill, it can stop a heart, it can create brain entrainment to create total disorientation or rapid and radical mood swings. It can create what they call anomalous brainwave patterns that the way they phrase it and the way they state it, you're talking about those things that hit into that sixth sense area of enhancement of abilities, the way they frame it. But the fact of the matter is the operator of pulsed radio frequency weapons, and in this book it was for tactical weapons, battlefield kind of weapons. What we have with Haarp is the biggest delivery system ever contemplated by man, and except in the sense it was contemplated by J.F. Gordon MacDonald, who I referenced earlier, who said if you could electronically stroke the ionosphere in just the right wave, with just the right amount of energy, you could create mood swings over entire geographical regions.
All right, now I want to backtrack with you just 1 second, please. You said pulse emissions between 1 and 22 hertz, did you say?
I said 20 hertz. And that's what Heckscher said, but actually the ability to pulse for brainwave frequency is a little bit bigger than that.
All right. But what I'm getting at here is if the goal of that is to map things underground,
right,
on the Earth, then standing upon the ground and absorbing more radiation, arguably, would be poor little electromagnetic human beings that are strolling about. In other words, it's got to go through us to get to the Earth, and God knows it's got to be strong to get into the Earth to do that mapping.
It's going through everything, and it's going all the way down. And the other point to make here is one of the things John Heckscher said is that, hey, but don't worry, the amount of energy, the level of energy that hits the Earth, that returns to the Earth, is going to be about the size of, in terms of volume, about the same as what would occur naturally. The only difference is it's going to be coherent or rhythmic. Now, the important point here is let's assume that he's telling the truth in this instance, that it is going to be similar, except it's going to be coherent, rhythmic waves. What Jose Delgado discovered, and Jose Delgado was a electrophysiologist educated in Madrid who came to the United States, worked at Yale University, was well regarded internationally as one of the specialists in the field of brain research, and he found that pulse radio frequency, shaped in just the right way, could in fact change animal and human behavior like throwing a light switch on and off from being lethargic to excited, just boom, 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 back and forth, at energy levels 1/50th of that occurring in the Earth, except it was coherent or rhythmic or controlled in just the right way. So 50 times more power than is necessary to create mood swings is going to be used in that one experiment. Now the question will come up is, well, is that intentional or is it accidental? Who cares? The fact is it can happen. And the point is, if you take it, the question is, well, would the government do this? There was a book that we found in our research called Between Two Ages, written by Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was National Security Advisor to Jimmy Carter. The book was called Between Two Ages, and on page 57 of that book, what he suggests is, in fact, that they can create these kind of effects, and later in the text, he suggests that if this government were to have that capability, they would be tempted. In fact, they would use it. Now, this is a national security advisor to a president suggesting they would use it, not Dr. Nick Begitch suggesting they would use it, although I agree with them, I think they will. The fact of the matter is, if they have the capability, they're going to seek to demonstrate that capability. And our concern is, again, these are the kinds of things that Americans need to be involved with, that we need to be asking questions about, because this isn't just some subtle ionospheric research project. This is a proof of concept project to demonstrate for the military what these weapons are capable of so they can deploy them on a larger and larger scale. This is the same way they start every major weapons program. Nothing is unique or different about this.
All right, Doctor, as you know, and as I've said in the past, this new audience will not be aware, I spoke with the Haarp program manager in Boston, John Heckscher, the man you've been referring to. I gave him an opportunity to come on this show, not to be pinned to the wall, not for it to be a contentious interview, but for him to be able to come on and give his side of the argument. He at first declined, and then when I pressed him, he said, well, they're not going to allow me to come on. And what do you read into that? I mean, what do you read into that?
Well, I think that what's happened is they figured that our activity here would be short-lived and would dissipate, and that the energy behind our objection to this science would go away.
Let me tell you what he said, actually what he said. His response was, well, if I came on, I'd just be preaching to the choir. Now, he had a copy of the program, the last program that I did with you. And I think I had the feeling, I had the sense that it scared him. And I began to ask him some technical questions about the focus of energy on the ionosphere with the narrow beam width. In other words, the exact opposite of the other ionospheric heaters. He mentioned those to me. And I said, yes, but Haarp is going to be focusing the energy from the ground, if you think of it, to a tiny little spot at the ionosphere. And you're going to be delivering so much more than has ever been delivered before, and he just went silent.
Well, you know, the whole thing is, in terms of where I think John Heckscher is, my fax was going crazy too, sorry about that, where John Heckscher's coming from on a lot of this, when he says he would just be preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the American taxpayer is the choir that he ought to be preaching to. You know, we're the people paying for this system, and he certainly, or this program certainly ought to be accountable to every one of us listening to this broadcast or participating in this broadcast. That is his job, and Americans, public servants in American life have forgotten who they work for. His program managers won't let him on, but certainly it's time for this debate to be moved into the public forum, and it shouldn't just be happening from a few lone researchers out here. It should be happening at all levels, and it should be involving certainly the United States government. And I think that this is just another one of these cop-outs for a theoretically open project that they're unwilling to step forward and defend in a reasonable way. I think is just the same pattern that we've seen before. You know, I mean, the only thing that surprised me along all of the lines is the fact that they really have been silent. I mean, the only things they've done to react to us is they did hold an open house to kind of show, you know, that everything is okay, which is kind of like looking at the outside of an ICBM. I mean, what's it going to
Well,
tell
you know what he cited to me? He said, and he gave me some little radio station near the community where the Haarp project is, and he said, well, we've been on there a couple of times, trying to explain to the local community what's going on.
Right.
And how do people, you're in Alaska, well, I'll tell you what, hold on if you would just a moment. Here we are at the bottom of the hour, once again, tracking all kinds of stories this morning, the swarming earthquakes, the low-level volcanic alert, of all things, for Mammoth Lakes, issued by USGS, and an 8 to 8.2 earthquake near Indonesia, for which tsunami alerts and warnings and watches and so forth have now been canceled. But that is a large, very large geologic event in an area called Dead on the Nose by a guy named Scallion. I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back.
This is the end of side one. Please.
All right, good to be back. But where do we leave off?
Well, I'll tell you, instead of where did we leave off, I would like to ask exactly about what we're going to cover in depth in the newsletter, and that is go all the way back to before Haarp, to Nikola Tesla. Where is that connection, Doctor?
Okay, this is, this was one of the mind triggerers for me. When I first started researching this project and pulled the first patents, which were the Eastland patents, in there, in every patent, there's a section that deals with the references, which is kind of where the inventor sort of draws their inspiration. And in this case, there were three notations, and two of those were New York Times articles, one from around 1915 and one, as memory serves me, around 1940 or 41. And the thing that struck me, first of all, reading the patent itself and looking at it, was this has got to be Tesla references. And then what I did is, of course, pull the microfilm on those articles, which were most revealing, because in fact that's exactly what those articles were about. And they were about a specific weapon system that Tesla had designed that was intended to, at distance, melt what he said would melt engines and provide 50 million volt potentials, as described in the article. And it was described graphically as bolts of lightning from the mythical Thor. So, I mean, what it was essentially describing was sort of the great-grandfather of the Haarp system. And this was the inspiration for Bernard Eastland to develop the Haarp radio frequency transmitter. Now, the other thing that's part of this project that we haven't even covered tonight was the idea of power beaming, of transferring electrical energy from one part on the planet to another, which was a long-held dream of Nikola Tesla's. In fact, what you mentioned as being one of the photographs in this upcoming newsletter, that's going to have that transmitter, which was underwritten by J.P. Morgan as a financier. But the unfortunate part was when Morgan found out that people were going to be able to essentially plug in for free, it sort of took the capitalistic incentive out of the program, and that was the end of it. But it is the precursor. It is the beginning of this whole wave of thinking. What Bernard Eastland was hired to do was to find a use for the energy, the natural gas that is owned by Atlantic Richfield on the North Slope of Alaska, which amounts to trillions of cubic feet. And Atlantic Richfield was the original owner of actually a package of 12 patents, which include 3 on power beaming, a number on ionospheric mirrors and over-the-horizon radar technologies, and then, of course, the ionospheric heater, the principle of focusing energy. What John Heckscher has said, and probably said to you also, Art, is that no, we're not using Bernard Eastland's patent. And they are using the principles behind Bernard Eastland's patent. Bernard pictured an antenna array much, much larger than what we have here in Alaska currently. However, it's the basic principle of focusing that they're using, and these other patents reference that original patent by Eastland because they require that focusing ability. So you have Eastland referencing Tesla, and these other inventors referencing Eastland, which by default is, of course, also referencing the basic foundational work of Nikola Tesla.
All right, Doctor, did you happen to see by any chance on NBC the other evening exclusive footage of the first missile shot down with a laser?
I didn't see that, no.
Well, NBC ran it, and they actually showed the missile in flight, the laser tracking, firing, and blowing it in half. Now, with that as a precursor, I want to read something to you. Rest your voice. Haarp is capable of being used as an anti-ballistic missile defense. This is a fax from Wayne in Phoenix. I used to work for the NSA, the National Security Agency. I designed parts of the Star Wars defense system. The President, Reagan at that time, wanted in the 80s. Do you remember one of the missile basing plans they were discussing that was called Dense Pack? We would place almost all of our land-based ICBMs in 2 or 3 bases, then try to defend those 2 or 3 bases against incoming ICBMs. Well, guess what? Haarp is the final phase of the system that I designed. Our Intel department had the actual circuit board designs of the Russian missile guidance systems. I designed a shaped array microwave transmitter that, when programmed properly, we could inject a voltage signal on the missile's positioning sensors and make it miss the dense pack bases. The final design would require a massive system located close to Russia so that we could modify the trajectory while the ICBM was still in the ascent stage. Does this sound like solid information, Doctor?
It does. It kind of deviates a little bit from our understanding of what all is possible with this particular technology. But given the size of the Haarp transmitter, it makes sense. From an Eastland perspective, there's a little more involved. But from the current state of the Haarp technology, in terms of size, that would make a great deal of sense. And the way it's phrased and worded sounds certainly credible. What we found in a number of the talk programs we've been on is people who have worked on these kinds of programs have stepped forward and supported our assertions in our work. And we're not afraid to be challenged. I mean, we would welcome any challenge on the way we've constructed materials. And it's like anyone's work. If there's something there that someone can say is, hey, this is wrong or this needs to be amplified, that would be great. But unfortunately, the only amplification we keep getting are from people sending us material saying, see, here's something else that you missed.
All right, then my question then, Doctor, is why is the program manager, John Heckscher, not willing? Frankly, I was hoping he would come on with you, but I didn't even get that far. I got to the first offering, which was to let him come on by himself and to let him say exactly what he wanted to say, and he gave me his, well, to be just preaching to the choir speech.
Right.
And then finally, well, my bosses won't let me speech. Now, why, if it's what he says it is, wouldn't he be anxious, more than anxious, to come on in a free-willing forum and challenge you with all of these assertions? Why in the world wouldn't he do that? Isn't that his job?
Well, I would think it is, but I mean, again, from my perspective, we would welcome the opportunity. I would probably want to have one of my specialists on who's a little more familiar with the radio frequency side of it. But hey, we're willing to. We've challenged them in terms of, let's debate it. Let's get in front of a public body. Let's sit down. You bring your team, I'll bring my team. Let's see who can flush this thing out. And the fact of the matter is, why not? If it's so open and so honest and there's nothing sinister here, then why not bring it into the public forum? The fact that they won't tells me a great deal about where this program actually is. At some point, they probably are going to have to step forward, and what they've been hoping all along is that this thing would fizzle, but it's far from fizzling. I mean, it's gaining momentum, and it's continued to gain momentum. This week, we had a 1-hour program on this technology that was aired on BBC television in Great Britain. We've had a lot of media contacts in the last month or so that have been encouraging. We're not sitting there with $1 trillion defense budget. We're sitting there with a budget derived from the work that we do independently. We're not funded by grants or special programs, and yet we've been able to put together very compelling arguments, as you know from reading our material.
All right, let's get to that. Look, part of the way you're funded is by selling your book on this subject called "Angels Don't Play This Harp." You haven't plugged it. I've plugged plenty of stuff. You plug your book. How do they get your book, Doctor?
Okay, there's two ways. You can get it by mail. The book is with freight, with air freight. It's an extra $3. With standard surface freight, it's $1.50. The book itself is $14.95. And you can get it by calling 907-249-9111 or by mail to Dr. Nick Begitch, and that's spelled Begich, and that's at P.O. Box 201393, Anchorage, Alaska 99520.
Give the number, if you would, one more time slowly. People, race for pencils and stuff. And
sure. The ordering number, and that number also has the mailing address on it when you call in, and that's a 24-hour number. It's area code 907-249-9111.
Okay, I remember the last time we were on. Somehow, there were so many thousands of people calling that number, as there are going to be right now, that people got, even though we gave the number correctly, they got the number transposed in some horrid little way that put phone calls massively into the 911 emergency system up there in Anchorage.
Well, actually, it was in Ketchikan, Alaska.
Ketchikan, Alaska. Oh.
The state trooper's phone number, and that was inadvertent. So maybe we ought to give that number one more time.
Oh,
Sure,
let me give it, because I want people to be damn sure they've got it right. Area code 907-249-9111. Now, I don't know that we can get it out any clearer than that.
That's it.
Please, everybody, be very, very careful how you call. What I would like to do now is enter the phase. I've almost kept you going here 3 hours without even opening the lines. Every one of them's ringing and has been since we began the program. So, would you mind taking some questions?
Let's do it. Let's go as long as you want. I'm up for it as long as you are.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch.
Yes, I'm 200 miles east of the center of the Rockies there, Art.
Yes, sir.
Pocatello.
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to, I think I bought his book and went through that with some of my other reading in this subject, and I think we're missing something significant here.
All right.
And that is, if you plot a true line course, okay, between Haarp, the Haarp site, and the possible high-powered transmitters which would reflect, it goes right into the western United States. You take the steering capabilities of it, and it covers the continental U.S. And when he talked about behavior modification, this is beyond experimentation. And I'm sure he could quote many references on this. I mean, they've done everything from, he mentioned mood swings, raising stress levels, affecting chemical hormone balance in the brain, affecting drowsiness.
Gee, we don't have any of that going on, huh?
Well, he mentioned the 1994 earthquake up there in Alaska. What he didn't mention is there was some experimentation just prior to that by the Department of Energy with deep nuclear blasts in Alaska, and that might have triggered that.
Are you aware of that, Doctor?
The 1964 earthquake.
64,
I was
yes.
unaware of the deep nuclear blast. I'd not really seen that correlation.
What about what he said with regard to the West Coast and then the entire continental United States?
Well, I know that they picked the signal up. The only question I have is whether or not they can deliver the necessary power densities, and that is still unclear for this particular transmitter at this particular time. But again, as I mentioned earlier, those amplification effects that have been noted and well noted by Haarp scientists while they were working on other projects is certainly there. So, I won't discount the possibility, and I did not mean to do that. I only said that, look, we don't have that independent monitoring to make those absolute precise correlations between weather effects and this particular transmitter. But again, I'm not going to say that it isn't possible, and I'm not going to say that is the cause.
Right.
But what we do know is that these transmitters have these capabilities. For the behavioral modification effects, that is a much, much lower power requirement than for weather modification. So that becomes much more possible in terms of this technology.
All right. When I talked to the program manager, he said to me, there are other ionospheric heaters in the world, as we discussed earlier in the program, and a lot of people would have missed it. But the difference between those other ionospheric heaters and Haarp is very, very significant. Their energy is wide beamed up, while Haarp's is wide beamed from the bottom, designed to become narrow at the top, or the point that it hits, the point they wish to strike in the ionosphere. And the good parallel, the one we used earlier, was walk out in the sun, sunny day, no problem, you get a little sun, you get a little tan, take a magnifying glass and get that little dot right down there on your hand, leave it there, it'll burn a hole right through your hand, give it enough time. And that is the difference between this project, as I understand it, and other so-called ionospheric heaters, right?
Right, and they try and have it both ways. When they're defending the funding of the project, they talk about it as being the most unique, most powerful ionospheric heater in the world, with its unique steering, focusing, and rapid scanning capability. Yeah. And then when they're defending themselves against people like me, they're saying, oh, no, this is just the same as everything else. Well, they know full well it's not. And what they're looking at is the rating on the ground. And as we said earlier in the first hour, that rating on the ground is really irrelevant. What's relevant, more relevant rather,
is that little dot.
is what you get when you get to the top of that column of energy as it focuses in and delivers that very high density energy that then creates what the military calls a runaway effect that then is supposed to stable at some undefined in their documents or anywhere in the literature, some undefined level is how they state it.
All right, I'm glad we've been able to do this, Doctor. Stand by. We're going to devote the next hour to telephone calls. I will give it one more time. To get copies of this program or the newsletter coming up devoted to Haarp, the number is 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278 to the phones when we get back. Great big sale, well, not sale, offer going on my book, The Art of Talk. It's a book I wrote about talk radio, about myself. It is available now in two forms. A beautiful hardcover edition and the brand new audio book. The audio book is 4.5 hours long. If you order either my regular book or my audio book, you will receive, along with it, free of charge, a 5x7 color glossy photograph, the one that ran in the LA Times, signed by me, personally signed by me. Now, that's a pretty doggone good deal, I think, and I actually like the photograph, and I hate photographs of me, but I like this one. It's kind of me. You'll see. The number to order the book, audio, or regular, along with the picture, and you'll get it when you order either one of them, is 1-800-864-7991. 1-800-864-7991. It is a special edition, first come, first served basis only. When these supplies are gone, they're gone, and the deal expires. So you be sure and ask the operator, please, when you call, if you are going to get the special edition with the photograph. 1-800-864-7991. Now, back to Dr. Begitch, and I promised to concentrate on calls, and that is what we are going to do. Dr. Begitch?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right. Well, you're really with them, because we're going to go to the phones this time. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Wichita, Kansas.
All right.
My name's Dennis.
Yes, Dennis.
Yeah, I kind of got not exactly a three-part question, but there's three parts involved. First of all, you cut off here in Wichita, so I can't hear nothing. But anyway, yeah, back with the mood-altering deal going on. I wonder if the same physics are involved with Russia was allegedly beaming positive ions to the general population in the U.S. for just cause just general bad attitude.
Well, I don't know about. All right, hold it right there. Hold it right there. Positive ions. I was aware of Russia's over-the-horizon radar. Ham radio operators called it the woodpecker, a damnable thing that would mess up communications across a lot of the spectrum. I remember that, Doctor. Positive ions?
Yeah, I've not heard that before. I have heard the woodpecker, and we referenced it in the book. And it was attributed with having had not only disturbing effects on ham radio operators, but there were reports of it also affecting behavior or the health of people, certainly. And I believe it was Eugene, Oregon, was the actual area that was experiencing that. But these transmitters that the former Soviet Union had that are still there are the ones that are referenced by John Heckscher as being similar to the Haarp program, which is, another irony in all of this, because they were attributed with having had effects on weather, on power systems in Canada, on behavior. All of it was, I won't say unsubstantiated, but not as substantiated as I like to see things as far as, consistently documented. But nonetheless, they were attributed with those effects. Shortly after those transmissions were starting to raise a lot of attention is when the United States entered the weather modification treaties in 1976, where we agreed with, I believe it was a little over 60 other countries, to not use weather modifications weapons as weapons of war. So you have those correlations. We also know of the microwave beaming of the U.S. Embassy that raised quite a stir. We referenced that in the book.
All right. This was a three-parter, so we better dig back into it. Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate the time. My second part is, who are these brilliant minds that come up with such a complicated device, if you will, to do such an unwise thing? And my third is, oh God, during his lapse, I kind of forgot.
All right, well, look,
Let's answer this part.
that's a good one, yeah, that's a good one.
You know, in terms of the scientists, you know, first of all, let's be fair about it in that sense, is that many of these people are very, very specialized in their work. And the way the government develops weapon systems, they do compartmentalize it in the sense that certain parts of the project are housed in various locations, same way the Manhattan Project was built and any other major weapons initiative is built. So what you have on the Haarp scientist team or scientific team are predominantly atmospheric physicists, radio engineers, and engineering types building this gadget, this big device. But on the other end of the country are where they're working with the effects, biological effects of radio frequency weapons. And here in Alaska, you know, during the planning stage, they were talking about, no, they don't have any biological effects. Well, at the same time, on the other end of the country, they're getting funding based on the biological effects of pulse radio frequency. So the scientific teams are compartmentalized, and they operate under a need-to-know principle where they get the information they need for their specific part, and that's what they're focused on. You know, what we also did, one of the things we did is we sent our press releases, our initial press releases on our information to all the scientists that had addresses listed in any of the literature provided by Haarp, which involved almost 100 scientists, on the hope that if they looked at the work and looked at the whole implication of the project, maybe a few of them would come forward or step forward, or maybe even just step out of the project.
Sure.
So, you know, we can't look at them as all a bunch of villains, because I don't think that's the case. I think at a certain level, probably more on the order of the Pentagon, and at those levels, there might be, certainly is a lot more coordination of these various bits and pieces. But at this...
All right, Doctor, listen, here's what brings this on, and I want you to react to this. The reason you're on tonight, the reason we're doing this program, is because of the conversation I had with the Haarp program manager, John Heckscher. Now, at one point in our conversation, he was in Boston, we were talking, spent a good half hour on the phone. I said, Mr. Heckscher, are you sure, are you certain that your agenda, which I could believe, you believe is your agenda, since the military is involved, might not be different than their agenda, their meaning the military? He said, oh, no, there's no possibility of that. I take it you wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Well, you know, that's a big difference in what he was saying to Canadian Broadcasting the other day when he was on the air with them.
Oh, really? What did he say?
And what he was saying then was he didn't know, and he really wasn't sure, and that maybe there could be a different program at a higher level.
Oh, really?
And so that's a big change from just a couple of weeks ago when he was on the air across the country in prime time slots.
Oh, that's remarkable. That's a remarkable change in a short while. All right, thank you. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch in Alaska. Hello.
Oh, hi, Dr. Begitch. This is an interesting show, Art. Calling from California.
Yes.
And in view of national security, I can see where this is really quite something, and of course very valuable. But what the other side of the entity that's very frightening is the effect that it may have on human behavior. And will you be able to give some information regarding where we can write as Americans to make a voice about this?
A good question. Really good question.
Actually, there's a couple things that I would suggest is certainly contact your congressional delegations in your own areas and ask that this be open and open Senate hearings, that the people that are responsible and the people that are objecting have an opportunity to air our concerns. That would be one way. Another thing that we've asked people to do as we've been on radio across the country is to contact our state of Alaska's governor, Tony Knowles in Juneau, Alaska, and let him know that you really would like to see the state independently monitored. Now, the standard response has been, we do know he's reading our book, because one was handed to him and he did write it and tell us he's looking through it, going through it. But the standard answer is, well, it's a federal project, we really don't have any control over it. Well, it's being front-ended through a university funded by the state, and the other part of it is it's affecting state residents here. Certainly that is a state issue. We have environmental concerns that have been raised. Those are legitimate issues raised by states and residents within states that our state government can indeed take an action on. A number of our legislators are now looking at it. So as people call, it's kind of the old saying, you know, when the public starts screaming for answers, the politicians start scrambling to figure out what those answers are. And that is exactly what has just started to happen here in the last couple of months.
Doctor, if there were congressional or Senate hearings held on this, would you want to testify?
Absolutely, and I would want to bring my team into those hearings to be able to present our side and to openly debate anyone the military wants to present in those hearings, because I believe we can make a case to support what we've presented in our documents and in our book, and we can make a case for the kinds of things that we're asserting these technologies can do, and we can make a case for the fact that those particular technologies and uses represent extreme environmental dangers as well as dangers to the population.
Gene, now why do I suspect those might not be open hearings? East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, where are you, sir?
Caneyville, Kentucky.
All right, extinguish your radio for us if you would, please.
Yeah.
Turn that off.
Okay.
All right, good. Go right ahead.
All right. First thing, Dr.
Begitch.
Begitch, could you tell us what Haarp stands for again? I didn't get all that. It was a high frequency. It's a mouthful. It's a high frequency active auroral research project. It's the acronym the military has chosen as Haarp for that lengthy title. Yeah. Okay. And the last time you was on our show, I believe I heard that there's another one of these transmitters in Puerto Rico. Yes, it's configured differently. As we understand it, it may be under some condition of retrofitting to more closely parallel the capability of Haarp, but it's been there for a good number of years. It's at Arecibo, Puerto Rico. It is referenced in the Haarp documents as a similar transmitter, although in the documents they also reference it as less capable, although we do know it's going through some retrofitting, and we have heard that it is being retrofitted to have this focusing capacity as well. Uh-huh. Okay, and I'll try to limit it to just a couple questions here. Do you think, in your opinion, that Haarp was used in Kuwait?
Oh, that is a very interesting question. And I'm going to add to it, not just Haarp. Do you think that other weapons, non-lethal weapons that would be in the category of Haarp, were used or abused in that war?
You know, this is a very important point. And in terms of the Haarp transmitter itself, I don't think so. But the principles on the basis of which Haarp is constructed,
yes.
In other words, smaller, more tactical size weapon systems that use exactly the same principles as Haarp could utilize in terms of its capability, yes. And why I think that is when you think back on that whole Gulf War situation of people coming out, the enemy, the fourth largest army in the world, essentially coming out in total states of confusion, totally disoriented, which is exactly the kind of effect you would see from radio frequency weapons. And more than that, you know, the excuse was, well, we hammered them so heavily with bombs and various types of ordnance. But, you know, when you think back to Berlin and London, you know, those cities took a beating in World War II that, you know, people who lived through it, I'm sure, would remember it as a pretty strong hammering. And yet, they didn't walk out totally disoriented. They walked out fighting. I mean, that was not, you know, an excuse to quit. So,
Doctor, I'm recalling that during that war, we literally, with earth movers, buried alive a lot of the enemy soldiers. It's a fact known, but not widely known.
Right.
Many of them were dispatched in that manner. And you could dispatch somebody in a confused state more easily, certainly in that manner.
Yeah, and you know, when you talk about this kind of technology, let me explain a principle on a biological effect for cyclotron resonance, which is what Haarp produces.
Doctor, just before you do, one other point before I forget it. And that is that 60 Minutes made the point that these sorts of weapons are very interesting, but unfortunately, They've not yet perhaps figured out how to stop the effect from being applied to those using the weapons.
Okay, let's talk about the biological effect, and maybe this explains why some of our own servicemen have come back with these unexplainable disorders.
That's where I was headed.
Okay, because here's what happens, is when you, if you have, and every human being has within their body, certain elements that in each of those elements resonate to a very specific frequency. And when you have, say in your body, which we all do, a certain amount of iodine, which in large doses is deadly, or certainly disabling, creates a number of negative effects, or any number of other elements, but in small amounts is not considered toxic. So you do the normal tests for these kinds of elements, and you would find that, oh, it's no problem, they're below the toxicity level, they're okay. But if you resonate a frequency at the right frequency that may more or less harmonizes with those elements, you create an amplified effect, which would be just like you took a massive dosage of the chemical or the element, causing a series of chemical reactions just like you had a massive dosage, and yet when they test you, everything looks normal, or everything's within normal limits, and yet you're having these symptoms that are now unexplained.
OMG, could that be why we're at the bottom of the hour here? We've got this massive controversy about this illness called the Gulf War Syndrome that nobody can quite put their finger on, that science can't define, and yet clearly, in thousands of GIs returning, exists. We'll be back. All right, we're going to concentrate on the phone lines. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. If you have never called the program, first-time callers at area code 702-727-1222. My guest is Dr. Nick Begitch. He's up in Alaska, and he's back. And here we go, Doctor. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch.
Hi, Art. Hi, Dr. Begitch. Can I ask you, is the Haarp project, is it able to trigger the New Madrid fault for a quake? And can you comment on the Oregon flood? And thank you.
All right.
I missed the last part of that.
Well, I didn't. Would you comment on the Oregon floods? Of course, I really, in a way, had you do that earlier by asking you if any of this completely bizarre weather might be a product of Haarp or a project like Haarp here or Russia or anywhere else.
Yeah, it's really kind of, again, as I said earlier, could it, would it, it's really difficult to quantify all of that. I mean, I think it's within the capability of Haarp, certainly, to modify weather. Whether or not it can affect everything that we've talked about, we just don't have all the answers because we don't have independent monitoring to make clear correlations, and we don't have open science here in the sense the military fully discloses.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. Just speculatively, would weather modification be, do you think, a prime, a goal of the project at some point, or would it be a byproduct of a goal?
They would never acknowledge it as a goal because they would immediately be in violation of international treaties. Because weather modification as a weapon of war, and with the Air Force and Navy being involved, they couldn't deny it. Is prohibited by international agreement from 1976.
This is the end of side one. Please leave the cassette.
An article from Defense News referencing a project called SpaceCast 2020, wherein weather modification was discussed, and the idea of perhaps revisiting the whole question of whether or not this ought to be a prohibited area was explored and announced in that Defense News article. We cited in the book itself. The point is they're not going to ever admit that, because to admit it means that they've got to then really come under the scrutiny of 60 plus other nations that were signatories to that same agreement. As a byproduct, I think that's legitimate, and also in one of the documents on Haarp that raises this question by an individual to the Spectrum Planning Committee, which is a branch of the Department of Commerce that was dealing with this issue, this very same question. What they said is kind of interesting is, as long as the power levels are such that weather modification or weather changes don't affect another sovereign country, It's apparently permissible under the act or under the agreement, which is an interesting correlation because that's the same thing that exists in our chemical weapons bans. What we cannot use in a conflict with another country, a declared enemy, we can in fact continue to develop and use chemical and biological weapons domestically.
And have done it.
Yeah, and that is right in these international agreements. And we cite the paragraphs and sections of that particular international agreement, again, in the book to draw people's attention to the fact that, here we have technologies that we can't even use against someone we declare as an enemy, and yet we can continue to use or can use against our own people. In fact, in the whole non-lethal weapons area, which includes chemicals as well as all of these other things we've been discussing, there's been 3 meetings that we cite in the book, conferences between Department of Defense and Department of Justice from 1980, early 80s and then 87, and then one in the 90s. The one in the 90s, the last one, was actually sponsored by Los Alamos Laboratories, and the whole conference was classified except for the agenda. On the agenda were radio frequency weapons, among other things. And what they were essentially doing is talking about the transfer of technology from Department of Defense to Department of Justice. And then as late as 1994, there was a draft policy that was later solidified in a memorandum of agreement between Department of Defense and Department of Justice, doing exactly that, transferring these technologies and developing a method for dual use of a number of these technologies between those 2 departments to specifically utilize them domestically. So,
Doctor, if I could, let me return to an earlier point with regard to the Gulf War. There have been Gulf War hearings, Gulf War syndrome hearings in Washington, a number of them, and all kinds of people have testified to all kinds of things, usually chemical or biological or even nuclear. Whether there was this or that exposure. Has there been any testimony in the hearings that enters in or questions the kind of areas that we're talking about right now?
Not that I'm aware of. And this, I think the biological issues are like half the story, because one of the other ways that you could utilize a radio frequency weapon, as an example, would be to deliberately put into an environment, either by delivery through the ordnance that you're dropping, or perhaps even the heavy metals or trace elements that the ordnance itself has in it. And any of that would be taken into the system, the biological system, the human beings in the battlefield, and then to bombard the battlefield with radio frequency weapons to enhance the effects of those elements would be another way to deliver it. Or if you looked at a chemical agent delivered in such minute amounts that it was very, very difficult to detect, like what we heard about in the Gulf War, where it was detected just in these real strange sporadic areas. But if you can get just some of that into each of those people and then hit them with the right resonating frequency, then you might create an amplification effect that indeed would manifest itself as a serious illness or disorder or disease that would be unexplainable, which is exactly the kind of circumstances we have. So whether or not they were purely just biological or chemical agents, or whether or not they were enhanced in their effect by radio frequency, I think is most likely the case, because it's just the whole nature of how all of that is unfolding. And I think time will tell, whether we're right in that assertion or not. But it would be interesting to see the military brought to task as to what kind of new weapons technologies were tried, because they did announce going into Somalia, Bosnia, and I believe in Desert Storm as well, that they were going to take in a number of non-lethal weapons. And I know in the case of Somalia and Bosnia, they haven't fully disclosed what all those might be. And whenever the military is pinned down on radio frequency and microwave weapons, the general response is, sorry, can't talk about it, it's classified, except on this last Sunday 60-minute segment where those very weapon systems came up.
Yes, they
did. And there were 2 people talking, and the one person in the military says to the other one, you're going to get in trouble for saying that. You're going to get in trouble for saying that.
Yep.
Because they spilled their guts and started to tell more than they should have.
And then there was also then the story, Doctor, of General Schwarzkopf. That's somebody I really admire. Straightforward American. He said one of the most godforsaken decisions he had to make during the war was whether or not to bomb the biological chemical facilities of Saddam Hussein. He said that the scientists who came to him said, use high heat, high light intensive bombs and you will destroy these agents, or we think you will. So he said, he had to make that decision without a full assurance that there would be total destruction of these horrible things.
Yeah.
And I have to wonder, frankly, whether there was total destruction.
Yeah, because in this case, as we're speaking, as even if some of this were to escape into the environment, be picked up and absorbed by people, and then hit with this new class of weapons resonating at the right frequencies, we've got big problems. And whether it's accidental, deliberate, the whole war is ugly, war is horrible. We all agree on that. But maybe these weapons go to the same classification as what we found in the trenches in World War I, that biological, or in that case chemical agents, were inhumane. And maybe that's really what we're talking about here, is the inhumanity of a weapon system that can create these kind of effects, and the need for them becomes somewhat questionable, particularly when you consider these technological transfers to the Department of Justice, when you consider the whole concept of the military in this case, looking at the introduction of new technologies that they know full well run counter to American values, and they actually spell it out in their own documents, and yet they're looking for ways to bring them.
All right, Doctor, back to the phones. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hello.
Hi, I'm Mark in Madison.
Madison, Wisconsin. Yes.
WTDY.
You bet.
Let's just get to the bottom line. What you guys are talking about is that if this is really true, it's all hypothetical right now, but if it's really true that they're actually using this technology, it would be beyond any layperson's comprehension that they would even want to use these things.
I'm sorry, it is not hypothetical, is it, Doctor?
No, in fact, our book is extremely well footnoted. We have 350 footnotes covering each of the major points. Our own opinions are clearly stated as our opinions, and the facts are clearly stated as such. We extensively quote government documents. This book was not put together in the way many books on revealing, startling subjects are. We were very, very careful to follow, some strict standard of at least journalistic presentation, so that people could look at it, read it, and understand it, because we do explain it very well so lay people can understand our work, and then be able to footnote it in a way so you can go right back to those source documents yourself, see them in their full context, and know quite clearly that what we've said is exactly the state of the technology today. It's not hypothetical. It's not written in a way that can't be understood. We felt an obligation to take the time out of our lives for the last year, now almost 2 years, to make sure we could explain this, because it is a very, very important state of the technology, and a state of the technology that deserves public debate. It's not that we don't think we need a strong defense. Quite to the contrary, we do, but we need a strong defense that also is reflective of American values. I mean, what are we defending? We're defending those very values that in many ways these weapon systems violate, and that just does not sit well with me as an American, and it does not sit well with most of the people that read our material and hear our story.
A lot of people think what you're talking about is pure science fiction. They think it's some future projection of something that might be done. Well, it's not. It's being done now. Being done right up there in Alaska.
That's right.
All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hello. No, I think we just missed that person. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Morning, Art.
Good morning. Where are you, sir?
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right.
I wanted to ask you a question. I think on your last show you had a scenario of using this microwave energy that if they were to use it, you'd be walking around and you hear a clicking in your head, and being that we're 98% water, what would happen to us?
What we were probably talking about, I mean, I know we got a question, I don't remember which show it was on, whether it was Arts or a different one, about the Taos hum, which is perceived as that way, and certain radio frequencies, certain people perceive them as a buzz or a low, like diesel rumbling sound.
Doctor, let me interrupt. I can tell you what he's talking about. He's confusing guests. I had a guest on who wrote a book called Sunstroke, which was actually science fiction, although there is such a project ongoing to beam back to Earth via satellite by microwave, energy gathered in space. Park a satellite in geosynchronous orbit, gather in the power, put it into klystrons, and transmit it back to Earth. It is a technology that could be achieved now. Were this satellite to drift a little bit out of its window, as satellites can be known to do, this microwave beam would begin scorching across the Earth, and that's where the clicking sound came from, that would be the first warning that you were being literally cooked by microwaves, and that's what the caller was referring to. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You're on the air. Where are you?
St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, go ahead.
I was wondering, you mentioned Nikola Tesla's idea of free energy transmission
Yes.
over an open air medium. My
Yes.
question is, this technology seems more useful as an electromagnetic propulsion system. If these large amounts of energy can be built up by a domino effect of magnetic resonance buildup, I was wondering if this could be a possible application of this technology.
All right.
It's beyond the scope of my expertise to answer the question. I'm sorry. And, Tesla was attributed with a lot of interesting ideas and technologies, but I really can't. I don't feel qualified to answer that particular question.
No, I'm glad that you're really not actually ranging out of your field, and I appreciate that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hello.
Arch.
Yes.
It's Magic Christian from Ventura, California.
Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Begitch.
Good evening.
Good to speak to you. I don't know if what your belief system is, and this might sound like an off-the-wall question concerning a belief system, but as my moniker states, I'm a Christian, Bible believing. Are you familiar with Hal Lindsey?
Yes.
Well, he writes on scientific matters as well as biblical prophecy and the applications thereof. He wrote in one of his books a follow-up to Allegre Planet Earth called Satan is Alive and Well on Planet Earth.
Yeah, I read the book.
Are you familiar with him saying the prince of the power of the air, reference that Paul makes in the New Testament could very well be electricity or electromagnetism?
I've heard it referenced, it was a while since I read that book, but I've heard it referenced in discussion of this subject before by folks with similar belief systems as yours.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's right. We're a little far afield here scientifically. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hello.
Yes, the name of the book.
The name of the book is Angels Don't Play This Harp. Haarp. Where are you calling from, please?
KTRH, Texas.
Houston. All right. Any questions?
Yes, I was a welder at one time, and I believe I heard Mr. Begitch mention that he wasn't an expert on RF frequency, but I was just curious if he could maybe highlight anything about TIG-type welding in the radio frequency a bit.
All right. I'd be interested in that myself. Welding, welders use an incredibly high amperage, which must generate an electromagnetic field as they do their welding. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yeah, obviously, wherever you have electric current, you have magnetic field. That would correspond to it. How it might affect you, I don't know that much about welding. I can't answer the question, but certainly, wherever you're working in an environment where you have magnetic fields, if they're in the right resonating frequencies, they can affect physiology. Now, whether or not that particular source would create a biological effect, I would need to know quite a bit more about it. But this is this whole area of energy is energy science as it applies to these weapon systems. Sort of the other side of the coin deals with there are some positive effects that can be created by these same basic the same basic knowledge. In fact, electromedicine, I think many people are going to hear more and more about as we get into this next decade.
Doctor, you've talked about directed energy. We have concerns on Gold Planet Earth here now about undirected energy. My God, there's a controversy now about power lines that go over people's homes. There was a study of poor ham radio operators like me that showed that people who were exposed to RF energy in the medium wave frequencies had cancer rates that were astoundingly higher than that of the general population. And this is generally strong but undirected RF energy.
Yeah, and there's more and more evidence. In fact, I believe the evidence is conclusive at this point that the right kind of exposures over a prolonged period of time, in some instances shorter periods of time than others, do in fact create biological risk. But likewise, my friends who research and actually apply electromedicine technologies to healing systems in Europe using a combination of low intensity laser and electricity through the acupuncture system have found profound positive health effects when it's well understood what they're in fact doing. And they've treated One particular individual, Rahel McHale, who I referenced in the book, treated over 12,000 patients, many of whom the mainstream medical profession wrote off as terminal. 600 of those terminal patients formed foundations to support his work over the years because they're still alive and kicking when they shouldn't have been.
All right, boy, does that ever bring up a question? And we'll get to it right after the news. Relax, have another cup of coffee, and I guess we'll take you the whole way. I'm going to ask the doctor about something Wayne Green said when he was on the program, when we come back.
Taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Here again, I am. This will be a 5-hour program, obviously. Dr. Nick Begitch is my guest. Very patient, well-informed man. If you would like a copy of this program, or to order our newsletter, which is going to have nearly an entire issue devoted to the Haarp Project, along with photographs and a whole ball of wax, the number is 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. Now back to Dr. Begitch. Doctor, are you still with us?
You betcha.
All right, I want to briefly ask you, and then we'll go back to the phones. I have Wayne Green, who's a never-say-die kind of guy, ham radio operator, runs 73 magazine. You may or may not have ever heard of him.
Actually, I think I met him at a conference recently.
It wouldn't surprise me.
He lives in New England, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yes, in fact, I know I met him.
He has a device that he says passes current, and he recommends it be done through the ankles or at the ankles. Maybe you're familiar with this. In alternating polarities through the ankle and through the major arteries that pass through the ankle and through the blood, which he claims can neutralize viruses, perhaps even the AIDS virus. And that would be one application of the kind of thing that you were talking about earlier when you were talking about the positive effects, I would think. Could such a thing, Doctor, be possible?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it could. In fact, I do know where he and I met. It was at a Global Sciences conference in Tampa, Florida, just about a month ago. And in fact, this is exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about electromedicine. The system that my friend in Finland is utilizing, incidentally, he was challenged by his equivalent at the FDA and sustained the challenge, so it's able to be practiced in Finland, is a system that uses a helium neon laser, which is a low intensity laser in the sense that it doesn't burn you, but it does break the skin resistance. And it also has around the tip of the laser an electrode that also sends an electric current that resonates harmonically with the laser. Now, what happens with this device that's unique is when you take the device and you move it across an acupuncture point, there's a distinct skin resistance differential. So at first it acts as a receiver, and you move it across, and the electrode acts as a receiver. And when you hit the acupuncture point, you get an audible sound. Beep, 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 tells you you're right on the target. Then you flip a switch, reverse it, and then you're sending the laser pulse and the electric current into that acupuncture point, which then has a profound effect. I mean, a much stronger effect than needling, because you're actually pushing energy into the acupuncture grid and affecting and creating, in fact, chemical reactions and changes in rebalancing the body that actually lead to healing. Now, he's used it in cardiovascular disease, treating diabetes, MS, a number of disorders. 12,000 patients he has treated with this system with very, very good success. In fact, as I said before the break, 600 of his former patients formed foundation to support him in his work. He lectures all over the world. He's trained technicians. This is leading edge science. This is a whole new concept in science that we're going to hear more and more about as time goes on. It's the subject of some of my own research in terms of reporting on this science, talking about what new people on the scene are developing and bringing about in Europe and Asia is one of our main focuses for the next year or two once the Haarp issue is put behind us.
Maybe you could call it acupuncture plus.
Yeah, I mean, it's a most intriguing system because needling, first of all, the people in the States we kind of steer away from the needles.
I know I do.
And at the same time, you don't have the risk of infectious disease transmission. Moreover, needling requires a high degree of precision. If you're off a few millimeters, you're not going to get any effect at all. Whereas with a electrolaser, if you're off with the laser, the magnetic field surrounding the electrode will still pick up and pulse in the energy. But with this precision acupuncture point locating system, basically by measuring skin resistance, you never miss. I mean, it's an incredible technology. And I had it demonstrated in Europe when I was there in November of '94, just before we began this project. Profound system.
All right, Doctor, let's get back to the phones. They're all ringing east of the Rockies. You're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hi.
Yeah, how you doing, Art? How you doing, Dr. Begitch?
Great, thanks.
I've been trying to get to you all night when y'all started taking calls.
Where are you, sir?
We're not getting the transmission right now in New Orleans.
New Orleans, all right.
Yeah. But what I wanted to ask was, the ionosphere has ions, rapidly moving, and it does mutate human life on Earth from these cosmic rays, and naturally without the Haarp project. And I was wondering if the Haarp project, tried to deter the cosmic rays coming down to the Earth.
Or would it enhance them if it shoots a hole in the ionosphere, in effect?
It's going to open us up to even greater levels of exposure. And these are the levels of exposure that can be very, very damaging. In fact, if you think about it as a whole, that's one concept. One of the other ways it's been described to us, they keep the ionospheric instrument operating for a number of hours. Nothing stays stationary. I mean, the planet's moving, so what you're really doing is punching a hole and then ripping a tear in the ionosphere and allowing these cosmic radiations to enter the system. So, if there's times when certain amounts, and there's always a certain amount that's going to pass through, but what we're trying to block out is the severe levels that otherwise would be entering our system, totally altering the genetic blueprint on the planet. And this is, these are the kinds of risks that we're very concerned about.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hi.
Hi. Yes, I'm finally got through. Yeah, I'm first glad you're mentioning Nikola Tesla because he should be given more credit, and most of the time people don't even know how to pronounce his name.
Well, the doctor says this technology actually was based in its beginnings with Tesla. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Southern California.
All right.
That's close to L.A.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I ask you a question. Now, how about infrasonic effects? Would this, all this electromagnetic pulsing and so forth, cause sonic effects? I know there's some thought that they're damaging. And also, I used to study biomagnetic effects, and I think that's what he was talking about with the laser and so forth. And, of course, they were just saying that radon gas can be attracted by power lines, so I would assume that there's radon gas around these antennas, you're really going to get an effect.
Does any of that make sense to you, Doctor?
In terms of sound waves or sonic effects, we're not talking about the same thing here. We're talking about a radio frequency effect. In terms of crediting Tesla, he actually occupies a place in our subtitle. The subtitle is Advances in Tesla Technology. In terms of biomedical effects, yes, we're talking about all of that in terms of sort of the positive applications of the base science that feeds this kind of weapon system. Really the flip side is the military has spent, billions of dollars developing the radio frequency weapons in various places across the country to damage health. Well, that same basic research, if it were released and open to the public, would advance electromedicine probably many decades, which otherwise is happening slowly by independent researchers, which is very, very unfortunate. In terms of radon gas, I really can't answer that part of the question.
All right. First time caller line, your turn with Dr. Nick Begitch. Where are you calling from, please?
Is this Larry in Pomona?
Yes, sir.
California?
KABC?
Yeah. Just after hearing your last show you did with Nick, there was, I heard out of San Diego, there was a professor that got killed that was a professor of tectonics.
That's right, in San Diego, murdered. I'm aware of that, yes.
Oh, okay. Was he...
I'm not sure that it relates to anything. I'm sure you've heard about that, Doctor.
Yeah, we got quite a bit of information about that after it happened because people were asking the same question. He was from the University of Alaska, Fairbanks, from the Geophysical Institute. He was a leading scientist. In all of the materials we reviewed, we did not see a correlation. However, we never did find out what specifically he intended to present in papers in California, which would have been interesting to see.
And was there a motive established or anybody caught for the murder? I have no update on it.
No, not as far as we know. In all the press reports that we have, and we have some researchers that have kind of kept us abreast of that, one in Fairbanks and one in another location in Alaska, that keep kind of checking the reports on it and they're checked periodically through the university. And it appears to be a random act of violence once again, but who knows? I mean, anything beyond that would really be highly speculative. We just don't see it. He was a brilliant man. We're sorry to see his passing. He was one of the fathers of the whole idea of plate tectonics, which has changed the way we view our world, and he'll be missed, I'm sure.
It may be about to change our world. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello, where are you, sir?
I'm in Fort Wayne, Indiana, listening to WGL.
Excellent.
My name is Elijah.
Okay.
And Art, can I ask you a favor first?
Sure.
Your show is going off the air right now. They put like an infomercial on.
Well, it's getting late, yeah.
So for the answer to my question, could you hold me on the line so I could hear?
Yes. Go ahead. Ask it.
Nick?
Yes.
I'm not very familiar with it, but I have heard of studies regarding birds thought to have an extended perception of the electromagnetic spectrum when compared to our own, and speculating that they use the Earth's magnetic field to allow the navigation of their seasonal migrations.
Right.
I had noticed this fall that flocks of birds were remaining here well into the fall, near even to the winter, and I even thought I saw a group of geese moving in a northerly direction, or at least one other than south, but assumed myself to be mistaken. So when I heard this program, it caused me to wonder if Haarp and other similar projects globally could contribute to the disruption of ecosystems comprised of many various animals thought to use the electromagnetic spectrum in forms we do not fully understand or survive.
I'm glad you raised the point because it is raised in our book, and there's some debate, as you said, about whether animals migrate based on orientation along magnetic lines or whether they migrate based upon gravity and light and other different kinds of orientations. There's strong evidence that the case of orienting along magnetic lines is in fact the case. We raised this in our book. We raised, in fact, even on the back cover where we talk about the fact that this kind of interference with naturally occurring magnetic lines of force and just the electromagnetics of the planet could in fact cause animal species migration patterns to be greatly disrupted, which for rural Alaskans is a very significant thing. For fishing fleets in the North Pacific would be significant in terms of salmon harvest, both which are already in big controversy. I mean, there was a major controversy with British Columbia and the United States over salmon stocks because this last year's harvests were great in Alaska and horrible in BC. And so, we don't know the answer, although they did detect in salmon brains magnetite, which is a magnetic mineral that as many believe is part of a switching system for salmon migration. So, in fact, University of Alaska is actually studying this very thing with salmon to determine whether or not they might orient through geomagnetics. And if that's the case, this kind of system could greatly disrupt those patterns, which then affect not only those specific species in mankind, but also the entire, potentially the entire food chain that might be associated with those species.
All right, that's your answer, caller.
Thank you.
Thank you for the call and the question. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hello.
Yeah, hello from Nevada.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make a comment, sort of a question.
Right.
If we've got this technology, isn't it unrealistic to think that the other world powers would not have it? And assuming that we got into a world war, would the electromagnetic fields be able to be reflected or somehow taken out of commission?
In other words, is there a defense against this kind of weapon? That's a really good question.
Okay, let's take the first part in terms of the other world powers. There's an article that appeared that we got after publication of our book that was published in the summer of 1993, and it referenced a front-page article on April 2nd in a circular in the Soviet Union, or in actually Russia, and I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I'm going to just massacre this word. It's I'll spell it. IZVESTIA. Yep, and that's an official, was formerly an official Soviet government newspaper. On April 2nd of 93, they made an overture to the United States to join with them in their scientific research on SDI, on strategic defense initiatives, Star Wars weapons. And when I read this article, it was stunning because it actually is a ground-based Star Wars weapon system that talks about utilization of antenna arrays to generate 1 billion watts for the purpose of knocking out missiles by first being able to track them with the same system and then knock them out by creating a plasma in front of them that causes them to hit these enormous drag forces, causing them to break up and basically crash. It also mentions biological effects and all of the effects that we've associated with Haarp in this article, referencing this Soviet, former Soviet news publication. So, yeah, I think it's fair to say that these weapons exist on some level, certainly in the Soviet Union based on that and based on the earlier woodpecker technology.
All right, having said that then, go to the second part of the question that I asked. Would there be, assuming a high-powered Haarp was operating and aimed at us, would there be a defense against it? And if so, what would that be?
Okay, there's a couple of things that have come up. First of all, Phillips Laboratories, which is sort of the branch of the Air Force, that's actually where John Haskell, where Heckscher works at Haskell Air Force Base, is at the same time as they're developing the Haarp technologies, they're also developing what they call hardening technologies. When you go to Phillips Laboratory on the World Wide Web, you'll see a listing of their major projects, and you'll see a number of projects associated with hardening technologies to guard against electromagnetic radiations of high yields. In other words, we want to be able to protect against these kinds of systems. So the same lab that's developing Haarp is also in part developing those technologies.
All right, Doctor, we've got to hold it there, and we'll finish up on this subject when we come back after the bottom of the hour. Very interesting. So we know, at least, the military would be protected. The next question is, what about the civilian population? And how do you use a weapon like this, or have it, without testing it? We'll be back.
This is the end of side one.
Skew is the following. Let us play devil's advocate for a moment and just say this technology absolutely does exist and that it may be used as a weapon. Would there be any way that a nation, our nation, any nation, would possess a weapon of this sort without using it, without determining that it would have the desired effect, or as you put it, how did you put it, proving the concept?
Proof of concept.
Proof of concept, thank you. There would be no way, would there, that you would have such a weapon untested?
I believe they've tested this type of technology. Normally, the ideal environment for testing this kind of weapon would be in war scenario. We've certainly had a number of minor conflicts from, you know, from Panama to Grenada to Somalia to Bosnia, I mean, and on, the Gulf War. I believe that we've tested these types of weapons in those environments as they've become available to the military. And and it's not just me saying this. Let's take the words of Jimmy Carter's National Security Advisor, and I'm just going to read a very short quote. It says, "Unhindered by the restraints of traditional values, this elite would not hesitate to achieve its political ends by using the latest modern techniques for influencing public behavior and keeping society under close surveillance and control. Technical and scientific momentum would then feed on the situation it exploits." And what he was writing about was the introduction of new technologies for what he says are, quote, "a more controlled and directed society," unquote. And, you know, this is exactly what we've been saying. If they have it, you know, will they use it? And I think the history shows clearly, and we lay out a number of those historical events in our book that show that the government, when they've had technologies or wanted to try technologies, they've tested them, and they've even tested a number of their ideas on American people. And this is well recorded in the historic
It is
record.
well recorded in recent record, Doctor, as Hazel O'Leary has come forward, talked about giving plutonium or radioactive materials to children, older people, pregnant women. Now, a government that would do that and admit it, you know, decades later, I cannot imagine would hesitate in this modern day and age of looser ethics and morality to test whatever they need to test.
Yeah, and this, you know, we show in the book the CIA's testing of LSD on American servicemen without consent.
Well documented.
And there's, in fact, the document we drew from was a United States Senate report from June 1975, the report to the President by the Commission on CIA activities within the United States. The government document is cited in our book. Another example was the injection of radioactive iodine in native Alaskan populations. Currently, there's a $470 million lawsuit by native groups in Alaska against the federal government for those experiments that took place in the United States and Alaska. There's also, in terms of wild science, the University of Alaska Fairbanks, the same university that's front-ending some of this project, entertained the idea of using 6 thermonuclear detonations on the surface of the ground at Point Hope, Alaska, for excavating a bay. And this was scuttled. I mean, fortunately, it was scuttled by the 3 biological scientists associated with that project in the early 60s. And those scientists were blackballed from the academic community and only 2 years ago recognized by our state legislatures as the heroes that they indeed proved to be, because anyone contemplating that kind of a scheme today would be laughed right out of the room as being totally insane.
Man, absolutely. You know, and the funny thing is, Doctor, there was a day in this country when if you had told me that our government was feeding nuclear this or that to children or pregnant women, they would have been fighting words for me.
You bet. And
literally.
All of us feel that way, and we all feel a sense of betrayal when our government that's supposed to represent us has engaged in this kind of behavior. This is what we expect of the countries that we were in a Cold War with, and yet the same kind of things going on within this country is abominable. And the idea that they would continue along these lines, which I believe they have, and I think we prove it, lay it out very clearly in our work, that, you know, this is not science fiction. This is not something that we dreamed up. We have put together the source document. We know it's the tip of a very large iceberg, but it is sufficient to cause anyone who reads this material to come to a conclusion that, hey, this deserves a public airing at a minimum. And you know, at best, a moratorium on this science until we can really, truly assess what we're about to embark on here in this technology.
Doctor, I want to give you one more chance here, and I also want to do it to be careful, because the last time you gave out the number to order your book, it caused havoc in Alaska. So let's give the number very, very carefully, please.
Okay, the ordering number is area code 907-249-9111. And the book is with fourth class freight at $16.45 with air priority, which gets you the book in 3 or 4 days. It is $17.95. If you dial that number, if you want to order by mail, it'll also give you the mailing address so you can do that. That's how we operate. We operate on our own work, not our on grants or anything like that. So anything that you do in that regard is very helpful to us, and I think you'll find the book quite compelling and quite interesting.
All right. East of the Rockies, whoops, you would have been. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hello.
Hi. In recent years, a lot of UFO activity has seemed to be craft that aren't physical, but more like energy in the sky, flying in formation, etc., going together and coming apart. And do you think there could be any relation between that and Haarp?
I would say that's kind of a reach. There have been many, many reports of the kinds of craft, or I don't even know if you'd call them craft, sightings of what appear to be energy masses moving together and moving apart. He's right about that. But a relationship to Haarp, do you see any way?
No, I don't. There has been some unusual atmospheric observations up near the site. Nothing like that, however. What there was at one point observed, there was a barium rocket launch that basically allows you to see the magnetic lines of force.
Yes.
And then what they saw around the magnetic line of force was a coil formation, energy formation, which is exactly what is diagrammed in one of Bernard Eastland's diagrams that we used in the back of our book to demonstrate cyclotron resonance flowing the opposite direction of the energy flow in the magnetic line of force. Magnetic line of force moving from south to north, and yet this coiled spring moves just the opposite direction, which is what eventually would give the military this global shielding effect that they're looking for at higher energy levels. And
all right. East of the Rockies, your turn with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hello.
Art, I'd like to say hi to you and to Nick. I'm Bob in Alabama.
Hi, Bob.
Art, I'd like to criticize both of you guys for one thing, and I'd like to exalt you guys and give you credit in another. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Okay. You guys are trying to get information that should stay in the hands of people that you know are our friends. See? In other words, that's why a guy should not come on the show and let you pick him and open him up and give that information out to the enemy. But you guys are sharp. Both of you guys are. You're knowledgeable, you know. But think about it. I mean, we've got a lot of problems out here on this earth.
All right, sir. I guess here's the way I would respond to it. The secrets that we may or may not be discussing or disclosing here are surely known and have been known to our enemy long before they are now known to the American public. Would you agree with that, Doctor?
yes, I would agree with that.
So I don't think we're giving the enemy anything. I think that we're giving the people something, and that's information that both sides have had for a long time. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch.
Yeah, how you doing, Art? This is Mr. Nomad calling from Denver.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question for you. I was looking at my C. Crane catalog, and they offer an ELF ZLF natural radio.
That's right.
And it picks up disturbances in the Earth's magnetosphere that you can listen to.
You can actually listen to the sounds of the Earth, and I must tell you, I have one. And the sounds made by the Earth are somewhat disgusting.
Really?
Yeah. I could describe it as, it almost sounds like the Earth has gas.
You think this might be caused by the Haarp project?
I think it's caused by, well, I don't know what it's caused by. I'm just describing the sound to you.
Right.
And it's a very odd sound. It's a receiver worth getting if you're interested, particularly with the kind of Earth movements that we've been getting lately.
But any comment as to whether the Haarp project might affect any of these?
Well, all right, it's a good question. In other words, Doctor, with a receiver of that sort, designed to listen to ELF frequencies, if Haarp were turned on at a certain power level, or reflections from Haarp were coming down an area where you had a receiver like this, would it be swamped?
I think that you might be able to distinguish a man-made signal from a natural, because a natural is not going to be coherent or rhythmic or create a beat that would be noticeable. Like the woodpecker, everyone remembers. That's why it got its name, because of that noise, that pecking kind of noise. So I think that if it was a man-made signal, you would see something more coherent. And that would probably distinguish it from something natural, but it would have to be within the range of whatever that device is designed to pick up.
So there'd be some sort of identifiable rhythm.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, no, that makes sense. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hi.
Good morning, Art, and good morning, Dr. Begitch. A couple of questions. First, is the Haarp project basically a phased array?
Yes.
Okay, great. That means that you can sort of electronically aim it in any direction that you want to.
Yes.
And also that the focusing properties would come from that.
Absolutely.
Okay, the second question is, last time you were on the program, Doctor, you mentioned the development of a white noise screen.
Yes.
Any progress?
It has been developed. It's not being produced as of yet. You know, everyone that's on our mailing list, which is everyone that's ever bought a book from us, will have access to that as soon as it's available. And we'll also make it known to Art that it is available when it is on the market. I've gotten an opportunity to meet with Patrick Flanagan, talk with Patrick about the devices. The technology's there. He's got a prototype of a personal device for that purpose, and the home unit is just a basic principle applied on a little larger.
Well, okay, that brings me to a question, Doctor. Thank you, caller. Good question. What kind of levels of white noise generation per millimeter do you think you would need
Let me describe it the way he described it to me, okay? Because we're moving out of my area, but let me describe it. First of all, for the kinds of things that we'd be protecting against would be ELF in terms of the kinds of ELF power densities that would be relatively low, the kind that would be affecting, say, behavior and health. And also, this would also guard against ELF generated from other sources, not necessarily just Haarp, but we're talking about those power line transmissions and that kind of ELF generation. And what he described, I'll describe the circuit because how it matches up, that is getting out of my area again, but let me describe it as he described it to me. And people with electronics background will be able to figure out how to build one of these if they want to build one on their own.
Sure.
What he envisioned was, first of all, a white noise generator, which sounds like, of course, the noise between radio stations, when you're flipping through the dial, more or less. But taking the leads off of the device that go to the speaker, take those leads off and take those leads and attach them to the input side of a power amplifier.
Right.
On the output side of the power amplifier, connect a conductor and loop that conductor around the area that you want to protect. And you have to make sure everything matches so you get the circuit to work correctly. But what it'll do is it'll create a field of
white noise.
Yes, and what will happen there is it keeps the ELF from locking on to a biological system like a human being.
Sure.
So what happens is it's still going to be there, but it's not going to be able to lock on to you, so it's not going to be able to alter anything about your body chemistry. Now, the white noise generator isn't throwing a signal into you that's doing something to you. It's just dissipating it, basically, so it can't lock on, and that's what you want to happen. You don't want it to lock on to where you start basically kind of moving with that ELF, which is then what begins to create these varying effects.
Sure. The critical question, though, would be how much of a white noise generator in terms of output would you need to neutralize whatever was coming in, and you'd need to know what was coming in and that signal strength before you could determine that.
Right, exactly. And that's, the basic design that Patrick described would have, a reasonably high output to block, but exactly how that configures it, again, it's stretching out of my area of expertise, but that's how he described the circuit. People who have some knowledge of electronics would be able to build a device, but at very high power densities, obviously, you're not going to be able to block it. But the kind of power densities that are most likely to be applied to affect mood and behavior are going to be relatively low, because we know they don't need to be that high, they just have to be coherent. And I would assume the military would want as much reach or bang for the buck as they could get with the least amount of power expended, at least for that particular kind of application.
All right, very good. We may have time for one more. Let's do it. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begitch. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Marysville, California.
All right.
The reason I'm calling is several months ago I listened to your program and there was a big power outage across the western United States.
I recall it well.
Yes, and that's the first time I think someone referred to Haarp that night. I'm not sure.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah. Is there any connection?
It's again one of those questions that comes up. Now, during that particular period of time, there was a scheduled test of Haarp, but whether or not it was firing at that specific moment where we started having those power outages, again, without that independent monitoring, we can't answer the question. We know that it was scheduled to be firing during that period, but it's intermittent. It's not always like kept on continuously. And without that independent monitoring, we cannot make those statements that says, hey, this was it. Could it have been? Absolutely. With what we know, it could have been, but we just don't have enough independent.
Very interesting theory, though, because I'm well aware of the fact that during intense magnetic storms, entire power grids are overloaded, breakers go, lots of things go down. A magnetic storm, disruption on the sun can cause voltage spikes in long lines that absolutely blow your mind.
Yes.
And if Haarp indeed is a small leverage for a big occurrence, then it's not beyond reason, is it?
That's right. And this is the kind of thing that was attributed to the woodpecker signal happening at one point in Canada.
Doctor, we could go on forever, but we can't. We're out of time. This show is officially diddy.
Hey, thank you for having me on again, and I just want to thank all of those that have stayed with us this 5 hours. It's been a great show.
Thank you, Doctor, and good night. Thank you for being so persistent and hanging in there with us. Those of you who would like a copy of this program, there was so much material, can get it by calling 1-800-917-4278. Don't forget the newsletter. It's going to have, the next issue coming up is going to be all about Haarp with photographs. That also you can order at 1-800-917-4278. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night, America.
American Southwest. I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be, across all these many time zones, stretching from the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains with visions of dancing exotic ladies, all the way across this great nation to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Very similar visions there, south into South America, north all the way to Santa Country, actually to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. That's a lot, huh? Good morning, everybody. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell, and this morning, Willie Nelson is here. So that's what's coming up. All right, well, this should be interesting. He lives, I think, more in his bus than he does in a big house that he's got somewhere, if I remember the 60 Minutes piece right. And right now, I think he's in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and he's Willie Nelson. And Willie, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing real well. My wife, just a few minutes ago, I do the show from home, Willie.
Yeah.
And before we went on the air, she said, well, the way you two guys feel about women, you ought to hit it off just fine. Anyway, it's great to have you in. I guess what I would like to know, Willie, is about you. You know, I've achieved some success. I'm 51 years old now. Later in life, and people always think, you know, that it comes right away. When did it come to you?
Honestly, when I first made a little money playing music, I felt like that I was successful. I've been doing a lot of hard work, like picking cotton, corn, and baling hay for little money. When I first went out and made $8 playing with this Bohemian polka band when I was like 9 years old, I figured that I'd get the big time. And I've been a star ever since.
So So in other words, whenever you were working, as far as you're concerned, you were a star.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like it. People were coming up wanting my autograph, and so even though it might have been just 2 people in 6 years.
Maybe I might have asked it a different way. When did the IRS figure out you were a star?
Well, let me see. It took 14 years, and they first decided that maybe they would check in and see how Willie was doing. It took 14 years from that day before they finally decided, well, let's go in and take, what you can get. But at that point, they said I owed them $32 million.
Yeah, $32 million. $32 million.
I just said it real fast.
Yeah, that's right. $32 million. Oh my God. Yeah, I saw the piece on 60 Minutes a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it was good, by the way. Did you enjoy doing that?
Oh yeah, I really did. Ed Bradley's a really nice guy, and all the guys who worked on we did about 3 different sessions. They came to Farm Aid, and they came to a place down in Texas, at Helotes, Texas, a place called John T. Floor's Country Store, and they came down and shot the concert. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I'm going to tell you the truth, Willie. I was never, my early years in radio, and I've been in it like 30 years, spinning records early on, that kind of thing. And I was into rock, and I was never a fan of country.
Yeah.
And one time, in a little California town, in Santa Barbara, there was no other job available. So I went and took a job as a country jock. And I was like a fish out of water. I didn't know the music. I didn't know anything, and when I first got there, I hated it. I hated it, because I just didn't know the music. But then a funny thing began to happen, as the months went by. I slowly and slowly and slowly began to say, this is pretty good. And then pretty soon I was really liking some of it, and then I was really enjoying it, and I thought, oh, God, what's happened to me? I've completely changed. And so it's like a matter of exposure. After a while, I think it happens with nearly any good music. It's like a fine wine, once you acquire the taste.
Yeah, if you're exposed to it over a period of time.
That's what happened to me. Every day I was exposed to it. I finally got to where I was loving country, and there was all kinds of songs that I was enjoying. And I'm kind of curious. How did you even find out about me?
Well, we travel all the time, and most of our travels are after the show at night. We normally will get on the bus and drive to the next town, which might be 400, 500, 600 miles away. And Gator, the driver, listens to you all the time.
Thank you, Gator.
He's got you on, and he's even got all your schedules. He looks up where you are, on what frequency in this town and that town.
Sure.
And so he got us all to listen to you, and now we're all big fans.
I've got an email here I'd like to read you. It says, Art, it's early Friday morning, sitting in my office listening to Highwaymen. The road goes on forever, and deep in reflection, ask Willie about playing at the Ferguson Unit, Texas Department of Corrections in 1974. Due to a bout with juvenile insanity, I remember that myself. I found myself there at Christmas time that particular year. Willie and his sister Bobby played a concert there that made my situation tolerable. Many years later, I got the opportunity to thank Bobby, but never did get a chance to thank Willie, as he got off the stage quick in Mexia, Texas. Art, Willie has given a lot of his time and money just to brighten up those whose lives are, at least for the moment, somewhat less than positive. Thanks, Willie, from Tim. Do you remember doing that?
Yeah, I sure do. We went down there. It was a friend of ours that was serving some time down there, a guy named Sam Coleman. We went down there to do a show for him and, the other inmates down.
There's, might as well talk about it. There's been a lot of women in your life, Willie. There's been a few in mine. What's your attitude after all this time about women in general? As you get older, you start to change your attitudes a little bit. How do you feel about it?
No, I haven't changed my attitude at all.
Not at all,
No, that would never happen.
Then how would you describe it? One of, I'll let you...
One of admiration.
Admiration, I feel exactly the same way.
Yeah.
The first country person that I really met, who I had a great deal of admiration for, was Crystal Gale, and I got to meet Crystal in Las Vegas a few months ago. Got some pictures with her and stuff, and I'm so proud of that. I've got it on the wall here.
She's beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, she certainly is. And so I guess that's right. I've got a lot of admiration for women too. All right, you're doing a lot of work for the American farmers. What really is the situation now with the small family farmer? I mean, things are really changing, aren't they?
Well, yeah, let me give you an example of what they once were. We used to have over 8 million small family farmers, and this was like 40 years ago. Now we're down to less than 2 million small family farmers, and we're losing 500 a week. We had a couple of thousand black minority landowners and farmers left. In a couple of years, there won't be any of those left. Native Americans are losing land. Everybody's losing land.
Yeah.
There's a big land grab going on. That was what it was all about from the beginning, is to get the land. A lot of the farmers were talked into, a lot of the young, farmers just getting into it. Were talked into, at one point a few years ago, things were looking great overseas, to plant from fence post to fence post, and they were encouraged to come in to the banker, the friendly banker who was going to loan them the money. They needed maybe $5,000, the banker would give them $20,000, right? So then when it come due, they didn't have the money to pay for it. It wasn't the same friendly banker. The land now belongs to the bank. It's not the way it used to be, where they'll give you more time. Now they want the land. The old friendly banker is gone.
Yeah, you think that was a large orchestrated movement?
Yeah, and it's still going on. That's why we're still losing 500 a week. That's why the farmer is not making enough money to make his payment. That's how you take something away from somebody, is to cut their income where they, where they can't make their payments.
All right, we're a big country, and our country seems like it feeds a lot of the rest of the world. These big corporate farms achieve some of that. There are some people out there who always might say, if the small American farm, family farm goes away, it won't affect them. They'll continue to eat. Why should the American people care?
First of all, you need someone on the land who loves the land. That's important.
I believe that.
If you have someone there who feeds his family from the land, who drinks the water from the well, there's a good chance he will take better care of that soil than some big corporate conglomeration whose owners are somewhere in Spain on a boat or something. They could give a damn less about what's happening to that soil. Every civilization that's gone under in the past has gone under, or the inability to feed its people, soil erosion. Now, the state of Iowa, in the last 100 years, has lost 50% of its topsoil. So it doesn't take a great mathematician to figure it all out.
You're right about that, and I don't know how much you get a chance to hear, but there's some pretty horrible things going on in a lot of our waterways right now because of mass use of pesticides and other things that appear to be activating organisms that are eventually not going to be real friendly to people at all.
Most farmers who have had to use chemicals and pesticides have done it because their loaning institute made them do it so that they would be sure to get enough yield per acre to make their loan payment back. They didn't care that they were ruining the soil. They didn't care anything about that.
No, they care about the bottom line.
The bottom line. So what's happening is all the pesticides and all the chemicals that we've been putting on our lawns, golf courses, and farms, a lot of it we saw going down the rivers, headed toward the ocean, full of chemicals.
chemicals and pesticides going right back into the ocean, into our food chain again.
Yeah, there's some scary things beginning to happen, Willie. There's this new organism that's about half plant, half animal, and it lies dormant, apparently, at the bottom of waterways, and then when enough pesticides...
Like a lawyer.
When enough pesticides... yeah, both bottom feeders. Anyway, when enough of something awful gets to it, it activates, and it begins first killing the fish and the plankton, and then it has shown a definite desire for human blood as well. So it's like we're doing it to ourselves, and I'm kind of worried that at some point we're going to go past the point of no return.
Yeah, we may have already.
Well, that's my view. We may have already. I don't like to seem real negative about things, and you always want to try and do what's right. But we may have gone too far already. And I don't know how you turn it around. I mean, industrial farming is increasing. The small farmer is going away. It's happening more and more and more. How do you turn that around?
Now we have what they call factory farms, where you'll have 100,000 hogs in a small farm community. Then you'll have 100,000 chickens laying 1 million eggs, and then you've got 10,000 cows. It's not the way nature intended it, where you have a 200-300 acre farm, and you have a little you have chickens, cows, hogs. That's the way it's supposed to be, because that way the environment can handle it. But when you put that much hog manure running off of small areas into land and water and supplies around small communities, it's a horrible situation. I've gone to 2, 3 maybe now different places in the country where farmers and people who live next to these factories have called me and told me how horrible it was. We go in there and we try to call attention to it. In a lot of instances, in a couple of instances, we have got those factory farms closed, and in some instances we have them being sued or moved. So it can be done, but it's a horrible way to treat the people, first of all, and then the land itself. And then the animals themselves. That's an inhumane way to raise chickens, hogs, or cows.
Well, that's a problem they're having down in North Carolina right now. Very severe problem in North Carolina.
And Missouri and Nebraska. I mean, it's everywhere it's happening, but in South Carolina, it's the limelight now. The people down there are fighting it, and there's some great guys down there really working hard to keep it from happening, you know.
I gotta presume, since you did this song that I love so much, The Highwayman. God, I love that song.
Song Jimmy Webb wrote it.
Jimmy Webb?
Jimmy Webb wrote that song.
And what got all of you, I mean, that's quite a collection of the big names, Waylon Jennings, you, Johnny Cash, Chris Christopherson. What got you all together?
Well, it started out that John was doing a Christmas show in Switzerland, and he had asked Waylon and me and Chris to come over and be on the show. And in fact, we were having our pictures made, the photo session, and the photographer asked Waylon, said, "What are y'all going to Switzerland for to do a Christmas show?" And Waylon said, "Because that's where Jesus was born." And the guy said, "Okay."
Okay.
And went on, you know, he never thought it. But anyway, we went over there to do this Christmas show with John and June, and we had a lot of fun, and we decided maybe, when John came back, he was going to do an album. So he wanted me to go in and sing some songs with him. So then we got in there, and Waylon and Chris showed up, Johnny Rodriguez, and we started recording.
The Highwayman, the lead song, that's about reincarnation.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? I mean, how do you feel about that?
Well, I believe in that 100%. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. You know, we all are going to school out here. This is a university, and we're in a rather low grade at the moment. Hopefully we'll graduate to higher grades, but right now everyone is going to, and everyone is in a different grade. So as you progress, as you learn your lessons, I think you progress and you go on to do other things and become a better person or a better spirit wherever. But I do believe in reincarnation.
I thought you might. I do too. I'm real concerned about the level of, the grade level, as you pointed out, that we're at right now. You know, there's a lot of, seems like there's not much reverence for life out there anymore, and it's getting to be less, not more. A lot of blank-eyed kids out there committing crimes. And, you know, one of my favorite examples is when somebody used to go in to rob a 7-Eleven or something, they'd go in with a gun, say, give me your money. The guy'd give him the money, put it in a bag, he'd go run, get the car, and take off. Now, they go in with a gun to rob 7-Eleven, say, give me your money, and they get the money and shoot the guy in the head as an afterthought and get in the car and drive away.
Yeah.
It's like nobody cares about life. Or there are fewer people now that care at all about life, theirs or anybody else's. What is that from? Why is our society changing like this?
Our values have changed. You know, the do unto others, the golden rule has sort of been forgotten. So I think that's what's happening.
It's more like do unto others for they do unto you.
There you go.
So how, you know, like how do you fit working with farmers, doing that kind of work into the kind of schedule that you keep? And I guess, what is your schedule like anyway? You're doing a show about every day or every other day or what?
Well, we do a couple hundred shows a year, and, so we're out here a whole lot. We listen to you a lot.
Well, what I'm asking is, how do you fit good work into 200 shows a year?
Well, I try to do a better show tonight than I did last. And tomorrow night I'll try to do a better one than I did tonight. In each town, it's different. Each show is different. You got a different crowd.
Yeah.
You're in a different mood. Everyone on the stage is a different person. They're 24 hours old or something. So everybody's different. So in order to get back to exactly where you were or close to where you were the night before, it requires, it's a challenge. So every day is a challenge to do as good as you can do.
I hear that. Actually, I want to talk to you about that a little bit. We're at the bottom of the hour, so just relax. You got several minutes. We'll be right back to you. Back now to Willie Nelson. Willie.
Hey.
Let's talk about performing a little bit, because that's something at least I know about in a sense. I come on here and do this for 5 hours every night. And what I found is, because I love what I do, 98 or 9% of the time, I come on and I do a show, and it's just like falling off a log. I mean, all I do is come on there and have fun, and it comes natural. And then maybe about 1 or 2% of the time, it's hard. And, maybe I'm having a bad day, or my biorhythm is not just right or something or another, and you got to push, you got to push to make it happen. And then if I don't feel right after a program that I didn't do what I wanted to do, I beat myself up real hard, mentally. Is it like that for you?
Well, I really get a lot of energy from the show itself. I feel like there's a huge energy exchange between the band, us and the audience. And I get charged up, they get charged up, and that stays with me. I don't ever go back to where I was, because I'm going back to another spot tomorrow night. But tonight I got in a place where I've never been before. It was a lot of energy there, going back and forth, and I'm still charged up over it. I had a great time.
Yeah, I hear you. But once in a while, with 200 times every year, there's got to be a day when you had to push to do it.
Oh, yeah. Some days it's work.
Yeah, some days
it's work.
Exactly.
And you never know when those days are coming. That's the bad part.
That's right. They sneak up on you. They really do. Listen, in your interview on 60 Minutes, you revealed that you smoke pot.
Yeah.
I for years, I've said I thought pot ought to be decriminalized, legalized.
Right.
And this fits right in with a small farmer, because there's a lot of farmers right now down through, actually all over America, but in the mountains in the east especially, that are growing pot. I think it's the #1 cash crop in California. I think it was the Wall Street Journal a couple of years ago ran an article and said that if we were to legalize pot in all its forms, hemp, for use commercially in pot, that the government would derive about $500 billion a year just from allowing that to occur. How do you feel about that?
We could balance the budget in 20 minutes if you just passed the law where everyone could grow and every business that was hemp related could go ahead. At one time, the American government encouraged our farmers to grow hemp. Even after they made it illegal back in 1937, by throwing it in with a lot of hard drugs like heroin and cocaine.
Yeah.
Even when they did that, they made it illegal, and then nobody could use it. The doctors who had been using it had been calling it cannabis. So they were upset when they heard that marijuana and cannabis was the same thing. When they made marijuana illegal, they also made cannabis illegal. So the doctors who had been prescribing various, medicines using cannabis now had to quit. And then, what did our government do? I'm in, 7th or 8th grade in Abbott School, and the war is breaking out. And all of a sudden, we're out in the gymnasium making rope out of hemp. They made it legal again, and they encouraged our farmers to grow hemp for the war. And so we do have a rather a double standard on the issue. It's all politics. If there wasn't so much competition, if hemp didn't replace so many things that I think are bad for the country or for the land itself, the petrochemicals that we have. When hemp came, when petrochemicals came along, when plastics came along, they replaced everything that was being made by hemp. From cellophane to dynamite, the first Levi's in this country was made out of hemp.
Is that right?
Yeah, the paper that the Declaration of Independence was written on was made out of hemp paper.
Yep, that one I knew about.
The sails on the ships that sailed around the world were made out of canvas. That's where the word canvas comes from. Our covered wagons were made out of canvas. This is a great product. It's a very strong, durable product, but it's also competition to other textiles. So the paper industry didn't want marijuana made legal because hemp is a big competitor to the tree, the wood industry. The William Randolph Hearst people who own millions of acres of trees all over the world wanted to make marijuana illegal because 1 acre of hemp is equivalent to 4 acres of trees. You can take the biomass from hemp and you can build houses with it. You can do everything, make paper out of it. Everything you were doing out of our trees and the rainforest could be done and used to be done with hemp.
Well, so then why are we so far out of our minds that we're allowing these industrial interests and politicians with their agenda to stop this? I mean, we're really out of our minds.
Well, of course we are. And I think that there's a few positive things that have been happening. California and Arizona, came with some initiatives that passed, and the people there are beginning to really snap to what's going on, and the big conspiracy over the last 50 years, the wool that they pulled over everyone's eyes just to protect the petrochemical industry. Everything that was made out of hemp is now being made out of plastic.
Yeah, that's right. I guess that's a lot of money. I sort of figured years ago, I remember they sort of toyed with the idea of legalizing marijuana, and then we had several Republican administrations, and marijuana got lumped right back in there with all the other hard drugs. And I always thought, Willie, that was the most dangerous thing in the world, because some little kid somewhere, 12, 13 years old, smokes a joint. He finds out he doesn't go out on a rampage. He finds out his brain is not fried eggs. He finds out he was lied to. And so then this little guy, lied to once, finds it pretty easy to try the next thing up the ladder. And then he's in trouble.
I'm sure that happened just because he was lied to and he couldn't believe what he's been told anymore.
Yeah, so somebody lines out some coke for him and away he goes, and that's that.
Yeah, and I really believe it's wrong for a parent to stand there with a cigarette in your hand and a drink of, shot of whiskey in your hand and tell kids to put that joint down. know, I mean, there's something. I mean, there's people dying all over the world from cigarettes and alcohol, and nobody yet has ever died or from smoking pot.
I believe that actually is accurate. That really is accurate. Nobody's died.
No, unless the bale of it fell on them or something.
If it were legalized, wouldn't that do an awful lot for the small farmer?
It absolutely would. It would open up so many new ways for this guy to make it. I mean, they've done nothing but take ways away from him now. Kentucky used to be the greatest hemp growing state that we've had. And when you took that away from the farmers, what did they now? That they started growing tobacco, but if they were allowed to grow hemp, they could make so much more money.
Mm-hmm. Well, as I said, there were a number of Republican administrations, and I kind of figured, and I think a lot of other people figured, first time we got a Democrat in office, probably he would legalize or decriminalize pot. But then we've got this President Clinton who I think puffed but didn't inhale or whatever it is, and it seems like he got himself stuck in a position where he can't make any moves politically.
I'd give anything if he didn't inhale.
You think it'd be a different country right now?
I think it is. Oh well.
Yeah. So maybe it'll happen eventually. I don't know. What it takes, I think, is people speaking the truth about it and combating the image that they put on TV and everywhere else, and at least telling the truth. That's all I ask, is tell the truth.
Well, it's such a politically suicidal issue. Politicians believe that they don't want to take a stand on it. That's the reason that I'm sure our president doesn't admit that he might have inhaled, because at the time he felt like it might have cost him an election. And there's a lot of other politicians out there who would not come out of the closet for the same reason. They don't want to lose voters.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's being really dishonest, but so what's new?
Yeah, in fact, that's almost worth asking about too. I used to talk about politics, a lot, and I was very involved and very much an activist. And it seems like in the last several years, maybe 2 or 3 years, all of a sudden, everything they're talking about in Washington, or most of what they're talking about in Washington, or arguing about in Washington, isn't even relevant to our lives. I mean, they're academic, I'm right, you're right, left, right arguments that just aren't relevant to our immediate lives anymore. And so I kind of stopped talking about politics as much as I used to. It's not important. I mean, it is important if they ever really did anything important.
Yeah, if the government acted and worked the way that we all thought it was doing, well, then it would be a good thing. But the way it is working is that it's working for its own selfish interests and doesn't have the people's interests at heart, and it doesn't take a real smart guy to figure that one out.
Tell me something. This place you live in, this bus, what's it like? I mean, it's home. It's home most of the year, right?
Yeah, it's got everything I need. We're parked outside the motel now, but I'm not going inside. I stay here. I live on the bus. I'll go in maybe.
So your crew goes into the motel?
Yeah.
And you stay on the bus?
Yeah.
Are you in your private life different than you are in your public life? I mean, more private?
I've heard about private life before, but I've never really experienced it. And because in the beginning I didn't really want it, and you start out wanting, to be known and liked by everybody when you're an entertainer, and then once you get that, you start trying to figure out how to hide and get away from the people.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I dearly love my fans, but it's like most of my life is radio, like most of your life is music.
Yeah.
And so it begins to take over your life. And whatever private moments you have are really get to be few and far between.
Yeah, and I think that's a decision that we make when we get into the business that we're in, we give up our private life. That's whether we wanted to or not, or whether we say what we're going to or not, it's immaterial because you do.
No, I made that deal with myself. I mean, I knew what I was getting into.
Yeah.
And I figure you did too.
Yeah, I did. I didn't start out, trying to kid myself into thinking that I could do this different than anybody else has ever done it. I mean, it's when you're trying to balance a job on the road and a home 1,000 miles away, you're going to have some problems.
Are you married now?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
How does that work? I mean, 200 days.
Well, I've been married 4 times now, so.
Well, I meant, how does it work this time?
This time, it's working fine now. This has been a good one. It's working fine, but it does require a certain kind of person who can live with the things that they have to live with. Not only me living away from home, and then when I'm home, you have mixed emotions. When you're here, you want to be home. When you're home, you want to be here. So you're a little bit unhappy everywhere. And you have to have a woman who understands that.
You love the road?
Sure.
Where is your wife? What part of the world?
Texas.
Texas. Figure she's listening to you?
Probably not. She runs a Montessori school there in Texas, and she's probably dead sleeping.
In bed sleeping, yeah. My wife is, I believe in this soulmate thing.
I do too.
And boy, is she my soulmate. But she understands the way I feel about women. And when there's a pretty woman around, she points her out to me. That's an understanding woman.
Yeah.
Most women would say, "You don't look there."
Yeah.
Don't look there.
Well, there are some understanding women out there. God bless them.
Yeah, indeed. God bless them. Listen, country music in general. What's happening? Is country music becoming more popular? Is it waning? What do you sense is happening, not just with you, I mean the whole industry?
Oh, it's growing. I have never yet met anybody who became a country music fan and then left it. So anybody who was one 50 years ago is still one today. He may not be able to turn on the radio and hear his kind of country music, but he's still a fan. And then there's the new fans who have picked up their heroes along the way, from Alan Jackson, Garth Brooks, all these guys. There's millions and millions of new fans out there. So I see the country music is healthy as ever been, healthier.
So that means there's a lot of new blood coming in. In other words, there's another Willie Nelson out there.
Let's hope not.
Well,
somewhere out there, there's a whole lot of guys headed toward Nashville, with a pickup truck full of songs. Some of them will be great.
what do you say to those people? I encounter people wanting to be in my business all the time, and I'm always kind of at a loss to tell them or to advise them. And I'm sure you get a million people ask you that question, so maybe you can answer a million questions at once now. Somebody who wants to be a Willie Nelson someday, at least from a career point of view. What do you tell them?
Well, I tell them if they really want to be something, they can be that, and if they really have the talent, then there's nothing that can keep them from being that. And regardless of the advice I give them, if they really want to do something, they're going to do it on their own. I believe, the old, if you build a house, the quality of the woods, the world will be the path to your door. I really believe in that.
Well, to me, I had a passion for what I wanted to do, and I loved doing it, and I never really expected anything to come of it, and I didn't care, if you want to know the truth. Money-wise, I never figured to make much money. Most people in radio don't. Probably most people singing music, and little places every night, they don't make a lot of money either. And the key is not to care. And then somehow or another, when you don't care, it all works.
Yeah.
That's weird, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Basically, the same thing happened to my career when I left Nashville and gave up and decided that maybe, singing career, traveling around the world wasn't for me. So I moved back to Texas. Well, I'm just going to play where I want to play and do what I want to do, but not
Yeah, I don't understand that. It's like when you relax and you don't give a damn, then it all just flows and it all happens.
Yeah, you play golf.
I do not, but I imagine that rule applies with golf.
It really applies with golf. If you get up over the ball and stand there and worry about all the things that could happen wrong,
They do.
they happen.
Yeah, and if you just relax, take a little advice, and go at it, why, the ball goes pretty much where you want it to go, I guess.
Yeah, if you just shut everything out and swing, well, then let your natural instincts take over, and you'll be fine.
Listen, how are you doing on time? I'm coming slowly here toward the top of the hour, and there's about a million phones ringing here, and a lot of people, I'm sure, would love to ask you questions.
Well, I'm here.
You're there, huh?
Yeah, whatever.
When you're in the bus, are you pretty much, everybody else has gone to the motel and you're in there alone?
Well, right now, my sister, who plays piano in the band, and is here, and she has some earphones on, and she's listening to us talk. And David Anderson, I think, emailed to your address some information. He's here listening, and Gator has got his earphones on listening.
I see. How is it work in such close quarters all the time? I mean, you got to be almost, well, actually, some people are your family, but aside from that, it's got to be almost like a family, doesn't it?
It has to be, yeah. When you live this close, it's like living in a submarine. You really got to have people who know how to live close together.
Does it always work, or like all families, do you guys sometimes get in fights?
Well, fortunately, we don't get in the kind of fights that we used to get into. Now it's mostly, drive-by shouting.
Drive-by shouting? All right, excellent. What I'm going to do then is ask you to sit tight. You got plenty of time. Just relax. Do whatever you want to do, and we'll come back to you and we'll get phones open after the top of the hour, because I know there's a lot of people want to ask you questions. So,
right, sure.
All right, stay right there. Willie Nelson. Good morning, everybody. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Willie Nelson. And you know me, I can't resist. Guys, decide where you were going to sing, what part you were going to sing, and how did that song even happen?
Well, the producer of the album, first Highwayman album, Highwayman was a guy named Chip Smallman. Great producer, good musician, great writer himself. So we left a lot of those decisions up to him rather than, us sit around, because we knew what he was really trying to get, so we let him make most of those choices.
All right, I'm going to ask you to stay good and close to that cellular of yours. I don't know. It's one of those songs, Willie, that, sometimes what I do here is real stressful. And toward the end of the program, I'll play that, and it calms me. Music does that to you. If it's really meaningful, like that song is really meaningful to me, and it calms me.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely one of the jukebox plays in the beer joints and lounges and clubs around the world, because music has a calming effect on us human animals.
It brings you back to your center, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Willie, hold on. We're going to go to the phones in a moment. Back down to Willie Nelson. Willie, I got a couple of faxes I want to read you questions, then we're going to go to the phones.
All right.
This fax says, I hate people who do this, but I'm reading it anyway. It says, Art Bell's staff hasn't got one cojones if you don't ask Willie this question. Willie, I've been from Orange to El Paso, from McAllen to Denton, and I still ain't figured out how to beat the IRS. I ain't saying you beat a damn thing. I know that's a sore point, but it's the thing everybody wants to hear about. I don't know what they want to hear about, Willie, but that's the question.
How did I beat the IRS? I did.
You pretty much paid him, didn't you?
I paid him, yeah.
Yeah. So there's your answer, wherever you are out there. Now, ask Willie, what is the brand and model of guitar he plays, and when and how did he get the extra hole in the top? And can he give a recommendation for someone who wants to graduate from a cheap guitar to a good one?
That guitar is a Martin classical guitar, and I've had it for about 35 years. And those guitars normally
supposed to use a pick guard on those classic guitars. But this one, if you're going to use a pick, you use a pick guard. But I didn't have a pick guard, so my fingers just playing. Well, I guess Whiskey River too many times. Something. Wore a hole in that guitar, and it's just gotten bigger and bigger every year. I've had to go in there and reinforce it on the inside a couple of times, but I don't think it affects the tone.
No. Is it one of those things that, I mean, like if all of a sudden you didn't have it, would that be real bad?
Yeah, it would be real bad because it's the sound that I really have grown to love. It's the best guitar sound for me that I've ever found.
So you're real careful with it then?
Oh, yeah.
All right, one more. Please ask Willie to say a few words about Patsy Cline.
Well, first of all, Patsy Cline was, one of the greatest of our time. She recorded Crazy, a song that I wrote, which went on. Her recording of it became the best all-time jukebox song. It played more than any other song in the world ever. I love Patsy.
One last, I guess. This is for my audience. We talk about a lot of weird things on this program, Willie. It's somebody's understanding here that you're pretty close friends with Jimmy Carter. You know him pretty well?
Yeah, sure do.
When Jimmy Carter ran for office, Willie, he said to the American people as a campaign promise that when he got in office, he'd tell them everything there was to know about UFOs.
Yeah.
And he sort of never got around to really discussing that. And I wonder, this person is wondering if he ever talked to you about that.
No, we never talked about it, and I really do believe that no matter, it's like a lot of other things that you think you might do when you get to Washington if you're elected, but when you get there, by the time you get there, you've had to make so many
deals
along the way, compromises along the way, that any promise that you've made, you're liable not to be able to keep.
Yeah, it seems like, such a great country, and we really do have a lot of freedom, but there's some basic things that are really wrong, and that's one of them. And it applies not just to the president, but it applies to all of our government, and I just don't know what we're going to do about that, because it seems like it's getting worse, not better.
It's Big Brother looking after us,
Yeah. You ever wonder what it's going to be like, for your children? For the next generation after that, what this country, what the world is going to be like?
Well, I think I know how some people would like for it to be.
Yeah, me too.
But I don't think that everybody's going to lay down and roll over and let that happen. Fortunately.
But it seems like some things are headed to this one world type deal, no matter what we do. I mean, it's headed in that direction.
Well, it may be, and if that is the best way to run a planet, maybe somewhere along the way in the future, they may come up with the idea that that is the best way to do it. Right now, I personally think the best way to do it is to let Haarp handle his business, Willie handle his, Waylon handle his, and not let one guy somewhere handle all of it.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're only around here for so long, because we wouldn't be able to stand it past a certain point.
Or they wouldn't be able to stand up.
So, yeah, one of the two. All right, let's see who we got. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning. Where are you, please?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm from Roseburg, Oregon.
Oregon, all right. Go ahead.
Hi, Willie.
Hey.
Hey, my wife and I saw you in Eugene back in 1986.
Oh, yeah.
You played at MacArthur Court.
Yeah.
You haven't been back since.
No, I used to live in Eugene. My mother lived there, and I went to visit her there.
Right. I think your mother died about a year later up in Olympia, Washington, or something.
Glebe.
Pardon?
In Glebe, right across Portland up there.
Yeah. Somewhere up north there.
Yeah.
But you haven't been back since, and we really miss you.
Up close to Yakima.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I haven't been there, and I don't know why not. You know, maybe somebody will, some promoter will bring us in there. Maybe we're headed that way. I don't know. We played Portland and Seattle.
Yeah, I think you were planned one time here in Roseburg, but then they canceled. But, you know, Roseburg's not too adapt to really getting into big-time operating music, you know. But anyway, we had really enjoyed the concert, and Joni, say hi to Willie.
Hi, Willie.
Hi, Joni. How you doing?
In fact,
How are you?
we talked to you, Willie, at the behind the concert.
Yeah.
We were so shook up, you know, all we could say was, we love you, Willie. And I took your photograph. But anyway.
I wanted to say something.
All right, go ahead.
I wanted to know when you have your next Farm Aid.
Farm Aid will be October the 4th, Irving Stadium, right outside of Dallas, between Dallas and Fort Worth, where the Dallas Cowboys play. We had one Farm Aid there before, and it went well, and they invited us back, so we'll be back in there on October 4th.
And by the way, I really appreciate, Willie, the invitation to be part of that, but as I told you, I'm going to, you know, October 1st, I'm taking off for Egypt and Greece and all those kinds of places.
I understand.
And you said something to me on the phone. You said, well, I'm going to Egypt too. Metaphorically, you meant it. You got a break coming up at some point where you just sort of like disappear for a while?
Well, I got a few days off, and I'm planning on, you know, heading to my hideout.
Yeah, that's good. Everybody's got to have a hideout. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, Willie?
Yes, sir.
Willie, this is Gary Unger, the real writer of Born in USA, almost titled God Bless USA. A very important question for you, and we love you here in Clinton, Iowa.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do you audition for Farm Aid if you've been singing for like 25 years?
Well, if you want to send a tape of what you do to Farm Aid, Cambridge, Massachusetts, in care of Carolyn Mugar.
Okay, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Okay, do you have a zip code?
Probably, I don't know what it is.
It'll get there. What you do is go to the post office and they got a book you to look up a town and they'll give you the zip code.
Okay, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Farm Aid, right?
Yep.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much, Willie. It's really nice talking to you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Willie Nelson, who's in New Jersey. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Bell. This is Robert.
Where are you, Robert?
I'm in the San Joaquin Valley listening on KFRE, sir.
All right.
Willie.
Hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
What a thrill.
Thank you.
I got two important questions to ask you, if I may.
Yes, sir.
But first of all, let me just say this to you. If we lived back in the days of horses, I would have been proud to ride with you.
Yes, sir. I hear you. Thank you.
My first question, out here in California, Fresno, we had Garth Brooks here. We would sure love to see you here again.
Well, I'd like to come through there.
Well, I hope you do, sir. My second question, for your millions of fans, please consider being up on the big screen again. We'd love to see you on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a movie, now that you brought it up, there's a movie coming out at the end of this month called Going Fishing with me and Joe Pesci and Danny Glover.
Oh, that's great, Willie.
Oh, no kidding. Willie, do you like, how do you feel about motion pictures, television, that kind of thing?
Oh, I enjoy doing it. It's a lot of fun, especially, if it's something that I think I can do. And if I can't do it, then I'd rather not even try it.
What's Gone Fishing about?
Gone Fishing is a comedy. Joe Pesci and Danny Glover grew up together in Connecticut, and they were always getting in trouble, and they grew up fishing, big fishing fans. They came to Florida. They won a fishing contest. They came to Florida, and it's a story of what all trouble they get into in the Everglades.
I've done a little bit of television, and what I want to ask you is this. It's like, when I went and did some TV, I did my part, and I had no idea what the overall picture was until I got to see it on TV myself.
Yeah.
It's like I had my little isolated part, compartmentalized part, and I did that, and I didn't even know what the program was about till I got to see it. I guess it's a little different with a full motion picture, but do you get the feel of what you've done before it's done, before you get to see it on the screen yourself?
Well, it happens both ways, and if I get a chance to really work with the actors and the script and everything, well, then that's one thing. But and you're all shooting it there together and working together every day for weeks. But then when I did this King of the Hill show a few weeks ago, we met somewhere in some hotel or something, some building somewhere, me and this guy, and I read my lines, and he faked everybody else's lines, and then they went somewhere else and put it all together. So I had no idea what that was going to look like until it came out.
Yeah, and it's a surprise.
Yeah.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Where are you, please?
Yeah, I'm Dave, and I'm in Long Beach, California.
Hi, Dave.
And I got a little story to relate to Willie, plus a question I'd like to ask him when I'm done.
All right.
I went to see you one time when you played in Laughlin, Nevada.
Yeah.
And my mother and I went over to see you, and we really enjoyed the show.
Thank you.
But before we went in to see the show, you had like a life-size cutout poster of you standing in the lobby. And so I was taking a picture of my mother standing beside your poster. And some other lady came by and decided that I was you. And she wanted a picture of me with her. So my mother gladly took the camera and took a picture of me and her for her.
Did you autograph it?
And yes, but I autographed it David Mead, but I don't think she read it. She just closed the book and ran off with a happy smile on her face. I guess she was happy that she got home and read the autograph.
That's funny.
And my other question for you was, how do I get a job driving your tour bus?
Now, there's a threatening little remark for a guy who listens to my program.
Yeah, well, you know, the driver of this bus, a guy named Gator, and first of all, you'd have to whip him.
Yeah,
his job.
I'd have to wait till he wasn't hungry.
Willie, the other people who work with you, like Gator, who listens to this program, thank you, Gator, they've got to be living the same kind of life you live, right? And they've got to enjoy it like you do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a very gypsy-like, lifestyle. And you have to love that.
Listen, country music, the guy who called from Oregon, are there places, Willie, that you go back to a whole lot, and then places you don't get to too frequently? Is that the way it works, or are you, like, all over the place?
Well, there are certain places that I really enjoy playing, some of them that I've been playing since I really first started playing, places like John P. Floors and Lotus, and, well, there's maybe a few of those around the country. There's Billy Groom Longhorn Club in Dallas. Now there's new big beer joints, opening up all over the country. But I like to go back to those old places that I used to play because the atmosphere is still there.
So you're comfortable. Makes you comfortable.
Feel at home.
What about these really big things, like where you've got concerts with a gazillion people out there? Is that harder?
Well, it's different in a way. It's
not as personal.
It's not as personal and as being close up with 200 or 300 people in a club.
Yeah.
It's a different atmosphere and there's a different energy exchange there, and you have to, I guess, approach it a little bit.
I hear you. All right, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. Willie Nelson is my guest. This is CBC. To Atlantic City, where Willie's in his bus. Do you call it a bus or do you call it your home?
Bus.
Bus.
It is my home, but it's a bus.
Here's a question for you by fax. Please ask Willie, what drew him to the part in the film made about the American skydiving champion stranded in Russia? Did you do a movie about that? Something called Coming Out of the Ice?
Yeah, with John Savage. It was a movie for, I think, CBS television. And it was several years ago, and we did that up in Finland.
Finland?
Yeah.
That's, I was in Finland about a year ago. That's a really interesting part. What's your impression of that part of the world?
Oh, I love it. It's beautiful. I like all of that area up there.
I was in Helsinki, and It's an amazing part of the world. It really is an amazing. I mean, it's old, but it's clean. And somehow, Willie, in our cities in America, when they get old, they're not clean.
Yeah. No, I really do like the places that I've been up in there. Norway. I love Norway. Have you ever been there?
I have. Same kind of impression. Copenhagen, even. All of those cities, somehow they're old, but they've aged gracefully. And I can't figure out how they've done that. You know, to be so old, so much stonework everywhere is a different kind of atmosphere. And yet they stay clean while our cities have kind of gone, a lot of them, some of them are all right, but a lot of them have sort of not aged very gracefully.
I'm sort of partial to Amsterdam myself.
Uh-huh.
You like Amsterdam?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. How you doing?
Hello, Willie. My name's Daryl, and I'm calling from Seattle, Washington, about as far across the coast, across the United States as we can get apart from each other right now, but I feel so close to you. I feel like you are a father figure to me. You got a pioneer spirit, man. You are what freedom is all about. And I really want to thank you for your stance on hemp, because I'm a stone cold hempster. I call talk radio shows every day in my life, telling people that marijuana should be legal and that the farmers need this product and we need to save our forest. And I was wondering, have you ever met with Woody Harrelson?
Yeah, I know Woody. He's a good friend.
Oh, man, he is such a great guy, too. You know, Woody Harrelson, I put you guys right up there with Mark Twain, man. I am so proud of you. And when I see an eagle, I'm thinking about Willie Nelson.
All right.
Now, oh, man, we put on a little festival over here in Seattle. It gathers about 60,000 people a year. It's called the Seattle Hemp Fest.
Right.
And if you get a chance, I'd like you to take a look at those pictures on the internet. They're easy to find. Just type in Seattle Hemp Fest on any search engine. You'll find them. And we would really, really love to just have your support in spirit. Or if you could send an email or a message to us around the Seattle Hemp Fest. We're going to have it in August. Oh, man, I mean...
Be a lot of help.
Well, I tell you, for sure, you've got my best wishes with you all the way, and my spirit is there, you know, no matter whether I get a message to you on the email or not. I mean, you know how I feel about the issue, and I'm with you all the way.
Thank you so much. And Art Bell,
yes, sir?
Please get him on again and again and again and again.
All right.
And more hempsters, please, too. Woody Harrelson, all the rest.
All right. Yeah, I'd be glad to. How about you, Willie? What kind of thinking did you do about hemp, about pot, before you decided to be public about it?
Well, it's one of those things that once you realize that you have been lied to about something, you have to decide whether you want to do anything about it or whether you just want to lay down and roll over and say, well, those son of a guns lied to me.
Yeah.
And it really... it really upset me to think that they would insult my intelligence like that.
Have you you changed a lot over the years? I mean, how have you, if you had to describe how you've changed from like when you were in your 20s to now? You're a different person? You're saying?
Just in my habits. I think I've dropped a few bad habits, hopefully, along the way. But my attitude about everything, I don't think has changed to a degree, hardly. I don't know whether that's just because I'm a stubborn Taurus or what.
You spent any time in jail?
Today, no.
No. We're talking ever.
Ever? Have I spent any time in jail? Well, sure.
Yeah. Because you do a lot of work, you know, for people who are in the joint. And I got to tell you, I get a lot of letters. Man, I have so many listeners who are in jail, federal institutions, local institutions, you name it. And you go and you sing for them sometimes, don't you?
Sure, I do. Well, you know, a lot of my friends and relatives are in there.
Yeah. All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Willie Nelson. Hi.
Hello.
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 Bill?
Yes, sir. Where are you?
Nelson. It's a pleasure to talk to both of you guys.
Yeah, okay. Where are you, sir?
I'm fantastic. I'm from St. Paul, Minnesota.
All right.
Art, I've got your book. I haven't had a chance to finish it yet, but it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Willie, we have a mutual friend.
Yeah?
I'm from St. Paul, Minnesota. I'll give you his initials, JP.
Okay.
You know who I'm talking about?
I'm pretty sure I do.
Your movie, Red-Headed Stranger, when you shot the man off the back of the horse that the man stole. That's my friend.
All right.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you give him a message for me? Get a hold of Brian in St. Paul. It's been a long time.
If I run across it.
Okay. I first was introduced to you. I'm the youngest of 8, and my sister had the Red-Headed Stranger album, and I just recently got that again on CD. And I'd love for you to come to St. Paul for a concert so you could sign that for me. And if you happen to come out here and bring Jeff with you, I'd throw a hell of a barbecue, and you're more than welcome to come on over.
Well, see, now you're just going to use his initials. Now you used his name already.
I didn't use his last name, did I? We know who you're talking about, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks. Hey, you know, it's like you're an American institution now. How does it feel to be an American institution?
Oh, I don't really know what that means.
Well, it means like you're a household word. It means like everybody knows Willie Nelson.
Commode is a household word.
Well, yeah, oh, Willie.
But there's everything is relative. You know, I used to have this saying, of all the people who don't like me, just think of the millions who've never heard of me.
How do you handle it mentally? Once you got to the point where, I mean, there was a breakout in your career, well, all of a sudden, you know, you were known nationally. I mean, everybody began to know you, and it's a pressure, isn't it?
Well, I guess it is. You know, I don't think about it. I really don't think about it. I know there's a responsibility to keep the music going. I know I have a responsibility to Farron Young and to Little Jimmy Dickens and to Hank Williams, and I take that very seriously.
You gonna ever stop? You gonna ever go fishing, or are you gonna keep singing until you drop?
All those things. I went fishing last Sunday for my birthday. Took my boys down to Galveston fishing. I'm not a big fisherman. I don't do that a lot, but it's.
Oh, I meant that. No. I meant that metaphorically. I mean, is the day gonna come? You're gonna hang your guitar up, and you're gonna just, you know, live a different life, or are you gonna probably keep singing forever?
Well, I hopefully will sing forever. I don't really want to think about quitting singing or quitting playing or quitting doing what I'm doing, because I'm really having a good time, and as long as I'm healthy and as long as people show up, to me, that's the perfect world.
Yeah, it is. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hear me okay?
I hear you fine, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Bradenton, Florida.
All right.
Well, as one who is obsessed with talk radio, I'd like to ask Mr. Nelson something regarding pot. I'm not personally a pot smoker, but could we try having an experimental state where they allow pot legally and before we go total U.S.?
Well, I think that's happened now. California and Arizona now have passed a law where medicinal marijuana is legal there, and the doctors can prescribe it. So that is happening, and I think it's good that it's happening in a small scale, 1 or 2 states, where everybody else can look at it and see, you know, just how affected is the population going to be one way or another.
Well, so far it looks to me like California is no crazier than it normally is.
Yeah, it's hard to see the change.
Willie?
Yeah.
Willie?
Yeah.
You don't think the bottom would fall right out of the market for pot if they allowed it nationwide, do you?
The bottom fall out? What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. I think the bottom would fall out of the black market at the end of it once they legalized it. I mean, those guys would have to figure out something else to sell.
What about the liquor industry? You were a drinker once, weren't you? Pretty heavy drinker?
Yeah, well.
So marijuana takes the place of booze?
For me, it has. And maybe it was a natural progression for me, because whenever I used to get too drunk to know what I was doing, well, Paul English, my good friend and drummer, would bring me a big fat joint and say, "Here, smoke this." Next thing you know, I'm laying on the floor. So at least I'm controllable. So that's the way I sort of switched over, and and I sort of like Paul's the way Paul was handling it and the way I was handling it. I really wasn't handling alcohol that well.
Yeah, what kind of drinker were you? A lot of people, some people get happy, some people get belligerent.
Well, I think it depends on what you have on your mind when you start drinking, you know. And I had a lot of negative things on my mind, bad marriages and all that kind of stuff, and not making any headway in my career. So if I ever needed a reason to drink and to feel sorry for himself, I had one. You know.
A lot of people say bad marriages make good country music. Is that right? Is it? I mean, is it tragedy? You know, living through a bunch of really hard stuff.
Yeah.
And we all do. Not just people at the top. People at every level live through hard stuff. Does that harden you? Make you better at what you do?
Sure, it makes you a little more wary of what you do, or beware of what you do. You don't really learn a lot, I guess, so I find myself making the same mistakes over and over again in some instances.
You know, we were talking about reincarnation. Your place in this constantly reincarnating world, you think you've been around a lot before, or you're pretty new at this?
I think I've been around a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with the guy who's been around a few times, Willie. Willie Nelson. Hi.
Hi, this is Tony in Palm Desert.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Well, I called Willie because my wife wanted me to call and have you say hi to Bobby because she loves your sister.
Hey, Bobby's sitting over here listening. I'll tell her that someone says hi.
And we've seen you every time you come out here to the desert because we've been a long-time fans of yours.
Thank you very much.
And my 86-year-old mother has picked out 2 songs that were to play at her funeral that you've done very well.
Wow.
What songs are up?
Yeah.
Wind Beneath My Wings.
Yeah.
Angels Flying Too Close to the Ground.
All right.
See, there you are, Willie. That's what I mean. When I said it's like you're an institution, that's what I meant. People like that. People who go play your music at their funeral, that kind of thing. That's, if you stop and think about it, which I think is better not to do, because it'll get to you after a while, but that's, you know, it's like a lot of responsibility, huh?
Well, I agree with you. I don't think you're supposed to think about it. We've got a saying that we like to use out here. It's fortunately we're not in control. and I hang on to that one with both hands.
Yeah, I hear you. Your sister, you're pretty close to your sister?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're probably as close as blood relatives can get. We played music together all our lives.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Top of the morning to you. Where are you, please?
Rob in Springfield.
Springfield,
Ohio.
Ohio.
Yeah,
right.
there's quite a few Springfields out there.
Yeah, there are, yes.
Mr. Nelson.
Hello there.
It's a pleasure to speak to you, an honor. I am interested in the songwriting, and I was wondering if there's anything you can tell me about a place where I could send any songs or anything about how much it would cost to get copyrights done and all that stuff.
I honestly don't have any information on where to send songs. I don't have a publishing company, so I really couldn't help you there. There are some good publishing companies around, but I really couldn't give you a name. Sorry.
Would there be any, I know there is no way this is possible, but if I could send you something, a little poem that I write.
Yeah, send it to me at Spicewood, Texas.
Spicewood, Texas.
Yeah, 78669.
669. Willie, I take it anything that shows up in Spicewood with your name on it gets to you?
It'll get there.
I don't know how the Postal Department does it, but they've come to know me too, Willie, and people can address things to, I've seen letters come to me that say Art Bell in the desert.
Yeah.
No zip code, just in the desert, and somehow it gets to me. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm sure same with you. How big is Spicewood?
It's just A few disturbed people.
All right, first, yes, a few disturbed people. First time caller line, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. And, well, you would have been, but you're adopted. On West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Hi.
Yeah, Willie, I think it's great on your farm days you do for the farmers and everything.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I really do. It's really a wonderful thing there.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in San Francisco.
Okay.
Art?
Yes, sir.
I want to make it. You know, I said the 28th of this month. It's 28th of next month.
For what?
June. Huh? The Sacramento deal. You know, against the NTBE.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you know, the stuff that's been getting into the groundwater, poisoning the water and stuff.
Yeah, this caller, Willie's talking about some stuff in California. It's getting into the groundwater. They get wells closed down.
Yeah.
You know, Willie, I was pretty much political conservative. In a lot of ways, I'm economically still very conservative. But, boy, I'm telling you, Willie, I'm becoming really conscious of our ecology. Have you travel around a lot? It seems to me like our weather's getting worse.
Oh, yeah, and I'm sure you've read books that predicted it. It's, you know, supposedly at that time when the Earth is going through some changes. So it's important that everybody knows that this is a natural progression.
Well...
Don't you think so?
I don't know. I mean...
Have you ever read a book called Mother Mary's Message? Mary's
Message to the World. I've interviewed the author.
That's a very interesting book because it talks about the weather changes and why, when. It's very interesting.
Well, here's what I think. We agree the change is going on, but I don't know if it's natural. I think, you know, whether it's like a creator, God, or nature, and they may be like one and the same, that this Earth is beginning to react to what we're doing. So
I agree with that 100%. But I think what we were doing is a natural reaction. So the world, the Earth itself, is taking a natural reaction to us. I think every few million years the world has, you know, to get rid of the folks and start all over again because we don't know how to handle it.
Yeah.
We haven't figured out how to treat the Earth as a living entity, and we keep treating it like it was a piece of dead meat that you could do whatever you want to do to. And the Earth is a big living thing, and all it has to do is belch a couple of times, and there's 8 million people gone. You know?
Yeah, and we're gone. That's right. No, that's exactly right. And I'm afraid some of it might come from organized religion, you know, because some people interpret the Bible to mean that we can do whatever we want, that we have dominion over everything, and if we feel like concreting over everything around, no problem, go ahead and concrete and do whatever you want to do, and that's our right, somehow or another. And I think that's just a sort of a misinterpretation. So I think you're right. I think we've probably been around a few times before and booted away. Look, we're coming to the top of the hour, Willie. I got a 5-hour show, but it's 4 o'clock in the morning back there.
Well, are you getting sleepy?
Oh, I'm not getting sleepy. No. You want to stick around?
Well, I'll stay with you a while if you don't care.
No, I don't care. I'd love to have you. All right, cool. Then take a break. You got about 10 minutes, and we'll be back.
All right.
All right. Willie Nelson is my guest. And he is an American institution, whether he likes it or not. Good morning, everybody.
I mean, somewhere along the way, we decided it's better that we leave town that night, so...
Because everybody's knocking on your door, that kind of thing. So in other words, get out of town, get to the next town.
Well, we're just like like we were talking about earlier. You and I are a lot alike in some respects. It's better that I get out of town, or I'd have had more than 4 marriages.
I understand. There are, as you said, your wife's probably asleep right now. There's a lot of temptation out there.
Yeah. A whole lot of it, and it's and I don't want it to go away. I like it.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Morning, Art.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Cindy, and I just can't believe I've got my two favorite men on the radio at the same time. How are you doing?
Well, good morning to you, Temptation.
Oh, thanks so much. Listen, I wanted to ask you something. I have got a dream that I've told my family about for the last probably 15 years. And what that is to sing Amazing Grace with Willie Nelson in my living room. Well, the thing is, I'm standing in my living room right now. And I was wondering if you'd like to sing it with me, or at least a couple bars.
We'll kick it off.
Okay. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saves a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Ah, you did it.
He made a dream come true. Thank you so much, and I gotta tell you, I believe that music can help heal the planet.
Well, that's fact. Thank you.
I believe in that one.
How much gospel have you done, Willie?
Honestly, and I'm not saying this just to be so smart, to make a smart crack, but I think all music is gospel. And I started out singing the traditional gospel, and since then I've just been adding different kinds of what I really believe gospel music. Blues is gospel. Bluegrass is gospel.
Yeah.
It's all, true music of the Spirit.
It seems like a lot of people who came from a background like that, pretty simple background, Crystal Gale's one, the Pointer Sisters, they were raised by a preacher.
Yeah.
And look where they went. And that seems to happen to people who come from real strict or religious backgrounds. For some reason, something clicks, something's changing, and all of a sudden they're in a whole different world. And it's a natural progression from gospel.
Oh, yeah. I believe that. I think, if you start out singing gospel music, you've got, you got two strikes with you. By knowing that kind of music, you already know the blues, you know country, you know a lot of different kind of music without even knowing that you do.
Do you ever sing any other kind of music? I mean, when you're just jamming, do you ever get into anything else?
Like what?
Well, I don't know. Like
jazz or
like jazz or pop or blues or, do you ever just?
I have a reggae album coming out in a few weeks.
Really?
Yeah, on Island Records.
Now, how in the world do you get from where you are to reggae?
Don was a great producer who did the Borderline album that I did on Columbia, and also did the last Highwayman album that we did.
Yeah.
He said, "Why don't we do a reggae album?" And I said, I like reggae, but I don't know anything about it, and I'm afraid I don't know what kind of reggae. And he said, "Why don't we take some of your songs and put reggae beats to them?" And so we went to the studio and did a song called Undo the Right, and it turned out so good that we flew down to Jamaica and talked to Chris Blackwell at Island Records, and he liked the idea, so now we have a reggae album.
Wow! How do you like it?
I love it. I think it's great. We do a song, Jimmy Cliff's song on the show every night called Sitting in Limbo.
Sitting in Limbo?
Yeah. You ever heard that one?
No.
It's a great song.
All right. Wes the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Willie.
Good morning.
I wanted to say how much I enjoyed your appearance on the cartoon show King of the Hill.
Thank you.
I was there and saw you at the very first Farm Aid in Champaign, Illinois, all those years ago. I believe it was 1981.
First Farm Aid, I believe, was 80, what, David, 84? The first Farm Aid, 85.
Oh, wow. Well, it sounds like my short-term memory's going.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted you to talk a little bit about, I assume there's probably another Farm Aid coming up.
Yeah, we mentioned the date earlier, but I'm glad to mention it again. It's October the 4th in Irving Stadium, just outside of Dallas.
And who all's appearing with you there?
Well, there'll be the regulars, me and John Mellencamp and Neil Young and John Connolly and whoever else we can, get to come there. And we usually have 30, 40, 50 acts that are glad to come because everybody knows the problems and the situation, and everybody's eager to help. We've never had any problem getting people to play Farm Aid.
Great. Well, good luck to you. And I was going to ask you, what was it like doing that show, King of the Hill? And I'll hang up and let somebody else talk to you, too, if you want to comment on that.
All right. A lot of people want to ask about King of the Hill.
Well, that was a great show. First of all, I didn't know that there was such a show until I was on it, So the first show that I saw was the one that I was on. Those guys are hilarious. Have you seen the show, Haarp?
I have, yes.
It is a funny show.
Well, a lot of people seem absolutely interested. All right, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Don't hang up.
Okay.
We'll be back. Willie Nelson is my guest.
And I must be the #1 Willie fan.
All right.
I just thought I'd let you know that, and I can't believe I'm actually talking to you.
Well, that's great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, record this and play it back in your log house.
Oh, I'm going to. I am recording it. But I wanted to ask you one little question. How come is it that all of what I think is your very best music never became big hits?
Well, that's a subjective question, but it's a fair question.
The Sound in Your Mind is my favorite one.
Well, there was a lot of records that I made back in those years that sort of got lost in the shuffle. The Sound in Your Mind was one. Yesterday's Wine was one. It came out many years ago. Now it's been reissued. But a lot of those records that a dozen or more that I felt like had you get a dozen albums, 10 songs an album, and there's 100 songs there that got lost. So.
Oh, they did. And those, to me, are the best ones.
Are there, what's favorite? Do you have a favorite?
Well, I do in my show every night 40 to 50 songs, and those are my favorites. And usually the last stuff that I've written is my favorite. I just wrote an album called Spirit, and those songs are my favorites now.
Spirit. What inspired that? Why call it Spirit? I mean,
it's an evolution of the spirit. This album it was written over a 17-year period, and it starts out with the way I felt 17 years ago and the way I feel now. It's a concept album that I really waited a long time to write because I really didn't have it all together, And, I wrote maybe 6 or 7 songs in the Spirit album last year.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. This is Marcus, your pistol back in Bacon in Portland. How are you gentlemen doing?
Fine.
Hello there.
Heidi. Well, I had the opportunity, Willie and Art, I just wanted to say, may the God and Goddess bless you both for the work that you've done in the cause of human freedom. There are a few things in my canon that are as important. No, I'll amend that. The cause of freedom is the most holy thing that I can conceive of in the realm of human experience. And I think you both have done yeoman service in that cause, and everybody knows it, and long may your flags fly.
Thank you.
That being said, Willie, I also wanted to thank you again for a piece of work you did in a movie called The Electric Horseman.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you.
That was a brilliant piece of down-to-earth leavening that movie needed to make it more than just a feel-good picture. That elevates it to the canon of a keeper. That's going to, for no other reason than it tells a good story about an important subject, freedom, and how it applies at all times and all places to all people and all things. And it's a good lesson that we need to keep in mind and never forget. Sort of tangentially, which goes into my question for you, Willie, you have a unique opportunity that I think some politicians would give their eye teeth for. You travel all over the country, you meet millions of people, you have your finger on the pulse of the nation the way that very few people are gifted to have. And I've admired and respected you, although I'm not a country music fan. I admire you as a person because you have demonstrated this kind of openness and receptivity and honesty that makes it possible for people to tell the truth to you and for you to know the truth about them. What is your sense of the pulse of America? Where do you think we are as a people? Where do you get the feeling that we're going?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, I'm a positive thinker, so naturally I'm thinking that the fact that you and I and Art and the people who have called in tonight have the ability to be here tonight and say what we're thinking and to have it being heard by millions of people all over the world, to me that's a positive sign. Because if enough of us get out there thinking and talking positive, then, the Berlin Wall fell, so what's next?
What I find is that the older I get, the easier it seems like it is for me to say what I really feel without caring. In other words, just to say what I feel, and that's kind of recent for me, like in the last decade or something. I sort of began to change and not care, and so I just started saying exactly what I felt without regard for the consequences. And I'm sure you've become a little... You ever listen to Barry Goldwater?
Sure, I'm a big Barry Goldwater fan.
Yeah, so am I. And he says so much of exactly what's on his mind that I think the press is getting afraid to go to him anymore.
Well, we've had a few guys around. All politicians haven't been bad. I think I like Barry Goldwater, and I like Jimmy Carter, and I like Harry Truman. I mean, these were some fun. And Lyndon Johnson. I like these guys who would stand up and say, wait a minute, this is the way it is.
That's exactly what Barry Goldwater did. First time caller line, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Hello. Hello there. Oh, whoops, I didn't push the button, so that's not going to work. First time caller line, now you're on the air, I think.
Yeah, I was calling earlier about the idea I had to run by you.
Well, you're on the air with Willie Nelson, so, there's no point in running an idea just by me. Do you have a question for Willie?
Well, I have a question for both of you.
All right, fire away.
Actually, I was thinking about all the prophecies, like in the Bible and several other prophecies that talk about, like, natural disasters towards the end.
Prophecy. Yeah, I interview a lot of people who are into prophecy, and there's biblical prophecy, and you do anything about that, Willie? Prophecy, where things are going in the longer run?
Well, I do believe in prophecies. I think a lot of prophecies are interpreted in different ways. The book of Revelation, for one thing, is the whole book of prophecies, but it's interpreted in 1,000 different ways. Some of those are right. I just don't know which ones it is.
You ever wonder, with regard to Revelation, since you mentioned it, it's hard to tell where you are in a process, and you think we're in that now?
I do believe that we're in that time period when there are changes being made, and they're rapid changes. They're happening fast, and I think there's a lot of information being fed to us now through all the channels that's coming into us so fast that a lot of us are reeling from it a little bit. And but I think it's just important to know that that's what it is. We're just receiving a whole lot of information real fast, and it's probably for good reason. We maybe are going to need this knowledge.
That's a fact. I've been observing this for 13 years doing a talk show, and I started to realize that things are coming at a faster and faster pace. And I tried to ask myself if it was just because of the media delivering this information to us. But the fact of the matter is, things really are beginning to speed up.
Yeah, and actually the media is way behind in giving it to us.
That's right. That's exactly right. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Willie Nelson. Good morning. Where are you, please?
Hi, I'm from Lake County. My name's Marcia, and hi, Willie.
Hi.
I'm glad to hear that you did a reggae album.
Yeah.
It's really different from what you've done before. But recently, my husband and I, my whole family, have changed over from country western to reggae because it is really a family-orientated and love and
full of brotherhood. And as you know, right now, all we've got now is our family and our friends.
Well, you know, let me tell you a story about where reggae music came from. And this is a story that the reggae musicians that I recorded this album with told me that many years ago, when they first listened to music over the radio out of Jamaica, they would listen to these different stations and they would hear this country music. And they couldn't hear the rhythms because there weren't any drums back in those days anyway. So they put their own rhythms to the country music. And that's where the original Jamaica songs came from. The original reggae songs come from. They were getting the messages, the spiritual messages of the country music songs that are not there today. But what you've been looking for in country music today, the reason you went to reggae is because you're looking for that one thing that you don't hear in country music anymore.
Yeah,
right?
you're totally right on that aspect, Willie.
But I think it's funny that the country music and reggae sort of make a big circle.
We're at the top of the hour again. Choice point. You got a choice. I've got the hours. You know,
I don't want to hog all the programs. You got other folks coming or something, but I'm here. How much longer we got? An hour?
An hour? I've got 2 hours left, Willie, and I've got nothing but time on my hands. That's a luxury of radio, you know. Not like.
If I'm not, if you got somebody coming in or something, I don't want to hog the whole show, but I'm having fun.
If you're having fun, then let's keep going.
All right.
All right. Willie Nelson is my guest, and we'll just keep going. How about that? This is CBC. Don't hang up, Willie.
From that time, a few including you, and I was wondering if you have any that you're willing to tell on the air.
Well, of course, I remember Bob Newt. Still, I run into him occasionally. He and Chris Christopherson and some more guys hung out together in New York. And I run into him back in the 70s, I guess it was. And he's a good songwriter, good picker. I think he's in California.
Mm-hmm.
What was your first question?
What was your first question, huh?
About the Super Suckers, you've been doing some recordings of,
Yeah, in fact, there was a whole album called Twisted Willie that Super Suckers and Reverend Horton Heath and some more guys got together and did, and what I thought was great, they did a lot of my songs, and they just put their own spin on them. Angel Flying Too Close to the Ground was done with an electric sewing machine playing the rhythm.
Is that right? Hey, I'm going to switch topics on you real quick and ask you a real serious question. We've had some things happen in this country that are not so good, Willie. Down in Waco, in Idaho, and lately we've been getting these people arrested. We've got the trial going on in Denver now. We've got militias. We've got people who are like taking matters into their own hands, and it scares the hell out of me. I've got this feeling that if we get the wrong spark at the wrong place at the wrong time, there's going to begin a cycle of violence in this country. It's going to turn us into another Belfast. And I thought I would ask you about this militia stuff and what's going on currently and what you feel about that.
Well, personally, I feel like that if everybody gets out and votes against the people they don't like, then there won't be any need to get any guns and go shoot nobody.
Yeah.
To me, that's the way to do it. Once it gets to the point where you feel like you have to arm yourself and fight, then it's too late anyway, because look at China. Look, you can't beat a tank. I don't care how mad you are or how big your shotgun is, you can't outshoot that tank.
That's right.
So once it gets to the point where our government is more well-armed than we are, we're screwed anyway. So you better figure out a way to vote them out, because you can't put them.
Yeah, and more people are getting apathetic. They're getting the feeling that they can't change anything, and they're getting cynical. Willie, even I'm getting a little cynical sometimes about politics, and that turns them away from voting, and it just seems like some kind of vicious cycle, and it's beginning to spawn these people with guns.
I know it, and it's like catch-22. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But I still believe that there is a peaceful solution. There's got to be, because
the alternative is not so hot.
No, the alternative is an impossible situation. You can't win. Look at Waco. Look at all these other places. You can't beat them that way. You got to do it at the voting poll. You really can't beat them in court. You have to vote them out. That's the only way.
Yeah, I agree with you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Hi, this is Jeff from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, WTMJ 620.
Yes, sir.
Willie, you didn't even realize that your recordings went all the way back to 1962.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What was your first album?
It was called And Then I Wrote. It was on Liberty Records.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was just, I have a little book here I was just looking at. Hey, I didn't get a chance to check out any of the Farm Aid, but my hometown, you guys played their Farm Aid 4 in Indianapolis.
Sir.
And I got lucky, I happened to get the whole thing on videotape.
Right.
Yeah, it was just fantastic. It was a fantastic show from beginning to end. I'm not a big country fan, but I like some of the bands, some of the country and western bands that happened to play there. It was pretty cool. I have a strange Willie Nelson story to tell you real quick. When I first got here to Milwaukee back in '85, and I had already moved here by the time you guys came to Indianapolis. Didn't have a place to live, went to a mission. I was wearing a Willie Nelson t-shirt. And it was a black t-shirt. It's got just a drawing of your face on the front of it. And I need a place to stay. And the pastors as well, you gotta blah, blah, blah. You gotta, stay, listen to the sermon and all this, and you gotta be up at 6 o'clock in the morning, And he looks at my shirt and he says, but you gotta do this. You gotta change your shirt because Willie Nelson doesn't do the work of the Lord. And it just struck me kind of strange, and it was like...
Because Willie Nelson doesn't do the work of the Lord?
That's what the guy told me. That's what the pastor told me. And he wouldn't let me stay there overnight.
Now, where do you suppose a pastor might have got an idea like that, Willie?
I don't know. Are you serious?
Oh, no, I'm serious. It happened in '85 when I first moved to town.
Well, I can understand why anybody out there who is really fanatical religious person could look at Willie Nelson and say, well, my goodness, keep your kids away from this guy.
Don't let your kids grow up to be like Willie.
Yeah, there you go.
You think that you've been around long enough so that you were in the Old West one day, Willie? It seems like you were there.
I probably was, because I really still think that way a lot.
Well, when I see you in those kind of parts, it seems like it's really natural for you.
Yeah.
Feels that way to you when you're doing it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really not a lot of acting involved in those kind of parts, really.
Yeah, that's what I thought. First time caller line, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Yeah, this is Gary from Richland, Washington.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Nelson, I think you're one of the coolest guys to ever walk the face of the earth, and I mean it sincerely. Even if you don't like Willie Nelson, you know dang well you're the coolest guy. I was just wondering, though, what are some of the newer singer-songwriters today that you respect or listen to? And also, I want to know one of my guys I like a lot, who has a lot of respect for you, is Steve Earle. If you could say a few words about him.
Well, first of all, yeah, Steve Earle is a great writer, and he's one of those younger guys that I would, say him and Rodney Crowell, and of course, to me, Chris Dawson is still a young guy. So, but the real young guys, I really don't know who they are. I don't know who's writing these songs these days.
Well, I saw you guys do that Off the City Limits with Billy Joe Shaver and Kimmy Rhodes. She was kind of new to me, and I really liked her a lot.
Well, yeah, she's a great writer, and she's there in Austin. She's an old friend. She'll be playing the Picnic again this year, too. But
man, I'd love to go down that picnic.
And Billy Joe Shaver, to me, he's still a young writer. Back when with all this stuff about country music was going on, I knew I was in trouble when I heard those people say, well, I wish they'd play some of them old guys again, like George Strait and Randy Travis.
Correct. Well, thank you, Willie. It's been a great pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm so glad I got through.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in eastern Indiana.
Okay.
Okay, two things. First, one is a request, and the other is a comment.
All right.
This Sunday's Mother's Day, and my mother is a tremendous fan of Mr. Nelson. And I was wondering if he would be willing to give her an audio autograph.
All right. What's your mother's name?
Jean.
Willie?
What's your name?
Jean.
Dean?
Jean.
Gene.
Yep.
Well, happy Mother's Day, Gene.
That is wonderful. Her and she and my wife make me believe in God. They are wonderful women. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You're not a strictly religious person, are you? I mean, you're not like in a church every Sunday or something, are you? Or are you?
Well, no. Well, I couldn't be in a church every Sunday. I hadn't gone to church in a long time, but I believe we walk around in our church every day, you know. So wherever we are, that's it.
All right. That's fair enough. When I come back, I want to ask you a really tough question, and so stand by and don't go to sleep and don't hang up, and and we'll be right back from the high desert near Area 51, so-called Dreamland. I'm Art Bell, and this is CBC.
RCA going to release one of their essential series on your sides from back then.
All right. Last question first.
There is an album called Yesterday's Wine that came out on RCA several years ago. It's just been released on Justice Records. And, you know, that was good news to me because I didn't think that album really had a good shot back in those years. It was, the content was a little bit early, I think, and Justice Records liked it enough to get it and put it out again. So,
It's ahead of your time.
All right. What about this fairness in music licensing? I don't know what that is. Do you, Willie?
well, I wrote this letter to some folks trying to keep that from being, as I understand it, what it is, it's if this law is passed, and there's a lot of songs that I sing that would be restricted. You know what I'm talking about?
No,
Is it the law you're talking about?
It is, I guess. I mean, what does the law or the proposed law say, or what effect would it have, Willie?
Well, first of all, let me see if this is the one this gentleman is talking about.
Well, he's already gone, so.
Oh, okay. Well, in case it's a law that, as I understand it, it's a law that prohibits certain lyrics and ideas. It's a horrible form of censorship. So naturally, I think that anybody, any writer, anybody, any citizen ought to be against it.
How in the world can they, on what basis can they limit? I don't understand that at all. I mean,
well, there's a lot of things that are done in the name of morality, and it's for our own good.
Oh, is that what it's about? In other words, certain words or phrases you can't say, or you can't write about it in a song?
I'm sure that's the origin of it. That's the origin of the law that I'm talking about, and I'm not sure about this other thing.
Oh, well, all right then. What about all this crazy music that's out there right now, the rap stuff, the stuff
That's the ones they're after.
Yeah, I know that. I know that, but so kind of like Larry Flint stood behind the First Amendment with a flag behind him, all that stuff. It really applies here as well. The rap stuff is bad, but sometimes in the name of what we call freedom, if we really mean what we say about the First Amendment, even the stuff you don't like, gotta let it go.
Yeah, you can't tell people what to hear and what not to listen to. That's not what we do. Everyone should be able to listen to what they want to listen to, like what they like. That's why they put knobs on the radio so you can turn the dial.
You've got that right. And yet, let me tell you something. There are a lot of people out there who hate my guts. At least some. You know, if you're not hated by some, you're probably not doing anything at all. And yet they're glued to listen to remind themselves how much they hate me.
Well, they feed on that.
It's a strange psychology, isn't it? West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Hi.
Hi, Art, and hi, Willie. How you both doing?
Fine.
This is for Willie and for Art, sort of. Willie, there's a guest who you've done Farm Aid, and there's a guest who Art has on his show weekly called Linda Howe. She studies cattle mutilations and crop circles.
Oh, yeah.
And I was wondering if you would consider, she's also former Miss Idaho, but would you consider doing a crop circle cattle mutilation aid in this Martin and Oceanside?
Right in Oceanside. You know...
I'd like to know more about it. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, you know, in a lot of parts of the country, in fact, all over the world, there have been these really strange incidents of cattle mutilations that make absolutely no sense at all. And crop circles, well, those are these strange designs, Willie, that show up in the middle of farmers' fields, wheat fields, those kinds of things that appear to be nothing that a human being could do, you know, as though it came from somewhere else or something else, or whether it's a message or nobody really knows what the hell it is. But they're beautiful, they're intricate, and nobody knows what they are.
I've heard of those and I've seen them, but I'm not sure what the benefit is for.
Well, he was kidding about that.
Oh.
He was kidding about that, but I mean, you know, the question about the crop circles really is interesting. It's like somebody's trying to tell us something, unfortunately, somewhat cryptically. And there have been some amazing examples, like Stonehenge in England, with 191 circles joined together, some looking like DNA strands, and all these strange things going on that we simply don't understand, but right in the middle of farmers' fields.
Yeah. Well, you're right. They're trying to communicate some way.
Yeah, maybe they are. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Yes, it would figure that you would have on your program a dope-smoking, tax-dodging, government-hating hippie. That would figure for you one who has murdered not 39, but now 43 people who you sent to their dooms by watching a comet.
Willie, this is a fellow named J.C. Features himself to be a preacher.
Country and Western. But you give it a bad name. Well, how about someone like Hank Williams, who sings good songs about the heartland?
This is J.C. Features himself to be a preacher, Willie.
Oh, he's doing great.
I've administered the new revelation from the Lord, and you are against the Lord's work, just like the gentleman who told the gentleman with the T-shirt that he has to take that off, that he was causing disruption among those who were there to follow the true faith. And in Art Bell, you know...
Willie, he thinks I'm the Antichrist.
Well, you murder, your body count's piling up. You can't say that you're...
You're not.
He's talking about the Heaven's Gate suicides.
And you're trying to dodge
blaming that on me.
Oh,
you're trying to dodge that.
You know, I didn't know whether you did it or not, Art.
Just revealed that you were at the...
JC,
JC, you left your motor running.
Yeah.
No.
Be calm, JC.
Yeah, well, I am calm.
No, you're not. You're never calm.
Well, yes, I am. Are you trying to say that I have a problem? No, I don't. I have a problem with the fact that you bring on subversives onto your program. We're trying to say that the government...
Subversives? All right, JC, enough for now.
Are you holding your nose while you're talking?
I've often wondered about that myself, Willie. Mercifully, he seems to be gone. But he'd just go on and on if I let him. Are you a proud subversive, Willie?
Am I a proud subversive?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's the way I feel about it, too. First time caller, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Oh, God. Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, hi. Where are you?
Sacramento.
Sacramento. All right. Well, let's hear how you follow that last act.
That was really pretty funny. I mean, that guy should never be on the air.
Well,
if he hadn't been, though, we wouldn't have got that laugh.
That's right.
That's true. And, hey, Art.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of a man named Irwin Schiff?
Yes, I have.
You have?
And I bet Willie has too.
I'm afraid I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, he's it's all about the IRS, right, caller?
Yes.
Yeah, this is somebody who, I think, has Irwin been behind bars over the IRS thing? I think he has.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
And that was a mistake.
Well, I don't know about that. but there's been a lot of people who've been behind bars. You know, Willie, that since... let me ask you this about the Irish. There's a lot of people out there who say that the 16th Amendment was never ratified. I'm not a citizen of this country. I'm this or that, and I won't pay taxes. And a lot of them end up going to jail. How do you feel about those people?
Well, I don't know about those people. The way I feel about it personally is that I've always felt like that if I made enough money, I didn't mind paying taxes. I think we're being overtaxed a lot now, but as long as I'm making enough money to pay my taxes, then I didn't bitch about it too much, you know.
It hurts a little bit when you look at what they take, because it is a lot. You know, it's a lot. There's no question about it.
If you look at it like, well, it's a pretty good price, you know, to pay to live in America, and if you look at it that way, it is.
And I do look at it that way. Listen, I got one more hour.
I do too.
You do too? Stay right there.
All right, don't hang up.
No, don't hang up. No matter how good a person or bad a person you are, there's somebody who doesn't like you enough to probably try to do you harm. And do you think about that?
You know, I can't afford about that. You know, the thoughts do come by, and you have to say, well, am I going to worry about this, or am I going to go ahead with my life? So, no, I don't.
You can't.
I go back to that, what we talked about before. Fortunately, we're not in control. So I go about my life, and I figure that other people are taking care of me. I better have some guardian angels, or I'm in trouble anyway.
Yeah, that's right. And you just can't let it bother you. I finally came to the same conclusion. Just keep doing what you're doing, having fun. And, you know, if the plan is that you exit early, then that's the plan, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Don in Denver.
Yeah, hi, Don.
I got a couple of questions for Willie.
Sure.
If you're not a legend in your own time, how come they named a highway after you down there in Texas? Which one was it?
There was it's the highway that runs through Abbott, Texas. Really, it's the highway is closed now. They moved that highway, and now there's an interstate out in the edge of town.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
They named a highway after you?
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's not a legend, it's what is, you know?
And it's the road. What's great about it is the road that I used to run up and down is when I was a kid, and I still go back there now, and I hang out on the road and just have a big time, just knowing that, hey, this ain't bad.
It's Willie Nelson Highway. Okay, and the other question was, I don't know if it was a rumor or not, but I heard something about you at the White House or something taking a little break to go up and have a smoke on the roof or something.
That is.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, that's a rumor.
Is it a rumor or was it true?
You know, it's I can't remember for sure, but
He claimed short-term memory loss on the subject.
Okay, one more question. Is there any chance you could squeeze Art into your next movie there?
yeah, I'd love to.
He needs more exposure.
No, I'll tell you, Willie, I've been fighting with this. I'm a radio guy. And now, you know, all the TV people, I mean, CNN's coming out here next week, film a whole show and everything. And it gives me the heebie-jeebies, the camera. I don't know how to get over that.
Yeah, I know the feeling. There's more mystery to radio.
There absolutely is. And I just, every time I look at these other talk show hosts who go on television, I say, boy, are they making a mistake. And, you know, they got a good face for radio, and they should stick with it.
Well, yeah, but there's always temptations, especially when you get as popular as you are. They're going to be firing at you, you know. It's have your own daily TV commentary show.
Yeah, I know. They're talking to me about all that kind of stuff, and I have been resisting, and I have said no more times. And these television people and these movie people, they are very persistent people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like they don't take no. They just keep coming back and, well, how about if we do this, or how about if we do that, or we can make it easy on you, and oh man, they just keep coming. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Hi.
Good morning, Art and Willie.
Good morning.
Morning. Where are you?
I'm in Central Texas.
All right.
My question is, I know
golf is one of Willie Nelson's favorite pastimes. And my question is, who was the most fun person he ever played with, and who was the best golfer he ever played with?
Okay. Lee Trevino, I guess, is the one of the best golfers that I ever played with, and one of the most fun guys that I ever played with.
Yeah, he seems to have a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
Is that a big part of your life, sense of humor?
It has to be, Art.
I agree. Yeah.
You gotta laugh a lot or you're in really trouble.
That's right. It holds you off from going crazy thinking about the more serious stuff.
Yeah.
Listen, we happen to have Pahrump is a little bit small town, but we actually have a really good golf course here, Willie.
I played that golf course.
You have?
I played that. In fact, the last time I played that golf course, Benny Binion rode around with.
No kidding.
That's right.
Well, the next time you get near this golf course, I hope you'll call me up. We'll
All
get
right.
together.
Can we do it?
Yes, and moreover, I would even be willing to try and play golf.
Well, all right. That would be great. I'd love to do that.
All right, good.
Ask about is Johnny Gimbel. And I have never heard a person that could make a violin swing in a Western band like he can when he's played with you.
Johnny Gimbel is on the my latest album, Spirit album. Johnny plays some really great stuff on there.
Oh, no kidding. When's that going to be out? Or is
It's out now. It's been out about 6 months.
So, any record store probably, huh?
Right. It's called Spirit.
All right.
On Island Records.
Island Records. Whoops, would have been West of the Rockies. You're on the air with Willie Nelson. Hi.
Yes, good morning, Trey. Good morning, Willie. And,
Hello there.
and happy Mother's Day to Ma Bell out in Long Island.
That's my mom in Long Island.
A big hug to both of you and a warm smile.
Thank you.
Willie, I couldn't name a song that you've done. I'm not a fan of your music, but I am a fan of your soul. I started liking you when Johnny Carson, who I used to idolize, started having you on the show a lot, and I was really glad to know you from that.
Yeah, you know, this caller is saying something really important. And they don't necessarily have to be a fan of your music to be a fan of your soul. And there is something about you, Willie, and I don't know what it is, but it's like people can feel your soul. People can feel your realness. And that's a big part of it, isn't it? It's not just music.
Well, I think, I think people they feel what you feel. If you feel it deeply.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Hold on, Willie. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Selling timeshare there at the time. And I saw these buses, and I said, surely that's not. And I drove up, and sure enough, it was you. But they said that you were in Wilmington someplace getting ready for a concert, and I really had a hard time believing that. I thought you were out on the golf course somewhere, but they wouldn't tell us where.
Do they protect you that way, Willie? Just so you can at least once in a while go off and play around quietly?
Well, you know, it's as soon as the guys hit the stage area, well, everybody's kind of saying, well, where's Willie? And none of them know nothing. So.
Yeah, that's nice. People in my little town are good about that, too. A lot of them know where I am, but they don't say. You know, they just don't say. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Hi.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Art, I was surprised a couple breaks ago you played What a Wonderful World, and not too long ago I sent you Willie's rendition of it.
I love that song.
Yeah, I wish you would have played that tonight. My question to Willie was if he's reviving that song at all since it's becoming popular once again, because his rendition is quite original as well.
Yeah, I love that song, Willie.
Well, I do too, and of course I learned it from some Satchmo's record, and he does such a great job on it. I had a lot of nerve even trying it, but I liked the song so much I did it anyway.
There's just so much basic truth in that song.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing. I sat here sometimes during breaks. You know, I've got these 4 or 5 minute breaks, top bottom of the hour. I play music for myself.
Yeah.
Because it sets my mood.
Yeah.
It sets my mood. You know, somebody's asking here, and I'll ask, Have you ever had any experience with, we sometimes talk about ghosts or spirits here, and I'm not altogether sure what happens to a person's spirit, you know, after the body's gone. Have you ever had any experience that you could not explain with regard to something like that?
No. Not really. I believe other people do have them, but I've never had one.
That's me too. Except that I can feel the presence of those who have left, I think. I mean, it's not like some misty white thing appearing or something. Just, they're with me.
Yeah, but it doesn't appear to me as a ghost-like thing. It's a more of a natural thing.
Yeah, it is natural. That's right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson in a marathon now. Hi.
Yeah, Willie, I'm calling from Somerset, Kentucky.
Hey.
This is Mike. Are you coming to Renfro Valley anytime soon?
Well, I'd like to. Is that still going strong?
Yeah, it's done pretty good. I had a question to ask you. Do you ever do anything with David Allen Coe anymore?
I haven't seen him in a while. I think last time I saw him was the 4th of July picnic.
Oh, really?
Last year. I don't know what he's into these days.
Really, I have a lot of your old albums, his old albums, and I think the songs you done with him are great.
Right. Yeah, he's got a lot of talent.
Yeah. Is he still recording?
I guess so. I think he is. I'm not really sure. I haven't talked to him in about a year.
Well, Willie, I appreciate it. I hope you get around to Renfro Valley.
I hope so, too. Tell him hello up there.
Okay, sure will.
Well, there's a lot of places to go, aren't there, Willie?
Yeah.
A lot of places. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Hey, I'm glad I made it through here. Let me kill my radio. Okay. Hey, Art. Hi, Willie. How you guys doing?
All right.
All right.
Hey, I just wanted to ask Willie and actually thank him. How did he touched on it earlier, how did he and Julio Iglesias ever get together? Because they seem to be just diametrically opposed to each other.
I know. I thought the same thing.
Julio Iglesias is the international playboy, you know, and Willie Nelson is the down-home country boy. It just seemed like a...
Well, I was going to say he was the national playboy, if, you know, so maybe that's...
Oh, yeah. But anyway, it's kind of funny. The whole thing is, you know, I'm in the military, and every now and then, you know, you get called to do talent shows, you know, for your Christmas party. You know, we can't afford professional entertainment usually, so you just get a bunch of guys from the outfit, you know, go on, act crazy, and, you know, there's your show, right? Well, I always usually win because I do the Julio Iglesias and the Willie Nelson song. And I kind of like end my act with it. It was kind of funny, though. I just wanted to hear from Willie how he got together with Julio and who originally had the idea.
Yeah, I mean, that is a pretty good question. It seems like you're two very, 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 very different people. So how'd that happen?
I was in London, and I was listening to the radio at about 3 or 4 in the morning. And in London, at that time, you could only get a couple of stations. And there was the BBC, and then there was the BBC, but that was about it. But I heard this guy singing, and I told Connie, I was married to Connie at the time. I said, Connie, a great singer, and she said, yeah. And so the next day, she went down and picked up his album, because the guy said, Julio Iglesias. I thought I had discovered somebody. I didn't realize the guy had already sold 100 million albums. But so I called my manager, Mark Rothbaum, and I said, see if you can find out anything about Julio Iglesias and if he wants to do a song with me. So at that time, he was in Los Angeles doing his first session that he'd ever done in this country. And when Mark ran down his manager and found out where he was, and they asked him if he wanted to do a song with Willie Nelson, he said yes. So he came to Austin, Texas, brought a track up to all the girls, to Austin, Texas, to my studio. And we went in there, and I did my voice, he put on his voice. And then he went back to L.A. and spent another, I guess, 90 days working on his part because he wasn't satisfied with his English. And that's the way it happened.
Boy, classic. The whole thing has been classic. Willie, we're out of time.
Good. I mean, I don't mean good.
I mean, like, you've hung in there for the entire 5 hours. What a total pleasure it's been.
Same here.
When you come out, play some golf here in Pahrump, we'll get together.
I'd love to do it.
Willie Nelson, thank you, my friend.
I'll talk to you later.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be across the entire world. In the greatest part of it right now, our part, it's Halloween. Welcome to Ghost 2001. This is a night when all we do is tell ghost stories, nothing else. I know there's a world of things going on out there, but we don't do it on this night. We do one thing only, and we do it very well. We tell ghost stories, real ghost stories, and there's no lack of them ever. Now, I want to qualify this by saying right up front, no lame ghost stories, only the scariest, most hair-raising ghost stories that a person could ever relate. That's all we're taking. So if yours doesn't meet up with those qualifications, sit back and listen, because there'll be plenty that will. So those are the rules. Those are the only rules. Your ghost story had better be good, and you should be a good storyteller, too. So that's it. That's all we're doing tonight. I'd like to welcome KLYQ in Hamilton, Montana, 1240 on the dial in Hamilton, Montana. Glad to have you on board the network. That's just great as we continue to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. This is an unusual Ghost to Ghost tonight. It is an unusual Halloween. It is the first Halloween full moon since the year 1955, and it is the only one until 19 Halloweens more pass. I believe it is a blue moon, blue or not. It's the only full one since 55, and the only full one for 19 more years. So that's the agenda tonight. I've never had any doubt that ghosts are real. I know they're real after having presided over this program for the last, I don't know how many years, decade plus many now. I know they're real. I guess the question in my mind about ghosts became somewhat moot probably about 4 or 5 years ago. After doing so many of these and after observing things I have observed, I just came to the conclusion that it obviously is real. There really are ghosts, which means that there is survival of physical death. Anyway, nothing but the prime grade A ghost stories are allowed tonight. So before you dial, consider, are you in possession of, is the best ghost story of all time emblazoned in your mind? If it is, dial. Otherwise, sit back and listen. That's what's coming up. Nothing but ghosts all night long. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Ghost to Ghost AM. Now, one more time, this is your opportunity to phone in the best, scariest ghost story that any of us have ever heard. The scarier, the better. And if it's really, really scary, I'll be really, really happy. Why? Because I'll know that we're having good stories on the air, and I like to be scared like everybody else. You know, doing these shows, really, it scares the hell out of you after a while. A lot of times it just plain scares the hell out of you, but there is fun in fear, some types of fear. This kind of fear seems to be fun. Well, it's fun in the telling. It's not as much fun in the doing, as you will discover listening throughout the night. So, let us begin. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hi.
Art?
Yes.
Good evening. A ghoulish good evening to you.
And to you as well, sir.
Yes.
This story takes place, actually I'm Rex, I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And this story takes place about 10 years ago when I was working as a photo lab assistant in Yosemite National Park, California.
Yes.
One evening after I'd finished talking with my folks, I was walking home along the Merced River. And very pleasant evening. And recently I'd been looking into the folklore, the mythology, some of the history of Yosemite Valley, which had to do with the Miwok Indians and this sort of thing. Now, as I was approaching my cabin, the tent cabins that all of us employees stayed in,
Right.
I had absolutely nothing in my mind, completely blank. And I believe that contributed to what happened next.
How frequently in your life have you noticed that you've had a completely blank mind? That is somewhat unusual in itself.
Yes, it was.
I mean, just all of a sudden you say to yourself, wow, I'm not thinking about a damn thing.
Exactly.
All right, so anyway, there you were in that state, and what happened?
Exactly. Well, I approached my tent cabin. As I was standing on the door, unlocking the lock, I felt there was something very strange inside this cabin. It was twilight, it was dusk, there was no sound going on.
You just felt something was there, or you felt something?
I felt something.
Describe it.
Sort of like I could almost feel an aura radiating from inside it, and it wasn't a very pleasant.
Okay.
So I opened the door, and pitch blackness was inside this cabin. It was like I was looking into dark matter.
Darker than black.
Darker than black.
Yeah.
And this dark matter turned and looked at me.
Looked at you?
Looked at me.
Well, to perceive that, you must have seen, or did you just feel that? I mean, how did you know it was looking at you?
You know how some people have this third eye, this kind of a psychic sense kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
I felt like this thing turned and looked into my soul, basically.
Yes, and was it as empty as your head?
Almost.
Sorry.
But what happened after I felt this thing was looking at me,
Yes.
I felt it rush at me, like a hurricane kind of force. It's like that poltergeist swoosh, you know?
Oh, Lordy, yes.
And I remember this thing hit me, and I completely blanked out. I remember being in this white light, but all I could hear was this ghastly scream.
So it was just good night for you, huh?
Well, actually, this white light hit me, and then about a fraction of a second later, I remember landing on my back. And I looked back up at my cabin, and I was 15 feet away from the door. I don't know how I got there.
My. You had not been drinking, nor...
I just got off of work. Just finished talking with my folks, and I walked
sober
on.
as can be.
Exactly.
What do you think happened to you?
I had the feeling that it had something to do with the tragedy of the Indian situation in Yosemite Valley. I don't know. I can't really explain it too much.
Maybe I'm going to offer an alternative theory that you may not like. Obviously, what I picked up on in your story was that you were thinking about absolutely nothing, which is rare. I mean, have you ever caught yourself out there, folks? Wow, I'm not thinking about anything. I wonder if I'm okay. It's not something you do every day. So anyway, his mind was blank. His words. When your mind is blank, you are in an interesting, susceptible moment. Really. If the neurons aren't particularly firing in any direction, and it happens, it does happen, then you are very susceptible. So what may have happened to him may have happened at that exact moment because he was so vulnerable. Interesting. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art Bell. How are you?
I'm okay, sir. Where are you?
This is Anthony in Macon, Georgia.
All right.
And I'd like to relay this ghost story to you before I transform into a Canis lupus. So, this story...
do you do that from time to time?
Occasionally. Occasionally I do. Especially on nights like this. But about 1975, I was approximately 6 years old. I was visiting my grandmother here in Macon, Georgia, and this was shortly after my grandfather had passed away. He was an avid golfer, and he had a heart attack on the golf course.
Appropriate.
Yes, dying while he was doing what he does best. And
or liked best, or loved.
exactly.
It's the way to
exactly.
go.
And we were visiting my grandparents' house. Now my grandmother was just residing there. And this house had an added-on room that my grandfather had built, designed and built. He was an architectural student from Georgia Tech. He graduated from Georgia Tech. And this room he had built and designed. And when we had visited, I would stay in that room. And the extra bedroom in there.
Sure.
And one night I was in there, fell asleep. I wake up out of nowhere. I don't know what woke me up. I just woke up, and at the foot of the bed was a glowing figure, light glowing figure.
Okay.
Just staring at me. Now there was no sort of facial expression.
What I was going to ask. Yeah,
right. There was no face, no facial expression, but it was facing me because it just, seemed to be staring at me. Sort of an outstretched sort of arms, but you didn't see any arms. It was sort of just maybe sort of a flowing sort of down.
That'd be enough for me. You would know it was a spirit.
Exactly. So, like any 5, 6-year-old young man would do, I ducked under the sheets. I said, "Whoa, wait a minute."
That would have been my move too.
Right.
Under the covers.
Exactly. Because you're always safe there.
Yeah.
But then I, took another peek, and on that peek, it was still there.
Oh, that's bad, because usually when you come out from under the covers, it's gone.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
It was gone. It was still there, and then I went under the covers again, and I did not return up from the covers, and I fell back asleep. But get this.
Yes.
Now, this is the kicker. When I woke up the next morning,
yes, sir,
on the ground near the foot of the bed was a golf ball.
So your granddad had been there and left a sign for you, a golf ball.
I would either that or somebody was playing a elaborate hoax on me. But as I still have his golf clubs, and I have some of his golf balls. So maybe they just happened to be in that room, and I just didn't notice them when I went to bed. But it was an eerie thing.
I hear you. All right, thank you. Yes, the covers. The covers were always refuge from. For me, it was things in the closet. To this very day, I cannot abide an open closet while I sleep. I will not go to sleep with an open closet. Because a little 6-year-old Art was absolutely certain there was something in his closet. Certain. And I was manic about having the closet closed, and how's this for an admission? I still am. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm okay, sir. Where are you?
My name's John. I'm calling from Colorado Springs, Colorado.
All right, John.
Got kind of an unusual story. Just to give you a little bit of background, I grew up in a small town in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Grew up with a pretty good knowledge of the spirit world or demons or ghosts or what have you, that stuff existed. I believe that it existed.
Sure.
Always felt like there was something in my room when I was growing up. Used to have strange dreams. Sometimes I would have dreams where I felt like I was being spiritually attacked, but when I woke up I couldn't speak. Or when I'd go to sleep, it seemed like the moments between being awake and going to sleep, be a lot of fear.
There is a lot of fear. That's when people have OBEs. That's when they have things that freeze them in place. I mean, paralyze them completely. That's when I think you're susceptible to best seeing across the veil anyway.
Yes, I agree. That's a good way of putting it. I think that's a time when you're sort of wide open to anything that's looking for you.
Absolutely.
And like I said, I grew up with this, and I think people are real resilient because I think you can grow up around this sort of stuff. And even as I got older, things would happen or something would drop in my room and I'd come up with an explanation of how it could have happened. But everything will culminate when I'm about to tell you. But anyway, I joined the Army in 1989, summer of 89, and about 8 months before that, something really strange happened. Now, what I'll tell you is at the time, my mother and father were separated, and eventually a couple years later they would get a divorce.
Right.
At the time that this story happened, my father had not been living with us for probably about 4 or 5 months, quite a while.
Right.
I'm sitting in the living room one night watching TV. My brother was in his room, which is on the other side of the living room wall, and I saw my father walk through our house.
As a solid
being.
Your real dad? I mean, he was...
Absolutely, and people, when I tell this story, people always say, well, what year did your father die? He didn't die, he's still alive today.
Gotcha.
So it's kind of strange. Well, anyway, he walked through the hallway, and there was a door open on one corner of the living room, and that's where I saw him. And I was so convinced that it was him, and it was about 9:30 at night. You know, what would he be doing coming home at 9:30 at night? He hadn't lived there in 4 or 5 months. Right. You don't think of that right then.
Of course not.
So I get up and I follow him into my parents' bedroom, and when I had been in there for, I guess, about 10 seconds or something, I felt a very real presence. The same kind of thing that I felt growing up, going to sleep in my room, that same kind of feeling that very hard to describe, but, you know, I know
the feeling. No need to describe it.
Right. There's something else in the room that's a sentient being of some type.
Absolutely.
And that's when I, you know, kind of got scared and left the room. And then I walked down the hallway and I met my brother in his room. And he said, did Dad just walk by? And I said, yes, he did.
What? Really?
Absolutely. Now, the really strange part about it is my father was wearing a particular sweatshirt that I remember him wearing a lot when I grew up. He used to wear it when he worked on cars in the garage.
Yes.
So I still remember to this day he had this purple sweatshirt on and a pair of blue jeans, and he wasn't wearing shoes. He was walking in a pair of socks, and he was kind of walking sort of forward on his toes. That's the way he used to walk through the house.
And you're telling me that your dad was not dead. Your
absolutely not.
Your dad was still alive, right?
Right. I mean,
that's really fascinating, and it's about the second or third story of its kind that I've ever heard. But I have heard a couple of others, sir.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm wondering, and I hope maybe you or somebody could shed some light on this, because I've heard of something called a doppelganger.
Oh, there's a million different explanations for it. Thank you very much. A million different explanations, but one possible explanation is that all living things, present and past, have a spirit that can leave the body. This has been a particular point of interest, actually, for me for some time. Ghosts of the living. What does that mean? If there are really ghosts of the living, as there are certainly of the dead, then it says something fairly profound, I think, about the nature of spirit itself, the nature of the soul itself, doesn't it? It's an area that I would like to see some ghost investigators really bore in on. They tend not to do it, I think, because to them a ghost has to be dead, out of the old living body to be a ghost. Well, I have a different vision of all of this, and it includes the possibility that every living and passed on soul has a nature of spirit that we don't fully understand yet, but the kind of call we just had, the kind of report we just got, begins to take us down a path of understanding that may buck up against some of the mainstream thinking, if you can call ghosts and stories about ghosts mainstream at all, ever. Probably not. I'm Art Bell, and this is Ghost to Ghost AM.
Want to take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may restart at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nine.
A full moon, a blue moon, decorates our Halloween Ghost to Ghost program 2001. I'm Art Bell. In the nighttime. Good evening, everybody. Ghost to Ghost continues right now with all of you. You'll convince yourselves before the evening's over. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Art, I have a...
West of the Rockies, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. Okay, I've got to bleep out your last name. You're not allowed to give your last name. So you made me hit the button. Your first name is Burke, and you're in Washington, right?
That's right.
Okay, Burke, what's up?
Well, back in 1991, I was a student at the International Summer School in Oslo, Norway.
Uh-huh.
I was one of 60 students and 2 professors who took the long weekend trip from Oslo to Bergen and back.
Yes, sir.
And on the last leg of our trip, we stopped in a place called Blåfarverka. That means the blue color works. It refers to the small glass-blowing factory there.
Yes.
Well, we went into this Viking-style longhouse with picnic tables and sat down to eat dinner. Here we were in Norway, and what do you think they served us? Chili.
Reindeer?
No, chili.
Chili?
Yes.
Chili.
I couldn't believe it. The guy sitting across from me was from Texas. His name is Andrew.
I bet he could believe it.
Oh, yeah, he said something like, "Oh boy, chili, they knew I was coming."
Uh-huh.
Well, I didn't like chili. I just ate bread. It's a nice dinner roll for us. After we finished eating, Andrew picked up this sugar cube from a little bowl. He said, "You see this? I'm going to feed it to that goat out there."
Goat?
Goat, yes. There was a little barnyard. With a little barn. I think it was a petting zoo.
Oh, yes. All right.
Well, anyway, I said to Andrew, "You can't do that. It says on the sign out there in Norwegian, English, and German, please don't feed the animals."
Right.
He said, "Oh, yeah? Watch me."
I've known kids just like your brother.
What?
I've known kids just like your brother.
No, he's not my brother.
Oh, like this guy, anyway.
Yes, Andrew.
Andrew.
Yes, well, we walked outside. Andrew stepped over the 2-rail fence. He walked around the corner of the little barn. Then he came running back, climbed back over the fence, and said to me, "That goat was evil. It wanted to kill me." He looked around, and he said, "Hey, look at that mine over there. Let's explore it." And I said, "You got lost in that castle in Bergen. You have a bad sense of direction."
You're going to have to get to the point of the story.
Yes. We walked into this mine. He looked to the left, and he said, "Hi, how are you?" "Yeah! There's a human head in there."
A human head.
A human head. I looked, and there was.
A human head.
Yes, it had purple skin, no eyes, sunken cheeks, and brown disheveled hair. When I saw that, I made a noise like, "Ew," and I turned away. When I looked back, it was gone.
The human head was gone.
It was gone, yes.
All right, I appreciate your call. Human head story. Purple skin, huh? Well, I haven't seen one of those. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Well, Art.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm a retired police officer from the Midwest.
Yes, sir?
This happened about 15 years ago. This has bothered me ever since I went on this call. It was a domestic disturbance, it was a disturbance non-domestic. When I arrived, a lady told me that there was some loud thumping going on in her condominium. She lived on the bottom floor of a 2-story condominium complex.
Right.
And she walked me to the center, and sure enough, here it sounded like somebody hitting the floor with a sledgehammer.
Hitting the floor?
Yes.
And she lived on the bottom floor?
She lived on the bottom floor, and it was just unbelievably loud. I said, "Well, we'll need to get the manager to go upstairs and see what's going on." She says, "Well, nobody lives there." I I said, all right, well, we'll still need to get the manager and see what the problem is. I ruled out water pipes because no water run through that area.
Sure.
The manager, we finally got a hold of. This was 1 o'clock in the morning. We went inside, and she said, what is the problem up here? I don't understand this. And I said, well, the loud thumping. And she said, well, no one's lived in here for about 6 weeks. This is where Colonel Wilson died.
Oh.
And I said, I had stepped it off from the front of her condominium to the point of the noise right above us.
So you were standing about where it would have come from?
Right, and I also stepped it off from the empty our condominium to the point where the noise would have come from.
Yes.
And the manager put her hands on either side of her face and said, "Oh my God, that's exactly where his head was laying when we found him."
Another human head story. Oh my God.
No, I mean he had died of a heart attack.
No, I understand.
Laying right there.
Yeah.
And anyway, it was just really strange how everything coordinated and was exactly in a line right where he was lying.
Well, it's unusual, that a police officer would actually get to observe all of this. Usually it's all over by the time you're there on this kind of story.
I wrote it up.
Oh, you did?
Of course, I knew I'd be ridiculed for it also, but I wasn't. And I never heard a thing about it. But I said I heard the noise. It was loud, and it was very loud. It sounded like something 10 or 12 pounds being dropped right on the floor. And
well, let me ask you this. I have had endless emails from law officers all over the country about these kinds of things. Inevitably, of course, they don't want their names used. But a disproportionate number of people in law enforcement seem, to run into this now, or something like it. Really a lot of you.
We're normally the ones called on problems. That's why we hear about it more, I'm sure.
Makes sense.
But it's actually being there, like you said, being there when it's happening was very strange. And that I've been retired a couple of years now, but that has bothered me ever since that call. And evidently this lady had moved not too long after that because the thumping just continued.
Mm-hmm.
And I hit about 4 times and stopped. And she says this will do periodically throughout the night.
I'd move too.
I would have moved too.
Thank you so much.
You better.
Take care. That suggests a spirit behind, a spirit left behind. And that brings up all kinds of questions about whether we're really conscious on the other side, and apparently we are. I think from everything I've heard, from all the investigations I've done into ghost phenomena, I would have to say I think we're probably conscious on the other side, although it seems fairly clear that an awful lot of the dead don't know they're dead. They simply don't know they have died. And that's interesting because you would think any attempted interaction of a consciousness on the other side would immediately notice, hey, something's wrong here. I'm passing through walls, people aren't hearing me, something. I'm dead. Or maybe it's not that easy. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, sir. How you doing tonight?
All right.
This is Dean calling from Tampa, Florida.
Yes, sir.
One thing I would like to say is I agree with you. I think we actually exist on many different levels, in fact, and even as in life and as we pass to death, I think in a sense, a lot of us in our sense of awareness, we tend to almost tune into that. I think we each get glimpses of it, but maybe not the full picture.
And maybe that's intended.
I think so, sir. I would like to actually give you just a moment of clarity here. After I'd actually met a young girl named Clarity in 1985, I had a couple of after effects, actually. And I think there's a positive side to actual spirits that you might actually encounter, and I think in a sense it might actually be a protection in a sense. And I've seen this in children and things like that. I've heard stories about that. I had an experience. I was driving to Irving, Texas, in fact, on a major highway coming out of the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And I just bought a new car, driving down. It's about early 1986 as I'm just coming out of the highway. This rather large 1970 Cadillac, one of those old ones about 9 feet long, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, it kind of takes one of those. He decides he wants to take a right and go across 3 different lanes. Suddenly he just cuts right in front of me, and I start doing 360s on the highway. This is right at rush hour. We're talking 3-way highway, 3-lane highway.
Right.
As I'm doing 360, sir, I'm starting to come up over on 2 wheels, and I start noticing, like almost literally, as I look back on it, almost an angelic whirlwind of just, and I couldn't, it wasn't like people, but it was almost like a sense of protection, because I can almost remember how quiet it was as I'm doing these 360s, going up on two wheels and watching people drive around me, yet not being touched. And the most amazing thing is after I crossed 4 lanes of traffic, I suddenly realized I'm going backwards. I look up, and in my rearview mirror, sir, somebody's sitting in my back seat.
Holy
sir. Well, number one, I was by myself. As I look back in front, I noticed all traffic is stopped, and I'm slamming on my brakes. I look up back again, in the midsection, the actual, the barrier between the actual two highways.
Right.
I'm coming upon that, and I'm doing about 40 backwards. As I'm looking up in the rearview mirror, well, whoever was sitting in my back seat, well, they're gone now. So that one, I'm appreciative of that because I didn't want to have to deal with that. But secondly, I'm watching the barrier and me coming up doing about 40. I stop within about 3 feet of it. Not a scratch on the car, nothing. I've completely stopped rush hour traffic in the middle of Dallas-Fort Worth. Everybody's literally walking out of their car, looking at me like I've just filmed some stunt movie.
And you were no doubt convinced you had been saved by some sort of angelic presence.
Exactly, sir. And
all right. And to make it...
Yes, sir. To make it very quickly and short, 2 weeks later, I'm coming around on the left turn in Irving, Texas. Suddenly it's a rainy thing. All of a sudden, I start losing the grip of the car. I'm just starting to go over a cliff. Suddenly I stop, sir. I got out of the car. I look around. There's handprints in the front of my car as the rain's dropping like that. You can literally see somebody tried to stop my car. There are people out there protecting us, sir.
Shades of San Antonio, Texas. All right, well, that is interesting. Have you ever wondered, when you see an accident that's so horrible, you know, a car is totaled, it's mushed, there's nothing, and somehow somebody came through it completely unscathed? It occurs. These things happen. And a lot of times you get stories like the one that man just told. No matter what chaos was around him at the moment, the instant all of this occurred, and it does occur, of course, basically in an instant. An accident like that, he kind of gave it to us in slow motion. It may well be that, and who knows why, but there may be some protection, and of course everybody would say, well then why doesn't everybody get protected? I don't know, they just don't. But something that through it all won't let you get touched, no matter the mayhem all around you. You hear about these miracles, the seeming miracles, all the time. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. How are you this evening?
Okay.
All right. Well, this was about the middle of last July.
Where are you, sir?
This is Dave and Christopher.
Dave?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And we were up camping in White Pines up at the northern end of Illinois.
Right.
And we had just finished a late dinner, and we were sitting around a roaring campfire, starting to get cool out. And we decided to do what most people do around a campfire, see if we could drum up a few ghost stories. Okay. So we're sitting around, and everybody's trying to think, and all of a sudden there's a rustling behind us in the dark, you know, the trees and such. And we look over, and out comes this little black cat.
Yes.
And you know how some cats are very socialized, they come by and they rub up against you. Okay, well this little thing came and got up in between the people and the fire and started, as she walked by, she'd give you that little tail hug, like, you know.
Oh,
and,
yes.
Yeah, you know, so she's walking around and people are just watching her walk and touch and walk and hug. And she gets around to these two girls that are just about the other side of the fire from me. And as she does, she stops for a moment, and the girl who absolutely loves cats reaches over and starts to give her a scritch on the back.
Right.
And the tail goes up, and all of a sudden the girl darts back, screaming, turned completely white, and the girlfriend next to her does the same thing. As it turned out, when she had reached over to scritch the cat, she had actually gone through the cat.
Her hand went through.
Her hand went through the cat. After this cat had walked around half the people at the campfire, touching and hugging as she walked by, rubbing their leg, and everybody swears up and down they felt the cat, felt the fur, and everybody starts looking around for the cat, and the cat's gone. All right, and there's nothing but like a wall of thicket and leaves back where the cat must have gone. Somebody picks up one of these Q-beams, goes back in the direction of where we thought the cat had gone, and there's nothing there.
That's fascinating.
So
Puts her hand right through the cat, huh?
puts her hand in almost right through the cat. As she starts to scratch it, it's like it just started to.
No, I understand.
Turn to gas,
that would
you know?
it would produce a scream, all right. Yes, very, very interesting. Thank you. Now, of course, that suggests that we ponder the possibility of animals also being ghosts. The spirit of animals surviving physical death and appearing to us. Or does it suggest the possibility of something that transforms itself into another state? I don't know. You decide. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. Where are you?
I'm in Oregon, Elmira.
All right. Good. Well,
My name
first,
is Anisha.
and your first name is?
Anisha.
Anisha. That's a good name.
Thank you. Yes, I have a story. It was from my grandmother.
Sure.
Her father was dying. He was in the hospital. And one day she came home. She was doing the dishes. And then all of a sudden she could not breathe. So she had to go outside. And there was this intense light. And she still couldn't breathe. Later, after about 15 minutes, I do believe,
Right.
finally she could breathe and she felt a sense of relief.
Well, during a 15-minute period, she had to catch a breath or two.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so that, she was more or less fine after about that
Yeah.
period. Yeah.
And then her mother, my great-grandmother, and the minister came and told her that her father had died. And
So you think it was at that period of time that she could not breathe that the death was occurring?
yes, I do believe so, and that's what she believes also. And just a couple weeks ago, my great-grandmother is ailing, and she was talking with somebody, and the only thing I really understood was Wally, which was my great-grandfather. So I do believe that he is trying to contact her and help her through.
Okay, well, consider this. It seems like young children and old people, particularly those who are close to death or near death, begin to see through the veil, begin to see the other side more readily. Now, people who work in, homes for the elderly and things like that can tell you stories about this all day long. Now, of course, they sometimes put it off to a feeble mind close to death, but most of them don't. And when you really pin them down, they believe that these people are being visited by dead relatives, and that some are coming by trying to ease the transition. Exactly what you say.
Yep. All right, I guess that's it then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Very interesting stuff. But the youngest and the oldest seem to have the best contact with the other side of the veil, and can even perhaps readily communicate. It seems to go away, as the busyness of life and the necessity of living in this world we're in today, and it's no easy world, as we all well know today, that takes up all your attention. It closes the opportunity to get through the veil, because you simply don't have time for it. But clear your mind like that young man earlier. Or let your mind be young and not yet trained not to see these things. Or let your mind be old, in which case it may well be preparing to go on to the next world. And as you get toward the very end, if you're lucky enough to live that long and don't go by a truck, or some other violent method, and you can feel your death coming, then slowly you are indoctrinated from the other side. That would seem to be the case, and that would seem to be what that story was all about. All right, only the best, only the scariest ghost stories need apply. Everybody else can sit at home and listen. This is Ghost to Ghost 2001. I'm Art Bell.
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222 or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295.
Good morning. Ghost Stories. Running with the night. This night, Halloween 2001, I'm Art Bell. Only if you have the scariest ghost stories should you call. Because that's all we're accepting. Stand your hair up on the back of the neck kind of ghost stories. In addition to that, I would like to announce we have 2 new pages of ghost photographs. And if you would like to give it up this Halloween, I mean that a ghost photograph you've been hanging on to all these years, why, I've got a way for you to finally release it on the world. Send it to my webmaster. That would be webmaster@artbell.com, and we'll get it posted. We are accepting ghost stories as of right now on the web. Send it to webmaster@artbell.com, and like the stories, only the very best photographs get posted. So go to your computers and let's see what we get. And we indeed run back into the night. On the first-time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. What is your first name and where are you?
All right, my name's Melanie, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Melanie. Okay, very good. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, let me get started here. I had an extraordinary evening the night that you had a guest, Dr. Evelyn Paglini. Is that how you pronounce it?
It is indeed.
Okay, that night, I live on the East Coast, and I went to bed very late. Your show runs very late here.
Yes, it
And I went to bed between 4:30 and 5 o'clock that night or that morning, and I was very tired. I immediately went to bed, and my consciousness was alerted. There's something you call shadow people on your website. I've never heard that term before, but I've always called them angels. I've had this happen to me before. And what you call shadow people were running across my bed into my bathroom, which was lit up. It wasn't bright.
Why would you presume they're angels if they're dark? Now, the shadow people, as represented on my website, are varying forms, but they're all dark. Were these things that you saw dark?
Yes, they were, but I don't get into dark. I don't get into the dark part of it.
Gotcha. Okay. So you thought of them as angels?
Yes.
And they'd run across you into the bathroom?
In front of my bed. They were running in front of my bed into my bathroom. I live in a very small apartment, and let me just mention that I do live on my own. I'm a single female. Okay, so I was alerted. My apartment wasn't bright.
Maybe they all have little teeny weeny pea-sized bladders.
Pardon me?
Maybe they all have teeny weeny pea-sized bladders.
Well, I don't think that's what they were doing.
But they were running, and they were headed to your bathroom, right?
Yes, they were. But I don't think that's what they were doing. I just think that they like to come down and be with me, because I've had this happen to me before.
Yes.
Okay. So, I was alerted, my consciousness was alerted, but I was still in a sound sleep, and I wanted to wake up. I was frightened because I really thought there was a human being in my apartment. Okay? A being that I live on my own. I could not wake up, and it kept on running, and, they were having a party in my apartment. And eventually, like I said, I went to bed between 4:30 and 5 that morning. I eventually woke up. It was very hard for me to wake up. They did not want me to wake up. But eventually I woke up. I went and got a kitchen knife out of my kitchen, and I put it on my nightstand. Went back to bed. Woke up the following afternoon between 12 and 12:30.
So you mean you would have sliced up one of these little bundles of joy?
Well, I wouldn't have sliced them up. If there was a human being, I would have sliced the human being up.
I see. All right.
Okay?
Yes.
So, it was so real, I actually thought that there could be an intruder in my apartment. That's how real
I've got the feeling, right. Understand.
Okay. So I don't use an alarm clock. I'm very regular. I wake up between 12 and 12:30 every afternoon. I work in the evenings. As soon as I wake up, I look at my clock on my nightstand to see how much longer I can sleep before it becomes 12:30.
I do it all the time.
Okay. So I get up, and it's 12:30 the following day. I go to my kitchen to make us some coffee, and I notice my clock radio in my kitchen is blinking. Okay, so the power went out.
Right.
I'm waiting for my coffee to brew. I get my coffee. I go back into my room where my computer is, because that's what I do in the morning. Is I have my coffee and I watch and I play on my computer, and I notice the clock radio next to my computer is blinking. Okay.
Okay.
Now remember, I woke up and the clock on my nightstand was not blinking.
Yeah, you're right. So.
Hold on.
Okay.
So I get on my computer. It is on safe mode.
Safe mode.
Safe mode.
For the non-computer people, that means that it may have lost power and tried to reboot, and reboots in safe mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Okay. It usually reboots. It's very rare that it goes on safe mode. It'll just reboot itself.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. And the day on my computer, the day Dr. Evelyn Paglini was on your show was, I believe, a Thursday. Okay, so that Friday, the day on my computer was changed to Saturday.
Yeah, really.
And it has, what started it all, Mr. Bell, was the night that you did your experiment with Rush Limbaugh. I haven't focused or meditated on something like that in, I'd say, a good 3 years.
Well, you know what that does, yeah, it opens the door. You've got that right. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the story. Yes, well, the combination of your participation in the experiment and listening to Evelyn Paglini and being in the state that you were in without getting a lot of sleep really had you totally open to this sort of thing. Now, bear in mind, everybody, that generally when there is a ghost scene, if you are able to record it, you will record a significant electromagnetic phenomena associated with an appearance or an occurrence. And a sufficiently large electromagnetic phenomena would affect the electrical circuits that surround you. Bear in mind, you know, the way it happened. First one room, and then another room, then back to the other room. Pretty strange. Wild card line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Haarp. Happy Halloween.
And same to you, sir.
This is Paul, let's say from Central Illinois.
Okay.
I'm a sheriff's deputy, and...
Oh, you are?
Yes, until a few weeks ago, I worked the midnight shift.
Mm-hmm.
My wife and I bought our first house last August. It's a nice, I guess, 70-year-old house, in good shape and things like that. Well, one night, about September 8th or so, I come home from work, and now my wife, she's a paramedic. She works 24-hour shifts, and on that night she was working, so there shouldn't have been anybody home.
That would be back in what we call September 8th, back in the normal times.
Yes.
The last of the normal times.
Right, that's what makes it easy to remember.
Sure.
My wife, she was working that night, so her car was gone. There shouldn't have been anybody home. I came home for a dinner break about 3 o'clock in the morning or so, and I walked in the door, came in the house through the kitchen. As I come in the kitchen, I see the silhouette of a person standing there by the kitchen sink. And remembering I was on duty, of course, the first thing I did, seeing a strange person in my house, was to draw my pistol and point it at this person and tell them to show me their hands.
I'm sure.
Well, there was a little bit of light coming in through the window from a street light, and this person kind of slowly turned her head and looked at me, and I see it's this little old lady. And there was you kind of get that strange feeling, and you start noticing that she was a little bit translucent.
Oh, really?
So I felt kind of silly pointing my pistol at her when I realized what it must be that was going on. So the first thing I could think of to say was, what do you want? And
boy, that's pretty good. You know, some people in your position might have fired that gun. I mean, just out of absolute heart-stopping fright, they might have fired that gun.
It probably wouldn't have done a whole lot of good. I think she was already beyond the point that my pistol could have hurt her very much.
Good that you could realize that. Yeah.
Anyhow, she looked at me, and she just had this, if you can imagine a little old lady who's kind of ornery and just knows that she's pulling the best trick in the world on somebody. She just had that kind of bemused, old lady ornery look on her face. And so, like I said, I asked her, what do you want? And she just kind of grinned at me and then faded out and disappeared. And we haven't had any, I haven't seen her since then. And either she doesn't, you know, move things around in my house or anything. The only thing that ever happens that might be out of the ordinary is every once in a while, you know, if my wife and I are in the living room watching television or something, we have a dog. And there's been a few times that she goes in the kitchen because that's where her food dish is, and she's like not the kind of dog that spooks easy. She loves people, and you know nothing really scares her too much. But she'll be in the kitchen, and we'll just hear her let out a little yip, and then she'll just come running back in the living room and cower at our feet.
Sure.
And whenever she does that, I just imagine that kind of ornery look on that old lady's face, and figure she's just playing tricks on my dog. And as long as that's all she does, I guess it doesn't really bother me a whole lot.
Well, I understand. Nevertheless, what do you think you saw?
Well, I'm sure it was a ghost. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind about that. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't asleep. I'd been at work, you know.
I've got you. All right. Thank you so much for the story. Take care. Deputy Sheriff. And, of course, seeing is believing. Once you have seen, as that man saw, you will believe. You will never doubt again. You will always know that there is something over on the other side. Whether that's to be your destination or not, you cannot know until your time has come. But there is certainly something there, something that can come through. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
I'm on the air?
Yes.
Hi, Haarp.
Your name is?
My name's Dave.
Dave. Hi, Dave.
Hi. I'm from Kyle, Winchester, Ohio.
Okay.
I just want to start by saying this story began and ended on Halloween night, and it's a pretty scary one, I think.
Okay.
Let me just start by saying I was in college. I was dorming with a few friends off campus at an apartment, and about half a mile down the road was a house that I suspected to be haunted. I've seen ghosts before and things like that, which is a whole different story. But I just felt that this house was haunted just from the way it looked, things that were going on. Nothing that actually was going on there. You never seen anybody. The only thing that ever happened there was that there would be a curtain up in the high window that on occasion was drawn slightly.
This was an unoccupied or occupied house?
I had asked neighbors and other people if they'd seen anybody live there. They said no. It looked like someone had lived there.
I always kind of live near what I would always think of as a haunted house. You know what they look like. We all do from having seen the movies.
It just seemed haunted. No, you never seen any people. You asked neighbors, they never seen any people. I don't know.
So did you finally decide to investigate?
Yes, that's on Halloween night.
Inevitably.
I convinced some friends. Actually, my girlfriend, who's now I'm getting married to 9 years later.
She's marrying you?
Yes. This happened 9 years ago.
Well, I guess if you could talk her into doing that.
Yes.
Anyway, proceed.
I coaxed her and another couple to, let's go down there. It's Halloween night. Let's see if anything happens. So we take a walk. This house sat right on a creek, pretty large creek. And right across it, there was a bridge there, a wood bridge. And I don't know what it was, but nobody has the guts to get too close to the house. We just wouldn't do it. It seemed ominous. It was Halloween.
Right.
I had convinced them that it was haunted. So what we decided to do is go across the bridge to the other side of the creek, take a walk behind, pretty far away. We'll sit there and kind of just check things out, see if anything happens.
Yes.
Well, nothing happened. So we're kind of, what are we going to do now? Let's take a walk down the creek a little while. Maybe 150 feet getting past the house, we noticed something across the other side of the house. It looks like there's a shack there.
Right.
And we're like, wow, look at that. There's a shack back in the woods. So we all start to approach it, and it appears that someone's sitting inside the shack, actually in the door opening, sitting on a stool with a shotgun in their hand. This is on Halloween night at, it's 12 o'clock at night. It's midnight.
With a shotgun?
Yeah, it looks like someone's sitting there with a shotgun. We, of course, take off. We run.
Gotcha.
And we catch our breath and we say, I think we just were seeing things, there was nothing there, it's dark out, let's go back. Let's go back and see if it really was a shack there. So we go back, and we still see the shack. It doesn't look like the door's open now. So I decide, well, me and the guy, friend of the girl, stay behind. And we decide to venture and see what's going on. The closer we get to this shack, it just vanishes.
The shack vanishes?
The closer we get, it just starts to...
Missed out.
It just is gone. There's nothing there. I mean, now we're there where it would be, and we're just standing in the middle of the woods.
Holy mackerel.
The only thing...
Yes?
Exactly at that same moment that we realize the shack isn't there, there's a graveyard of cars. And when I say a graveyard of cars, it was like a... Well, let me just tell you that the cars that were there, I don't know, we didn't count them, but there was 30 to 50 Corvairs.
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 A lot of Corvairs.
Considered to be the most deadliest cars ever.
A lot of Corvairs died.
They weren't like crashed or anything. They were just there. They were like weathered. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They were weathered. It looked like vandals that maybe busted out windows, things like that.
This is too weird. And you're telling me this graveyard of cars was all around you, or where was it with reference? We had, hey, come over, see this. Everybody, we were all there now. There's 4 of us, well, including me. And we're standing on top of now cars. Corvairs. They're all Corvairs. Uh-huh.
They're not damaged at all, other than just look like they had been there for 50 years or however long they were made.
Right.
There was just 2 different cars there, though, and they weren't like that. They were totaled. What you could say was fatal crashes. They were totaled, and I remember what they were, because we were like, there was a Toyota Love Truck. Do you remember those?
Yes, I do.
There was a Toyota Love Truck and some kind of Subaru, and they were crushed to what you would consider to be fatal crashes.
Right.
The Corvairs were fine. They were just there. That freaked us out pretty good, We're like, but nothing really that I would say supernatural happened. This was Halloween night. That happened. The night did kind of seem kind of spooky, but that happens on Halloween.
I'd say it's pretty supernatural if a shack completely disappears and a graveyard of cars appears.
Yeah, that's not the end of the story. Art.
Okay, go ahead.
About 9 months later, maybe 9 to 10 months later, it's beginning to be fall. I live in Ohio. It was probably late summer.
Right.
But it was fallish.
Yes.
I had told lots of people about the story. Nobody ever would go back in the woods and find the cars, but they were there. I mean, we went back again during the daylight and seen them there. They were there. They were real.
All right.
The house still seemed haunted. Never seen any people there.
All right, we're running short on time.
Okay. About 9 months later, a friend of mine tells me that he's seen a bunch of Corvairs parked around that house. And I was like, are you kidding me? What are you talking about? He said, man, I just drove by there, an hour ago, and I seen a bunch of Corvairs parked around that house you were talking about.
Yes, I have.
So I decided to grab a friend of mine, and we went out there. And the house was totally destroyed. I don't know how to describe it.
Okay, we have no more time.
No more time?
Is there a punchline here?
No, I'm just telling the story.
Okay, so it was all gone then?
Pretty much.
I appreciate the call, sir. That was paranormal, definitely. Things don't disappear and then become something else. Guys with shotguns in cabins don't disappear. This is Ghost to Ghost AM.
In the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
You know, Crystal Gale's making this song available to you on my website free of charge. Actually, her website, we've got the link on my page. Want a free copy, CD quality? It's there.
Midnight in the desert, and there's wisdom in the air. I've been looking for the answers all my life, I found you there. As the world we live in quickens, are we heeding all the signs? Have we lost our intuition? Are we running out of time? Midnight in the desert, and we're listening. Ooh, we're listening.
Good morning from the high desert on Halloween. Curious what it's going to be like when you die. Stick around tonight. You may well get a glimpse, just a glimpse of what it may be like. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Alan calling. Art, I've listened to your show a few times, I guess, and I've wondered occasionally which one of the calls were real, which ones weren't. But,
I don't know, are you real?
Well, I'll tell you a story.
First of all, turn your radio off.
I thought it was...
No, and I can't continue with the call if you don't. So.
Okay. I guess it began when I was 6 years old. I would swear there was something in my closet. I would watch my closet doors, okay? I knew the exact width of that my closet door was open,
right?
Okay?
Right.
It began this way. Night after night after night, I would watch it. One morning, the closet doors were completely open. I questioned everybody in the house. No one had touched it. Okay, this is how it began. Secondly, I had one of these things I learned from your program was an out-of-body experience. I was frozen on my bed, okay? I was tingling all over, and I could not move, and I was scared to death, and I just began praying to Jesus, please, Jesus, please.
It's a precursor to an out-of-body experience.
Well, I also did the same thing with the door to my room. It was the closet door and my door to the room that I would watch, and there would be a crack in the door, and I would watch that crack every 10 minutes. I would look at it.
Why?
I felt like there was something outside there.
You mean inside the closet?
Inside the closet and also outside the room, outside the bedroom.
Oh, I see.
So, once again, one evening, the door, every time I looked at it, it seemed like it would be a quarter inch or a half inch wider. And it got to the point where it was about 2 inches to 3 inches wide. And one night that was happening and I couldn't move. And I started to look at the door, and so help me, Jesus Christ, as He is my Lord. The door started to have a light green color around the background of it, like the light from behind it, and a mist around it. And I got up out of bed because I had been released from this hold that I used to call it. It was just a hold. And as I approached the door, and as my hand reached out to touch the door, praying to God the whole time, the door fell backwards away. Fell backwards away.
Right.
And I ran back into the bed and just covered up and started praying.
Oh, yeah. See, at that point, I'd have a heart attack.
I mean, and I ran into my mother's and father's room, and I slept there all night, and they acted as if nothing was wrong whatsoever.
No, see, that's my nightmare. That's really my nightmare. Oh, God. If I were to walk up to an open closet door, to close it because I don't allow them to be open. I just don't. And the door fell backward. I don't know what I'd do. I'd probably have a heart attack. Absolutely a heart attack. Wild card line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Ann from the Springfield, Missouri Ozarks.
Hi, Ann.
And I have a story for you that, a ghost story that completely changed my life.
I bet most ghosts, really, people who have encounters with ghosts have their lives changed, period. But go ahead.
All right, I'm a Cherokee historic reenactor. We're called buckskinners. We have pre-1840 camps. I own an 18-foot teepee, wear buckskin dresses, cook over the campfire, and sleep on a buffalo robe.
Okay.
In 1994, I attended an 11-day rendezvous. That's what we call our camping event.
Yes.
It was held at Fort Washita, Oklahoma. It was an old Confederate Civil War fort and cemetery. There were about 300 camps, hundreds of people dressed in proper period attire. Sunday was the last day of the rendezvous. Saturday afternoon, we celebrated a lovely wedding of a couple, complete with medicine man and ritual ceremonies.
Right.
That night, a group of the wedding party got really party-hardy, drinking and loud drumming into the wee hours of the morning. Sunday morning, people started tearing down their camps. My husband and I decided we'd stay through Sunday night and break camp Monday morning. Everyone else was gone. The guy next to us stayed in his trapper's tent. He decided to stay along with only 2 other lodges. The rest of the 300 camps were gone by Sunday afternoon. Okay, it's now 11 o'clock Sunday night. After finishing a wonderful dinner and sitting around the campfire, my husband decided he'd go up on the hill and get our truck and bring it back to the primitive camp. Well, he was gone. All of a sudden, I started feeling really scared, and I'm not the kind of woman that gets scared easily.
Right.
The hair on my neck was literally standing on end, and I didn't know why. He came back with the truck. I still had on my white buckskin dress and was holding a candle lantern, and I walked to the truck to meet him. He was very nervous himself, saying he felt really strange. From a distance, he said, I look like a ghost. Suddenly, these birds started flying above our heads, screaming a high-pitched, shrill sound. These were ravens and owls. This was at midnight sharp, okay?
Yes.
And this was totally weird. Ravens and owls don't go flying around at midnight doing this.
No.
By now, a spirit of sadness and remorse had overcome me, and I was crying and sobbing. We decided, we started hearing drums all over the area. And these were ghost drums, Art. There wasn't anybody there. Some were nearby and others were far away, and they were Indian drums beating fast like war drums.
Right.
We got into the teepee. I kept the fire going really strong. We smudged the lodge and said prayers. We could hear waves. We could feel and hear waves of ghosts coming by the teepee all night long, Art.
Well, there's a night of terror for you, and
Oh,
the fast drums too, the war drums.
Everywhere.
That's got to give you the feeling that here it comes, baby.
Yeah, we could hear jingles on the women's dresses like they used to wear.
Right.
Sometimes the drums were right on the other side of our number 10 canvas wall.
And so you lived through the night.
Yes, about 5 o'clock, I suddenly got really tired at 5 o'clock in the morning. I fell asleep with a roaring fire and the candle lantern lit. 30 minutes later, I woke up, Art, to a cold, dark teepee, and the canvas door was gone. I shook my husband and said, my God, wake up. He got up and looked outside the lodge, and the teepee door was twisted and leaning up against the wall of the teepee. Now, that doesn't make any sense. There was no wind, and I had a heavy dowel on the bottom of that teepee door. There was no way that thing lifted up, twisted, and was leaning against there. But the really spooky part, Art, was the fire was out.
The fire was out, yeah.
And
it was
completely cold.
No, I've got you. Bad night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's a wild one. A whole Indian nation arose around them that night. Lucky to live through that. Oh, man. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Yes,
What is your first name?
Lynette,
Lynette, and where are you?
Oklahoma,
Okay.
much like the last caller.
Right.
And when I was 9 and my little brother was 7, our father owned a service station, which the service station was the front of the building, and the back of the building was our home. And as a lot of old service stations used to be, we lived on a major highway.
America from coast to coast used to be dotted with places where the gas station was out front, house
Right,
was in
it was
back.
on Route 66 across the street from the cemetery,
no
across
kidding.
the highway.
Oh, I've traveled that road many times.
And it was a highway that went up, had an overpass, and lots of people were killed there. But we were, my father also owned a restaurant just, maybe 100 yards away from the service station.
Right.
And he and my stepmother were there running it one evening, and my brother and I were home by ourselves. It was a rainy night, and when Dad had closed the service station at about 8, He was very security conscious. He was a much decorated naval man, very no-nonsense kind of guy, not a paranormal believing individual.
Sure.
And my brother's bedroom was, the door was, to his bedroom was the door that you could go through and go into the service station. And we were sitting on his bed playing something with our little cars or something, and we heard the door to the service station open, and we knew that wasn't right. And we heard footsteps, and we both looked at the same time, and we looked at the door, the partition door.
Right.
And the doorknob was turning, and it scared us to death. And I ran to my father's bedroom, and I called the restaurant, and I told Dad that someone was in the service station, and he grabbed his pistol, and he came running. And he came in through the back of the house and came forward and unlocked that door and went through, and there was no one there, but we were behind him, and I looked down, and I saw wet footsteps leading from the front door to that door. Dad, I don't think, looked down. He was just checking the service station door.
Yes, of course.
And he saw nothing. And this was the same man that when he died in 1973, after a lengthy illness, he had built a house downtown in the little town of 1,000. And his wife survived him by 3 weeks. And she was the archetypal evil stepmother, had no friends and not a friend of ours. She had 2 girls that took care of her that my dad had hired, and she died 3 weeks later, and we were at the cemetery interning her, and one of the 2 girls told me that the day she died, the day they called me, before I got there, when someone dies at home, she had been ill and hypochondriac all her life, and so it was not unexpected, and she was older. A police officer just simply is sent, and they verify that someone died.
Sure.
No big deal. So the police officer was standing there talking to one of these 2 girls, and or I guess to both of them, and then he looked toward the front door, and then he looked at them. He said, "Who was the man that just walked through?" And both of the girls looked at each other, and they looked at him, and they said, "Well, we didn't see anything." What she told me, or both of the girls told me, is that they had seen a man walking from the front door of the house to the back of the house down the hall to this woman's bedroom since my father's death.
Well, there you are. Thank you. That's typical in so many ways. Frequently, when one person, one soulmate dies, the other follows very quickly. And of course, the other aspect of that, again, a police officer there to actually observe this. A lot of cops see these things. A lot of cops. Why? Because they're around extremely stressful situations. Frequently, they are around or close to death and dying because they are called, right? All the time. They're called. So would it surprise you that they would see so many things? Not really. Not really. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Who, me?
You.
Oh, okay, me. Okay.
Yes.
I got a few stories. I'll just tell you one of them.
Give me your best shot. What is your first name?
Heather, and I'm from Susanville. You don't know where that is. It's by Reno.
Yes, I've been to Susanville.
Okieville. Yeah. Yeah, they filmed Deliverance here. Well, one of the stories I have is some kids were saying, "Oh, there's a slaughterhouse and it's supposed to be haunted," you know. I'm like, "Yeah, right." So I just, me and my boyfriend and one of my other friends went there just to get scared. You don't actually expect to see anything, you know. You just want to get scared. And so we went there one time. We went there a few times. One time, it was like we usually go there real late because we don't want the neighbors to wake up. And we went out there. And one time in the field, we heard somebody humming, like a lady humming in tune.
Yeah.
We were shining the flashlights out there and everything. There's nobody out there. And we were like, "Oh man, that's kind of weird." And that wasn't really scary, so we left. And then like we came back again, and for the last few days we had dared each other to go into the actual slaughterhouse by the house. There was a real big house, and then there was a slaughterhouse. It was like a shed with a square fence around the front of it.
Right.
And so the guys took their turns going in there, and then it was my turn to go in. And normally the gate was open, and nobody had been there forever. The weeds are like 4 feet tall around everything, so you could tell nobody's been there for years or taken care of it. And the door was stuck open with the weeds. And when it was my turn that night to go, it was the next night, the door was shut, and I'm like, oh, that's just wonderful. So I was already scared. So I'm like, all right, I can do this. So I was trying to show off, because I was really chick there. So I like opened the door, and I just turned, I go right into the shack part. I looked, there's just like an old mattress and some chicken coop wires, and I was like, oh, this isn't that bad. And then I'm sitting there, and I'm looking around in like where the fenced area is, and something like to the right of me, the door was on the right, the slaughterhouse door, and the other side was the left. And something from the left started running through the weeds, like, you know, like, you couldn't see anything, but it looked like there was something like 4 feet tall running through it. It went down this side, went the corner, and it was like going towards the door on the other side of the gate. And I was looking at the door waiting for something to just jump out at me. I was about to wet myself, and right before it got to the door, something, right where it first started running,
yes.
Something smashed into the fence, and just goes, they just shook it back and forth, and the whole fence moved, and I just dropped to my knees and started crying, and I screamed for my boyfriend, and the two chicken shit, excuse my language, guys were in the car with the windows rolled up and the doors locked, and I was screaming for him, and I was crying, I was so scared, because I like getting scared.
And you had to go in yourself.
Yes, well, we'd all dare each other, and I went all the way in, and I was scared so bad.
Oh, I can imagine this thing.
I mean, I was like, what the heck was that, you know?
Yeah.
And I didn't know what was going on, because you never expect anything to really happen. And so I was like, ah, and I screamed for my boyfriend. He had to carry me out because I was so scared I couldn't even walk.
What do you think you saw? What do you think that was?
What do you think I was? Well, I was thinking about it, and I don't know, because there was a guy that was bitching at us about, I'm sorry my language, I'm only 22, I can do that. There was this guy across the street that never wanted us to go there, and he goes, no, this place is not for sale, and no, you can't go there. And the house looked like it had covers all over the furniture in it and stuff. There was another couple things that happened in that place, but I'm sure you're in a hurry to get me off the phone, so I won't tell you that. But
no, you tell a good story.
Oh, well, thank you. Something that ran around it, I don't know what that was, but I was talking to some friends, and since it was a slaughterhouse, and they slaughtered cows there,
yes.
It sounds like the cow smashed into the gate and was trying to get out. You know what I mean? You know how something goes boom, and it smashed into it and was shaking it back and forth. That's the only thing I can think of.
Do you think...
Maybe a cow trying to get out, you know?
Do you think animals have souls?
I didn't used to, but there's another, can I tell you something else real quick? I was in my apartment one time, and I was sitting there, it was 8:30 at night, and I was reading a book. I was wide awake, okay? And my boyfriend's in the living room watching TV, and I looked down at the end of my bed, and something, I couldn't see it. 4 little paw prints jump up on the bed like a kitten or a puppy, starts running towards me, and right when it got to my leg, it disappeared. I go, what the hell was that? So I know that wasn't a person, it was obviously a little animal. So I'm assuming that I guess they do. I mean, I don't know if they have souls, I really don't think they do. But I don't know. Maybe animals are like that too, they don't know if they're dead or not.
Maybe they
cat
do.
that has 9 lives.
All right, thanks for the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a good night. Oh, I think they have souls. I do. And I know all the arguments that would suggest it can't be, isn't, and the Bible says it cannot be so, and so forth and so on, but sorry, I believe differently. I think animals do have souls. I've always thought that. And if you're a real animal person, whether you're a dog person or a cat person or, kangaroo person, whatever it is you fancy, then you know that all animals have separate, distinct, discernible, unmistakable personalities, real personalities. They have passion, they have love, they have dislikes, they have so many measurable things. They may not have speech, but that's okay. They don't have to talk to you most times for you to understand what it is they think or want or feel. And with so much, with emotions, with so many identifiable intelligence-like traits, well, I think they have souls. I've always thought that, and I suppose I always will. But moreover, I think I have encountered the ghosts of animals. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear.
just tuned in, this is Ghost to Ghost. All we do is tell ghost stories all night long, a long tradition on this program. I don't even know how long, maybe well over a decade now. Real ghost stories. I will only take the very best ghost stories, so unless yours is a real hair raiser, just don't bother. Sit at home and listen on the radio, and those with the stories that will bring us out of our seats or keep them in them, only those need call. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. Where are you? What's your first name and where are you?
My name is Steve, and I'm from Union, Missouri.
Okay, Steve.
I just, last June, my family and I, we moved into a house that we rented. It was an older house, and I guess we were there for about a week. And I was sitting in the living room one night, and the living room had a shot, you could see, to the kitchen door. And I was sitting there, and I looked up, and there was this smoky gray figure of a man. And he was standing there. Now, I'm never one that ever believed in ghosts. So I looked down, and I was telling myself, well, when I look up, this thing's going to be gone. So I looked back up, and the thing walks into the room.
Okay.
It stands in the room for a couple seconds, and then it just like dissipates, it disappears. So I don't want to be one of these people that run out of the house screaming in the middle of the night. So I get my kids, and I'm trying to do this real calmly, and we get to the front door, and I'm closing the front door, and up from the house comes this horrible scream. It was a male scream.
Okay.
So we left the house that night. I had a business trip, so I was gone for about a week. And when they came back, of course, I had talked myself out of it because I didn't believe in these things. And was hoping maybe it was a first-time incident, whatever, so we went back into the house. We had been there for a night, and it was one evening.
Now, why would you go after a scream?
Well,
no offense here, but I mean, the scream would have done it for me, and yet you went back in the house.
I did go back.
How did you reason that one out with
Well,
yourself?
there was a lot of reasons. There financial reasons were one.
Yeah, I understand those.
Yeah, it's like you just moved, so you're hoping the best, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay.
We went back in, and
it didn't sound anything like this, did it? Listen. It wasn't that bad, was it?
Oh, no. It was definitely a male scream, though.
Okay.
We went back in, and it was about the second evening there. I was actually talking on the phone, and the door started rattling. I mean, actually rattling like somebody was rattling. I thought it was the kids playing, even though they had been sent to bed.
Right.
And I told them, cut it out. And my daughter said to me, well, Dad, I'm not doing nothing, and my brothers are asleep. And about this time, from the basement, the scream starts coming again. It got very, very cold. By the time I reached her, she was speechless, of course, and I got him out of there.
You mean suddenly cold?
Yeah, very. It was definitely cold. And by the time I got to her, she was speechless. I got him out of there, and we stayed there for just, well, that was the last night that we ever stayed there. And it was about 2 weeks later we moved again. Never experienced anything like this before.
With some financial loss, I'm sure.
Yeah, there was some financial loss, but peace of mind overruled that.
And living.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Yikes. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, you say I wouldn't go back in, but there are a lot of times you move and you just barely make it into the new place, and God, you wouldn't want to give it up because you were scared, would you? So, I say, hey, take off, that's that. But in reality, in the real world, you'd probably go back into that house. Rather than having to move, you'd somehow rationalize it in your mind. You'd go back in. Once. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Bell, and everybody else in Radio Land.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing this evening?
All right.
So what I have to say that this is kind of the lamest Ghost to Ghost I've heard so far. I want to make a challenge to everybody out there to make it the best Ghost to Ghost.
Well, then that can only happen one storyteller at a time.
Okay. Well, I do my best, Mr. Bell.
We'll see.
All right. Well, my story takes place in Flin Flon, Manitoba, way up in the northern part of Canada.
Yes.
And the story is that there's a lake called Phantom Lake just because it's shaped like a phantom. And it is told that there is an old house where a man used to bring his wife on camping trips. Now this man was told to be psychotic. And what he did is that when he went on his hunting trips, he actually handcuffed his wife to a bed. Now in my gym class, we went across the lake and we actually went by this house. And
Why did he handcuff his wife?
I don't know, but it is found in the Gazette that it is true. I've actually went up to the library and I have seen it.
Yeah, okay.
At any rate, I passed by the house with our gym class canoe trip, and one summer evening, me and a buddy of mine, our young brave souls, went out to actually see this house. As we came up to the house, it just seemed to be abnormally cold out that night. As we walked into the house, we just creeped inside, and we saw the bed where the woman was laying there. We saw the bed where supposedly the woman was chained up.
Yeah.
We took a look, we saw the handcuff marks on this old mattress, on this old metal frame bed. And all of a sudden we heard a deep mumble, like a surrounded. And I like to point out, and all the windows were frosted up at the time. When I heard that scared the bejeebers out of me. I turned around and I saw help on the window and I saw steam coming out.
You mean help written on the window?
Yes. And there's steam coming from it. As I turned around, me and my buddy saw this. We saw a light orb come towards us, shoot back, and just went right around the corner. Me and my buddy ran out, and we've just never been to that place again.
Not bad, sir. All right, thank you very much.
I have one question out there for the Laos people. It's told that there's supposed to be a dragon with a green orb. My girlfriend has shown me this picture of a giant dragon with 4 Navy soldiers holding it. I'd like to have information on that if anybody can tell me.
All right, we'll see what we get. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Scott. I'm originally from Alabama, but now I live in Burlington, Vermont.
Yes, sir.
And one of my closest friends is a guy named Eugene McCurry. We've known each other for 25 years, and several times he's told me this story. And you know how people will tell you something, and if you've known for a long time, you know they're telling the truth.
Of course.
Okay, well, this is one of those situations where I'm convinced, at least he believes that what he saw was the truth. Okay. He was born in 66, and I think he said this happened when he was about 6 years old. So this would have happened probably sometime around 1971, 72.
Right.
He had a real poor family, and at that time they were doing a lot of farm work, like picking peas on people's farms, you know?
Sure.
And he was too young to work. And they, at the time, were living in this place in South Alabama, a little country place with the name of Nyota. And apparently, his family were out in the fields picking peas, and he was standing along the side of this field, and he saw what he claimed were the apparitions of 2 headless men dressed in black suits walking across the field directly at him.
Headless men.
2 headless men dressed in black suits, probably like undertakers is the picture I have in my mind, walking across this field straight toward him, just totally, scared him out of his pants.
Sure.
And then they vanished. He's told me this story on several occasions.
You know what I would think if I saw that? I would think it was death coming for me.
Oh, I tell you, of all the apparitions, me personally, of all the apparitions that I could possibly see, the idea of somebody with no head is just absolutely the most terrifying.
Headless is definitely not good.
Oh, yeah, you hear these stories about Anne Boleyn and the Tower of London walking around without her head, it just gives me the creeps.
Yeah.
But that's, to me, that's a very terrifying story.
Would have done it. Yeah, would have done it for me too, sir.
For the authenticity of that on several occasions. I wish he was here to verify it, but I swear to God, I'm telling you the truth.
I'm sure you are. Thank you very much. All right, yep. Headless. Why would something appear to us? Why would a spirit appear to us in a headless form? I can only think of a few reasons. Either as a poltergeist screwing around with us, trying to scare the hell out of us, which it certainly would succeed. Or it could be, as I suggested, I might have guessed, that death was coming for me. Two headless horsemen, right? Suits. Coming for you. And then what other possibilities exist out there? That there is some form of death where headless beings live? Well, rather not think about that one. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, my name's Robert. I'm from Temecula, California.
Hi, Robert.
Originally, I was born and raised in Portland, Oregon, and I lived in a small city outside of Portland called Milwaukee. And when I was probably about 6 years old, my parents had rented this house out in Milwaukee. And for the first time that we came up to the house, we kind of knew that there was something odd about the house. My dad could feel it, and I could feel it, but just me and him were the only ones in my family that could feel it. I had an older brother and a younger sister. And we were locked into a year lease on this place. We couldn't get out of that lease, so we were pretty much stuck there for the year. And during that year, I saw this thing, and to me, it was clearly, truly just pure evil.
What kind of thing?
It seemed like almost like a demon to me. It wasn't. I never considered it a ghost, a shadow person, or an angel.
Well, maybe it was not a ghost. It could have been evil. It could have been evil. But can you describe with any better detail?
Yeah, this thing used to hang out in my bedroom window at night, and it would sit there all night long watching me.
How did you stand that?
Well, I wasn't scared of it. At six years old, you pretty much got an open mind in certain things.
Yeah, but 6-year-olds can feel evil too.
Yeah, well, I knew it was evil. I knew it was bad, but I knew I was safe as long as I was in my room. And I knew that this thing would not enter the house unless it seemed like it had been invited into the house.
Uh-huh.
You know, but it was out there.
Waiting.
Yeah, it was out there waiting.
Maybe for an invitation.
Yeah.
I got you, sir. Thank you. There was an interesting, somebody sent me an interesting fast blast from, I think, the Chicago area. Yeah, here it is. Mandy in Chicago says, can't call at work. I saw, this is tonight, I saw a burly man dressed as a lumberjack, flannel cap, suspenders, at my window, looking in, seemingly tired and lost. And then she adds, I'm on the 9th floor of a high-rise. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Nathan from Sacramento.
Welcome.
Thank you. I've listened to your show for a long time and Ghost to Ghost for a lot of years, and finally I'm calling in with a story.
Yes, here you are.
Great. This happened to my family, gosh, about 15 years ago when my daughters were about 4 years old. And my ex-wife and I sublet a house for the summer. And shortly after we moved in, we started, my ex and I argued a great deal, and our daughters started having nightmares. And they would tell us that both of them had the same dreams on different nights, and would tell us that they saw a red lady in their room.
A red lady?
Red lady. This woman that was all dressed in red.
Huh.
And this went on for the whole time we were there. And shortly before we moved, we were talking to the neighbors trying to figure out what was going on, because it was clear that there was something there, some energy in the house.
Sure.
And found out talking to the neighbors that the original owners of the house, this was not a real old house, it was about 10 years old probably, the original family, the wife had committed suicide in the children's room, had cut her wrist, and that when one of the children came home from school that day, they found their mother in their bedroom covered in blood. And so we, made the connection that was there's some energy residual from that was what my daughters had been dreaming about that whole summer, and we were happy to.
Well, I assume that you're aware that people who investigate know about ghosts are almost universally agree that people who, for some reason, people who commit suicide tend to stick around more than others at a much greater rate than others. Now, I'm not exactly certain what that means, and I've always tried to think, what might that mean, that a suicide would be stuck here? There's some sort of course, biblical, I think, prohibition against taking your own life. So it may mean that for a while you don't get to go where you're supposed to go otherwise.
It could also be that just the energy of such things are so intense and so horrible that they imprint themselves on the place for years after.
I think that I would rather believe that explanation rather than thinking it is a soul stuck in some horrible repetitive thing. Thank you very much. Suicides. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Hi. Yes, sir, it's a pleasure to speak to you.
Where are you, sir?
My name is Mark, and I'm calling from Bradley, Illinois, and I'm listening to you through 890 AM WLS in Chicago.
WLS, of course. Go ahead.
Yes. My story goes back to 1989 in the summer when I was 14. And the house that my mom and I moved into late November of 87 there in Pawpaw, Michigan, was a 110-year-old house, and it was very very spooky. It was across the street from a cemetery, and well, in the summer of 1989, I was watching the Bulls lose, and I walked from the living room to the kitchen, and the door to the upstairs was always kind of a scary place, and the damn thing it opened by itself.
The door did, as you were approaching it?
No, the door to the upstairs area, which there have been rumors and newspaper articles through that area that the upstairs, a baby had died in it in the early 1900s, and there was a lady upstairs that died, and
yes,
it was really, really scary. And anyway, the door opened by itself. And
You saw the door with your own eyes open by itself?
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. So,
like, come on in, bud, right?
Yeah, and it was...
Listen, I've got to take a break here. Can you stick around and finish your story?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, stay right there. It's a good place to leave it, where the door opens by itself. I've seen the movies. I know what that means. You go through, and you're a headless guy in a suit. From the high desert. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. I'm Art Bell.
Wanna take a ride? Well, call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
We are under a Halloween full moon. Won't be another one like it. Hasn't been once like it since 1955, and you're not going to see another one for 19 years. And on top of everything else, this is Ghost to Ghost AM. Back into a Halloween night, and back to you, caller. You're back on the air again.
Yes. So there at that point, I looked up to the stairs, and well, there was a woman on a cross.
Did you say on a cross?
Yeah. It was bad. It was really bad. It was so bad I urinated in my pants, and I went into the bathroom and prayed, pretty much. So
yeah, about all you could do.
Well, I was scared, but So, make a long story short, the weird thing about the whole piece of property was, we were renting at the time. Let's see, I got kicked out of this place because my mom and her boyfriend and stuff, and I left in '91 when I was 16, and it took about 2 years for the house to be sold by the landlord, and the guy who moved in demolished the 110, 115-year-old house. He built a new one. And the weird thing is that he got married or was already married, had a kid, a baby, who coincidentally lived in right around the same area upstairs. And during that time when he moved in, he ripped out about 50 to 100 trees that were pretty much kind of considered sacred. These were old trees, 100, 150 years old. And
right.
It's almost as if... there were rumors, just all kinds of scary rumors going around through the town, and the baby died of cancer, his wife died of cancer, and the last thing I heard was the guy just picked up and left.
Wow.
And it was bad.
Maybe he was trying, maybe all this time in tearing down the house, in building a new house, then in tearing down trees, he was trying to stop whatever it was. Had that occurred to you?
I don't know. I don't know, but I know that, it was just... Downstairs, we had a cellar, and we'd hear strange things at night. And at one point, when I was seriously depressed as a teenager living there, I asked for a spirit to come down and try to help me. And I kid you not, Art, I heard footsteps at one point coming down the stairs, coming to help me. And then at that point, I thought it was the devil, and I asked for it to go away.
And it went away.
Yeah. At one point, I was so seriously depressed that and it's going to sound bad. It's going to sound really bad, but it's the absolute truth. I asked the devil to help me.
Do you think the devil helped you?
He was offering to help me. Something came walking down the stairs, and I absolutely prayed for it to go away. I
see. So what you asked for help was the devil, and when it began to approach
when it started walking down the stairs, I got completely scared. Completely scared, and
That's called a foxhole conversion. Thank you very much. But I don't blame you. This is something I've never understood of people who make deals with the devil. Never have understood it, never will. If you conclude there is a devil, there is a dark, evil force with which you can bargain if you so desire. Once you have realized that such a force exists, then in your mind, how can you not realize that the opposite force exists? Thereby immediately understanding the magnitude of the decision you're about to make, the bad decision you're about to make, that will bear on eternity for you. And so once you realize the one, how can you not realize the other? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Art, hi. How are you?
Fine. What is your first name and where are you?
Mike from Sarasota, Florida.
Okay, Mike.
This happened when I was about 5 years old, and it was kind of like a nightmare the way you remember it, but it actually happened. And I was laying in my bed, and my parents were in the living room, and all of a sudden I felt this this presence like everybody talks about, and something like staring at me. And I looked out the window from my bedroom, and there was you've been calling them shadow people. There was a shadow, the head of a person. And this was like in '66. You know how they wore the men would wear those hats and the long coats. It was wintertime.
Yes.
That's what he was dressed in, and that's all you could make out. Anyhow, I just laid there for I don't know how long. I finally was able to just scream. And my parents came running in, and they were like, "What's wrong?" I was saying, you know, "There's a man at the window, a man at the window." And my parents, you know, ran over, and like I said, it was wintertime. All the windows were frosted up, but my window there was no frost on it.
Huh.
And so they went to the front door, and across the way was a schoolyard. And they could see the figure of this man, like I described, going across the schoolyard. My dad went out after him, and he'd gone around the corner. My dad was going to, you know, follow his footprints, and there weren't any. But what's really strange about it is, I mean, you know, that was pretty scary for me. But my wife is the one who wanted me to call because she found out we've been married 10 years, and 10 years ago, my mother told my wife, which she'd never told me. A week before that had happened, my parents, you know, tucked me to bed, and they came in like 20 minutes later to say goodnight.
Yeah.
And I wasn't there. And they couldn't find me.
And you weren't there?
I wasn't in bed. So they thought maybe I'd gotten up to, you know, go downstairs and play or something. They looked all over for me. They couldn't find me. And like I said, this was a little bit before this had happened. You know, so it was winter. And they looked all around for like 3 hours.
And you weren't there?
Not until 1 in the morning. My father finally happened to look up. I was sitting on the roof of the house. And, you know, there was no way I could get up on the roof. You know, there was no ladders around or anything. I was just sitting there.
What do you think happened to you?
I have no idea, but I mean...
Have you considered the possibility that you were abducted?
Yeah, you know, I thought you might say that because my wife and I have listened to you for a few years.
Yes. Then you know how I think.
Well, you know, the thing about street lights, you know, going out?
Yes.
To the point of, like, people that are with me for any length of time will comment, like, you know, it's so strange when I'm with you.
Yes, I've heard this from so many people, sir, that streetlights extinguish and or go on as you walk down the street. I'm familiar with the phenomenon. Some people will attempt to explain it by explaining there are a certain type of, there's a certain kind of streetlight that does that, but I've never seen one. Never. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, my name's Patty. I'm calling from Northern California.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, and I listen to you on KBAC.
All right.
And my story's not really that scary. We've had some scary encounters, but it's kind of interesting. Many years ago, I lived with a truck driver named Richard, and he was a real good stepdad to my kids, and especially my oldest son was really close to him. So even when we split up, we all stayed good friends. But he had some problems, and he took his own life.
Oh.
And this was some time ago. But, maybe about a year after that happened, my kids and I were living at an isolated ranch in Colorado. And it was like an 800-acre ranch on the edge of a wilderness area. I mean, we were way out in the boonies. And we were 30 miles from the closest grocery store. And one night, we were sleeping, but my oldest son was 15 at the time, and he was awake. And he said, he hears this truck, this diesel, come up our driveway. And he thought maybe it was a hay truck or something that had gotten lost looking for a ranch or something.
Yeah, diesel is unmistakable.
Yeah, you know, and he's thinking, well, you know, maybe it's a hay truck, whatever, you know. But and he said the guy gets out and starts knocking on the door. So he tried to wake me up, tried to wake up his sisters, tried to wake up his brother. Nobody would wake up. He said it was really eerie, because normally I'm a light sleeper, but he said none of us would wake up. So he answered the door, and it was Richard.
You're sure?
Oh, he's sure.
He's sure.
Oh, yeah. He said he came in, shook his hand, sat down and talked to him, and Richard was a big Pepsi drinker. He loves this stuff. And he went out to the truck and got some Pepsis and brought them in. And my son said they sat there and talked for a couple hours and drank Pepsi. And
now your son said that Richard was full form. I mean,
right. I asked him, I said, well, what did it feel like when he shook your hand, you know?
Right.
And he said, just like if anybody else shook your hand, solid and real.
That's very unusual. Normally, spirits are unable to manifest that physically.
Well, he actually came to another time after this, but on this occasion, the odd thing is, in the morning, you know, he's telling us the story, and we're kind of going, oh, yeah, all right, sure, you know.
Right.
And, but we looked, and there was Pepsi cans on the table. And like I said, we were 30 miles from a store that was, even if there would have been one open, you know, at this time of night.
Yep. Well, again, you know, there's something about those who take their own lives. I don't know what. I just know there is something different, and by percentage, there are many more of them than of others, and I don't know what that means.
Yeah, well, he really identified with his job, too, so I wasn't surprised that he came in his truck, you know.
Well, it's good to know there's diesels on the other side.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Good night. Take care. There just is something about those who take their own life. They're in for a bit of a different ride, I suspect. You're not supposed to do that. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you're on the air.
Hi. My name is Debbie. I'm from Eugene, Oregon.
Yes, Deb.
I'm originally from Portland, and I've had several paranormal experiences, and every time there was that soul-gripping or spine-gripping cold that you can't explain. It's not an
I know. I hear that from so many
Yeah,
people.
I don't know what it is, but my scariest story is when a ghost yelled at me.
Yelled at you?
Yes. And a friend of mine, an ex-roommate, who's a chiropractor, and his name happens to also be Art, invited me over to his 100-year-old house that he wanted me to see, because he knows that I love antiques. And this house is in the Selway district of Portland, where I'm originally from. And that house is really a weird house. The base of the house scooped out like a skirt. And all of the archways in the house were in the shape of huge skeleton keyholes. It was really a weird house.
Ooh, that is weird.
It is.
Yeah.
And then I was looking around, and his roommate was a woman who had children, and we saw the whole house, and her room was decorated in antique lace. It's absolutely beautiful. And there was one room that had nothing in it, and the whole house was decorated, and I said, why is this room empty? And he said the children were in it, but they didn't like it, so they moved out. Later on, I came upstairs to use the restroom, which old houses have, and I walked into the room to see the stained glass windows. And halfway through the room, a ghost popped up in front of me.
That looked like what?
He was a large man, he was bald, he had a brown suit and a white shirt, and I knew he was a ghost because I could see the wall behind him. And he had no feet. I could see him, but I couldn't see his feet. He just stopped right at his ankles. And he immediately raised his finger and pointed to the door. He said, get out of my house!
Oh my God, really?
Oh my God. I swear this is a true story. I ran so fast that I tore the carpet runner off of the stairs when I went down the stairs.
Wow.
And I went down and told my friend about it, and he immediately wanted to meditate for the ghost to leave the house. This is really true. And I wanted to leave, but he said, well, let's just sit down and say, you know, to meditate for the spirit to leave. So we did that, and then right above us, where this room was, where this ghost had been seen to me, I swear to you, we heard footsteps walking out of the room and coming down the stairs. And I was out of the house. We both ran out of the house. We both ran out. I would not go back in the house.
So much for meditation.
Oh, I had to have him go back in and get my purse. I never knew him again.
Good for you. Next time, don't let him talk you into the meditation thing.
Yeah, I'm not doing that again.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Take care. Oh, my. Yeah, when you get yelled at by a ghost, when it shakes its finger at you, get out of my house. You don't go down and meditate. You get out of the house. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. Where are you?
I'm in a little one-horse town called Central City, Nebraska.
All right. Welcome.
And I hear you from on a Omaha station.
That's right.
Yeah. My dad and I drove tractor-trailer for 15 years together. He drove it many years before that and a few after that, but then I started getting involved, having babies and everything, so I quit. Well, it was during the mid-'70s, and we were hauling produce from Homestead, Florida. We picked up avocados and limes, and we'd take it to the West Coast. Well, sometimes when we had to reload, we'd have to go all the way down the coast picking up partial loads to go back to Florida
Gotcha.
or other places. But anyway, my dad, this one day I hadn't been feeling very well, so he took the whole day reloading, going down from Northern California down towards Indio there to finish off the load. Well, I got up, and it was my turn to drive, and he got us about, not too far from the Arizona border, and it was beautiful night, clear, everything was just clear, but there wasn't a lot of traffic. And so I was feeling great. I mean, I've been driving for quite a few years, 4 or 5 years, about maybe 3 to 4 or 5 years then, by then. And I always liked driving nights, and it was a beautiful night. There was not much traffic. And I don't know if you know, but there's 4 lanes. There was a large median between it.
Right.
Going through Arizona there. Anyway, I was feeling good, laid back, just going like mad. And I guess I had my headphones on, good music, and going real well that night. And all of a sudden, I guess about 2 hours into the night, my dad was already in bed sleeping, and I saw about, I don't know how to judge this, but I saw way out in front of me a woman, what appeared to be a woman with long hair in a white dress, a long white dress.
In the middle of the highway?
Well, she was actually standing on my lane, the slow lane.
Okay.
And she was waving her arms, like to stop me.
Right.
Well, I couldn't just slam on the brakes. So you don't do that with a big brake.
No, you don't.
Kill the guy in the back. You throw him through the windshield if you do. So by the time I got up there, I was just about level with where she should have been. I got it stopped, and I got out of the truck. I walked all the way around the truck, and I couldn't see anything. And when I got back in the truck, I scratched my head, I thought, well, I'm not tired, there's nothing wrong, what's going on here? There's no gal. Well, then my dad said, what's going on? I said, nothing, go back to sleep, Dad. I thought I saw something in the road. He says, well, are you tired? I said, no. He said, okay. He rolled over, went back to sleep. Well, I drove about 4 more hours, and the same thing happened again. I saw way out there, I saw this lady, small little woman with a long white dress on.
Yes.
And waving her arms like mad. And then I haven't had things like this happen, so I thought, what is going on? Anyway, by the time I got the truck stopped again, I should have just passed where she was at. I got out of the truck, walked back around the truck, looked everywhere, because it's pretty well lit out there. There's like lights, along that stretch of highway.
Sure.
And there was nothing there, nothing anywhere. I got back in the truck, and my dad said, what's going on? I said, Dad, maybe you ought to get up. So he got up, and I told him what was going on, and he said, are you tired? I said, no, Dad, I'm getting there, but I'm not tired yet. And he said, well, I feel pretty good. Why don't I take over? I said, well, okay, but I'm not going to go to bed. I'm going to sit up for a while.
Okay, we don't have much time here.
So he went on down the road, and about, he hadn't been driving but maybe an hour and 40 minutes or something like that. Came upon a crashed car in the middle of the median.
Yes.
A gal in a wedding dress broke her neck, and the car was upside down.
Oh, my God.
That was scary.
That's your version of I See Dead People.
Yeah, well, I had never done it before.
Yeah, that's your version of I See Dead People. There's a lot of stories, about truck drivers and the road. And maybe that's because a lot of people die on the road. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. I'm Art Bell.
Want to take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903.
That's Gordon Lightfoot. I got to interview Gordon, and he's a haunting kind of guy in real life. He really is. His music is absolutely incredible and reflective of the kind of person that he is. When you hear an interview with Gordon Lightfoot, it's kind of listening to this song. Anyway, we'll be right back. More Ghost to Ghost right around the corner. Once again, into a Halloween night, 2001. Hi there, what is your first name and where are you, please? Hello?
Hi.
Yes, hi.
Hi there. This is Matt calling from Temecula, California.
Yes, Matt.
A couple years ago, my wife and I were house sitting for her parents. Now, mind you, this is the house that she grew up in.
Sure.
And what was going on is it was late at night, maybe, I guess, about midnight. We were in the back office playing on the computer and the internet, and all of a sudden we started to hear what sounded kind of like a music box, ding, ding, ding.
Oh, yes.
But it sounded like it was about a foot away from our faces. There's music boxes, in the house, not really in that room, but around the house. So we just kind of blew it off. A few minutes later, it happened again. We decided, okay, this is kind of strange, so we're just going to go out in the other room, maybe watching TV, maybe go to bed. Well, we got out there watching TV a few minutes, and ding, 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 right in front of our faces again.
Again.
About the same distance. This was just getting a little bit too weird. There had been several other occasions in that house that strange, unexplainable things were happening. But we decided, okay, this is too strange for tonight. We're going home. We got our baby at the time and took her home. Next morning we came back and scared the heck out of us. What had happened was, going upstairs, the door to the attic was kind of on the wall with a latch on it.
Right.
Well, the door wasn't there anymore. It was laying all over the stairs in about 100 pieces.
Oh, my gosh.
It had been kicked out or something. It had to have been from the inside, by the way all the wood was scattered all over the stairs. I have no clue what it was. The only thing we could